Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
You're very welcome back here to our live coverage of the 2024 general election. Absolutely phenomenal viewers, the number of viewers online over the last couple of moments, just been told somewhere in the region of 17,000 people watching online. Radio audience, I know from the interaction and text as well, absolutely massive. Thank you all indeed for watching. It really is our privilege to be here and to bring you this, and it shows the interest is well and truly alive in politics when it comes to general elections. Let's get some more reaction to what's been taking place over the course of the last 2 days now, almost at this stage. Feighan is an independent councillor based in Manorhamilton in County Leitrim. He's also a well-known businessman, somebody who was elected onto the council in Leitrim back in 2014, so an experienced campaigner when it comes to elections. This one has got all the hallmarks of going right down to the wire, it seems, in relation maybe to the final seat. As things stand, would you be reading it that it's going to be a battle between Michael Clarke and Marion Harkin, who we just spoke to?
Well, the feeling that I get, it's going to be the greatest comeback of all, that everybody is fairly confident that Marion Harkin's going to make it. You wouldn't have said that or seen that yesterday, and you wouldn't have seen that by the polls, and I've been watching. And by the way, listen, the coverage that you've given, I was watching it, has been brilliant. And we have it on the pub and everybody's tuned into it. So congratulations to Ocean and all the panel here. But I mean, as everybody knows, you know, an election in November is a lot different than an election in the summertime. I didn't think that there was that much enthusiasm for the election, really, with people out and about. I didn't canvass for anybody, regardless of what was said here last night. But you know, anybody that puts their face and wants to run is entitled to run, but this is totally different demographics than years ago, where it would have been, say, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. Now there's a lot of independents are running, and, you know, they don't have to go through the process. They just put their name and they just put a campaign behind them and start running. So I think that probably ate this time into Marion Harkin's campaign, you know.
Talk to me about this battle between independents, and with the likes of Marie Cassidy, Marion Harkin, Michael Clarke running. As an independent councillor yourself, probably from the outset, it was always going to be the likelihood the independent vote was going to be split this time round, and every vote was going to be at a premium.
Well, listen, you look at the demographics of this, and you know that there's a Fianna Fáil seat, a Fine Gael seat, and you know there's a Sinn Féin seat, and you think there's an independent seat. So for this to start at the start, that there's so many independents running in it, was actually shocking, you know. So that probably ate into the core vote. And Marion Harkin's, like Michael Clarke entering and Marie Cassidy. Like, I thought once Marion Harkin was running, Marie Cassidy wasn't even entering the frame, so I was wrong, you know.
You mentioned you weren't out canvassing this time. You would have canvassed in general election campaigns in the past, but in your profession as a publican, I'm sure that's a great barometer as well in relation to what the barstool experts are predicting. What was the predictions during the week in Manorhamilton from your own customers? What were the issues? What were the big predictions that were coming in?
Well, first of all, as an independent, and I'm not affiliated with any party, I'm in touch with all candidates. That's first of all. I'm in touch with Fianna Fáil candidates, Fine Gael candidates, independent candidates, Sinn Féin candidates. And they've all done favours for me. So, and I have to do that, and I have to be independent of everybody. I knew Eamon Scanlon before he ever got into politics. I knew Michael Clarke because I'm involved in the SLNCR, and that's a project now that has to be stir-front to still get ahead of that and get it delivered in the new frame for government. So, when people see me taking a picture with Eamon Scanlon or taking a picture with Michael Clarke, I was relaying the issues that are on the ground, what I'm hearing. Big issue, we all know, and I've been saying this from day one. I said it to John Ellis after I got elected. We have to sort out the one-off housing in Leitrim, that you were able to build on your own land, and that the younger generation has a future in Leitrim. It's one-off, as I was saying, we're building no housing estates. You know, when I look back in the boom time of 05, 06, 07 in every town and village, there was estates going up. There's not one house been built anywhere, like, and it's shocking. And I don't know how they're going to fix that problem. The other issue, I suppose, is the issue of farming and young farmers trying to buy land, and they're dealing with the likes of Quilcha, who's coming in, and investment funds and pension funds is buying land from out from under them. Your carbon footprint has been rolled off because the guy down in Cork is buying a farm beside you up here in Leitrim. That's been all wrong. The forestry issue has been on for 30 or 40 years. As when I'm coming from the hospitality sector, and I was meeting all the candidates, and I was really, really, really annoyed that there wasn't one of them listening to what we were saying on the ground about the VAT rate, from 13.5% to bring it down to 9%. And people are hanging in there in businesses and trying to stay open, but after Christmas, it's going to be a tsunami of businesses gone on our main streets.
I heard a figure recently, a recruitment agency issued it last week, that between now and the end of the year, there could be 700 hospitality closures. The increase in the minimum wage is kicking in the new year. That could be another hammer blow, they were claiming, to small businesses. Again, going back to when you were first elected as a councillor, I remember one of the first things in an interview that night that you raised with me was transport, and you were talking about the fact that there was no rail service to Manor Hamilton. Since then, you very much have focused in on the nighttime economy and an adequate transport system there, rural link being extended to try and help the hospitality sector. But I know from you, Feighan, and I know by talking to you, I get the feeling that you're almost banging your head against a brick wall here.
I have been, and I mean, listen, I'll give you an example. We were going to the All-Ireland hurling final, and we thought we could get a train from Drummond to Dublin. Couldn't get a train, so I drove in and I parked up and we hopped on the train. Just even a thing like that in All-Ireland and the advantages. And when you look back, and I met a guy on the way back and he says, I haven't been on a train in 50 years. And he says, we had a better service 100 years ago than we have now. He said there was a railway line within 5 miles of every house. Now, okay, it mightn't be fashionable now and it mightn't be economically right, but if the green agenda is, you know, to get people off the road driving, it should be, if I had the money, the Apple money, I would roll out a railway network, now separate from the greenways, and everywhere would be connected, and it'd be a spin-off for every town and village.
We've been accused of Sinn Féin bashing here today. We've been accused of Green Party bashing. I take it you wouldn't be a huge fan of the Green Party. How do you feel about how the election has panned out for them?
I think it's well deserved what they got, because I mean it makes no sense whatsoever that we're looking at the world, China, America, India. When they get their act together, Ireland's a dot. We're not a pimple on the world, and that people are supposed to be in a house freezing, that you can't light a fire with turf or coal. Ludicrous. When China, America and India gets their act together,
so
Ireland
you're not surprised on what's been reflected in the polls across the country in relation to the Green Party?
I think, in all fairness, and I'm on the ground listening, everybody's delighted that they got a hammer.
All right. John Ellis, you wanted to come in here and pick up on some of the comments that Feighan Garn has made.
I think that Feighan and myself would be on the one agenda for quite some time, because in my early days, there was forestry meetings every weekend over land being planted and land that shouldn't be planted. And the environmental damage that forestry has done in Leitrim is unreal. The amount of water courses that are now polluted because of the decaying pine needles, it's all causing it. Now, one thing that Feighan mentioned, and I only make sure, I think that the Fianna Fáil TDs that are elected want to hold Micheál Martin to his word when he said last week, and it's, that he would allow that families should be allowed to build their own farms. And I can tell you one thing, that would be the biggest godsend with regards to planning as far as Leitrim would be concerned, or anywhere else in rural Ireland. I think it's ridiculous that somebody can't go and build a house on their own lands. And let nobody talk this baloney that it's environmentally damaging, it's doing this, that, or that. The treatment works that are available to people at the minute. I heard Paddy O'Rourke tell the story about the guys that were making tea with what was coming out of the treatment unit. Now, I don't know if they were going a bit far on that or not, but he said that they were doing that. And the bottom line of it is that it's the first, if you look at it, it's 50, 60, 70,000 taken off the price of a house for somebody that can go and build it in their own right.
But the solution to this is an awful lot more simple than people seem to realise. This didn't come about, as I said earlier, by any statutory instrument, by any change of law, or even by a change of EPA's codes of practice on one-off rural housing. This came about by a ministerial order.
John Garmer, yeah.
When he was Minister for the Environment, to enforce EPA codes of practice to the letter. That instruction was sent out to every county manager in the country, and that could be rescinded in the same way. This is a very easy problem to solve, and it beggars belief that here we are. When I was on the council in Feighan, you were there in 2000 and whatever it was, when this issue arose initially, and we're still sitting here waiting for this ministerial order to be rescinded.
John Parry, I want to bring you in on this.
I'd like to compliment Feighan. He certainly has the very relevant pulse of politics, and with regards to the VAT and restaurants and the local economy and rural one-stop housing. I think that without a shadow of a doubt, when you have a big farm of land and you want to give a site to your son or daughter, I mean, there's no reason why, clearly with the I don't think I'll drink the tea now, but when you look at the level of environmental purification that's relevant on these purification facilities now, that they've upgraded considerably, and I think that has to be changed. Micheál Merton has said that, and I think what John McCarthy said there, that EPA director signed by Minister Gormley, action speaks louder than words. I sincerely hope, and if he just instructs his minister, that's something that can be easily rectified. But it's all about, I suppose, people who are living on the wage packet from Friday to Friday, who are paying all these stacked up costs, childcare, cost of living, and then young couples trying to build it, get a start for a home, get a mortgage. And even, to be honest, I was told, even if you were building a house on a site at the moment, Jeremy, even with a site, you're talking about 400,000 to build. And if you're talking about doing what's finished now, the landscape and the works, that the whole works, the fitted kitchens, so clearly to build a house, even getting a site, the cost to build is extraordinarily high at the moment. So, honestly, young people have a real challenge at the moment. They should be given every incentive, every encouragement, and the bank should evaluate the site.
And don't even start an inheritance tax, because that's another issue altogether when it comes to somebody like that. Feighan.
John, here's another issue. Like I've been listening to the pulse on builders and asking them, how come, listen, you can't go in and build in the States? They're telling me, even in Sligo, to even go in and build an estate of 50 to 60 houses is not even viable now, right? Which is a scary thought compared to years ago. They can't get money of banks because of the inflation cost, right? The second part of this is that they're looking at pension funds, investment funds to be able to build. So I don't know where we're going to start building houses. But I was dealing with somebody there that was telling me about the costs of actually going through the planning process, and say there's SACs and something else, and you're talking maybe 35,000 just to go through the planning process. Now that's a huge amount of money for anybody. We should be clapping people at this stage of the cost of building a house. I left a doctor home one night that's in Dublin that wants to move back to an area in Glenfarne. He told me money was no object. Love to build a house. He said, when are ye politicians, he says, going to sort this one-off housing offices? He said, I want to probably move down, he says, out of Dublin years to come, he says, and he says, set up maybe a practice because of these retiring. And he says, it's not happening, he says, that I'll be able to build a one-off house. That's the issues.
This might be probably I can expect a predictable answer here. How confident are you about the next 12 months as a businessman?
I'm after been through one of the roughest years I've ever been. I'm 28 years in business, and I just can't tell you where it's going. There's no trends. There's no. I see spending power. I've been through, the smoking ban. I've been through the crash in 07, 08. I've been through immigration, people going to Australia. I've been through COVID, and I had to change my whole business from a model of 7 days a week to 5 days a week. I had to change the hours for the last 60 years. We were open at 10:30 in the morning, we open at 4, and it's down to cost, and it's typically down to cost. You have a bad day, Rextra week. You have a bad week in a month, Rextra month. That never happened before. And it's just bills after bills. You're dealing with utilities, ESB, you're dealing with Irish Water, you're dealing with insurance. My insurance, I'd scare you if I told you what my insurance was, 2,000 a month.
Yeah.
for 9 months.
You don't frighten me at that.
You know, and that's just one bill. And people don't know that. So when people come into me and they say how much is a pint or how much is a meal or how much is this and that, and what's scary is actually nobody minds paying the minimum wage. Nobody minds, but they're no better off because the cost has to come out of somewhere to pay that, and that's the problem. And we're at a stage now where people are looking around and saying, how come people's not hiring people? Yeah, I have a lot of school, well, the college kids that rely on me for work at the weekends. And if I'm not giving them work, that's coming hardship on the families. And if you think of what the government paid out in COVID and COVID payments to the hospitality sector, and if they looked at that figure, 2 or 3 billion or whatever it was, 400 million is pittance compared to if restaurants, pubs, they're closing and they have to pay these people that are on the door.
I know hospitality sectors, I know the vintner section would have engaged with general election candidates, with parties and individuals in the lead up to the election. Did you do it individually? Did you engage with any potential TDs?
I engaged with Frank Feighan. I engaged with Marion Harkin. I engaged with Michael Fitzmaurice, right? And I put the hospitality thing to them all about the VAT rate. I engaged with the vintners to lobby independent TDs that may make up the next government that talk sense in the Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, that this is at a crisis point. I don't know whether that happens. But surely to God, the next government that comes in, whether it's Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, independents, whether it's Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil, they've got to look. In fairness to Sinn Féin said they'd reduce the VAT rate.
John, and again, someone from a business background, these are real issues.
Yeah, well, costs are everything nowadays, and Labour, Feighan talks about having to shorten his business hours. That has an impact right across the board, not only on Feighan's business but on the people who work in his business. It takes money out of the local economy when the money hasn't been spent in his business, wages aren't being earned there, and costs are everything. Insurance, we talked about insurance here earlier on in the programme. Insurance is absolutely catastrophic for some businesses. I know people who have, including I had a text today on a Sunday from a guy working in my own business proposing that that we cut certain services because they're insurance heavy parts of the business, and that's happening all over the country. It's happening in every sector, not just the hospitality sector, and we definitely live in an environment where cost is everything, and it's Ireland is a very difficult place to do business at the moment.
John Perry, do you think whoever the next government is, do you think they're ready at all, or are they aware of, according to Feighan, and we've heard it elsewhere, that there's so many of closures coming down the line here?
Well, if they're not, they would want to be. When you look at the local enterprise offices, and there has to be a recognition for start your own business, and support is given apart from the lip service. When you look at the insurance costs here, 24,000 or 2,000 a month, and the stacked up costs of VAT, ESB and water charges and all, and deployment of staff and PRSI and PYE, really it's in many cases. I often feel that instead of the staff working for the boss, the boss effectively, the staff invariably in some cases, the boss is working for the staff really, and to a fair degree. That when you take the net cost, when the net profit is taken out with stacked up costs, the margins are extraordinarily tight, and I salute anyone that takes the risk, goes into business. It's a 7-day week. It's a 7-day week sentence really. You're on the ball 24/7. You can never take your eye off the ball. You have to watch cash, watch everything. So I have a huge admiration, and I think that a lot more recognition must be given to and not alone. You look at survival of small towns and villages. That is really the crux. When you go into any town at the moment, the amount of closures and the second generation going into business. No second generation going into business now. Once upon a time there was a generational sort of benefit to a son or a daughter to go into the business. They wouldn't take a present of it. That's being honest.
Yeah, you're so right. Family businesses are closing. I'm going to come back to this in a couple of moments' time. I want to take a quick break. Don't worry, you won't miss a minute of the counts here. As soon as we get word, as soon as we get news and account, we will bring it live to you. We know it's a significant one. We'll take a break. Back shortly.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transitioning to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome back to the Clayton Hotel here in Sligo. It's Ocean FM. It's live coverage of the 2024 general election counts. We're still waiting for news on the Del McSharry transfers and how that is going to influence what we deem to be a battle for the final seat in relation to Michael Clark and Marion Harkin. Mark McSharry.
Yeah, it's the suggestions we're hearing is that that Marion is continuing to close the gap, and that certainly Frankie Feighan will get elected now. That could give a surplus significant enough that it'll require a separate count. If that happens, that might be of assistance to Marion again. So really we're looking here at it all coming down to McManus's transfers for that last seat. So I think while John Perry's crystal ball and everybody else sort of supporting him in the likelihood of the outcome, now there are possibilities for both Marion and Mike Clark.
Said it all along, it was mathematically possible.
No, it did, yeah. I mean, and it is mathematically possible, and it's still mathematically possible that Clark, continues to win it out. But it's even more mathematically possible that it's also there for Marion. So I don't think, in fairness, anybody could be definitive about calling it now at this stage. I'll be here to get the result of this particular account, but I must leave John, and if it's okay to say at this point, to congratulate all the candidates who participate, all those that are going to be elected and so on, and to thank the entire Ocean team. I've thoroughly enjoyed the weekend. Hope we've added a little bit of colour and analysis to it, and to the Ocean team, just to thank Yatsig and Cormac Carroll and Kieran Carty, Kevin Blessing, and yourself, John, Niall, who has been called away, Mark, who I forgot last night, so I would have mentioned Mark twice. It's particularly Mark here. A special thanks to Mark, who's the king of everything, actually, yeah? So, and obviously Claire Ronan and all your team here, you've been fantastic. And the colleagues here, it's been an absolute pleasure to be involved, and thanks for including me.
It's been
and I mean no disrespect to those still in the hunt or those yet to be elected that I'd be having to pull away. And obviously all the team at the ATU, Porrick and the two Porricks, and Michael Kilcoyne and everybody that's been involved in all the media too. So well done, everybody.
Well, look, it's been our pleasure to have you, Mark. Thank you so much indeed for your contribution over the last 2 days. Porrick Hart, let's go back and... Has AI come up with anything new recently? And Porrick McGorty is here as well. So we can discuss this in great detail now.
Well, I think that really... it's down to the physical transfer of those votes, and what we're seeing out on the floor, what our tally people are telling us out on the floor now, it's supporting what the AI model had predicted with the knowledge base that had been built up over the weekend by the team, Edmund and Karen and Porrick and John Comiskey and all the team, and Michael Kilcoyne and all the team that had worked with the AI model and had conversations and talked to it and increased its knowledge base, and it was predicting that it was going to be a very tight finish, and that it was a 3-horse race, that it was going to be Clark and Harkin and McManus, and that it was going to be Harkin that won out. And I remember when we started earlier yesterday, there was a certain degree of scepticism, but I think that scepticism has waned, and people are now seeing that AI has a role to play, but it has only a role to play if it has experts working with it. And it was the expertise of the team that built the bot that allowed it to predict accurately what happened. And along with that, I think that another significant technical development was, and I wanted to hand over here to my colleague in the ATU, the man who actually designed the strategy around the exit poll, Porrick McGorty, and there were certain people questioning the margins of error we had, but I'm going to hand over to Porrick to explain how accurate the Ocean FM ATU Sligo student exit poll was now.
Porrick, and just before we hear from you on that, not alone the exit poll that we've been involved with, but even the national exit poll that was done had Sinn Féin above Fianna Fáil, and it transpired the other way slightly. So the margin of error, you've always been on about this. You always come and emphasise that point, but it's been hugely accurate.
Yeah, you see, what the margin of error accounts for is variance in sampling. So we took a sample of 826 voters within our constituency. If we went out with another team and took another 826 voters, the answer will be slightly different, and you keep repeating that process. So what the margin of error accounts...
You're getting a different sample every time.
You're getting a different sample every time, so the answer is slightly different each time. So what the margin of error accounts for is that sampling variance that you have across those different samples. So that's hugely significant in terms of what we had here. The other factor around the exit poll, your sampling methodology is very important in terms of getting as close to accurate a picture as you can get when you sample. So we had to try and cover as much of the constituency as we could with a relatively small team in comparison to every other polling company. And because of that, there will be variances in terms of where you are at a certain time when you're sampling. The big addition the big advantage we had on the Saturday election is that the footfall to the polling stations were consistent across the day, which gives you a better chance of getting a random sample.
Whereas on a Friday you have peak times, lunch time, say after 3 o'clock after school, after 5 o'clock in the evening. There are peak times when a certain demographic are going to be visiting a polling station.
So to get ours within where it was with what the resources we had available was, in my view, excellent work. We got the top 6 candidates correct. We predicted who the fight was going to be for the last seat correctly, and we'll see when the results fall. Obviously, that was never going to be clear from the exit poll because we only got a read on transfers. we didn't get a full, I suppose, picture on transfers. We're now getting that full picture on the transfers, and that'll tell us where the result is ultimately going to fall. But in the main, our exit poll picked out the definite three that look like they're definitely going to get elected, and where the fight was going to be for the last seat.
Pádraig Hart.
And we got a read as well on who was transfer friendly. So our exit poll on transfer friendly actually stood up as well, so it did. And the way the transfers went during the day showed that the accuracy of the exit poll. I'd like to pay a compliment to, once again, to the students that were involved, and also to our colleagues in Ocean FM and our lecturing colleagues from the Faculty of Business who were involved as well, and the marketing students, everybody. It was a wonderful, wonderful effort. And it really, on Friday night, a lot of people were tuned in, and it has proven that it's well worth to tune into an Ocean FM ATU exit poll. We got the first three right, and we showed who was going to be in the fight for the fourth.
Look, it's absolutely fascinating, and I presume for the students that partake in this and study the classes and do the modules and the way that you've explained it, if you have an interest in this, it must be absolutely fascinating to see the way that you can work out these formulas.
Absolutely. Like the students, I suppose, found the process very enjoyable. First of all, talking to them afterwards, they found it very enjoyable and rewarding, and credit to them for getting involved in it as essentially as volunteers. But as volunteers who were interested, they volunteered themselves to do it. We didn't go and it wasn't we were forcing them or anything like that. They volunteered out of their own interest in the political system and in I suppose the PR single transferable vote system as well. So yeah, they will find it rewarding. We'll obviously go back to them with our findings and with our feedback as to how we might improve on the
Can I put
process.
this question to both of you? And as you can probably imagine, we're still waiting here for counts to come in. With the technology that's available and what goes into even constructing an accurate exit poll like what has been done here, there are sure to be people at home watching and listening tonight, and they're going to say, well, if all this can be done, why could they not get the voting machines right?
Well, I think that's a very interesting question. Probably the greatest asset that our democracy has is transparency. People know the votes. They can follow the trends. They can watch what's going on. It's not like putting a vote into a black box and suddenly a result comes out the far side. That would be the greatest travesty that we can have. Also, I know anecdotally from people who have used the American voting system that the amount of time it takes you to vote when you're using an electronic system can be anything up to half an hour. So when you arrive from the time you arrive at the polling station until you have your vote cast, it takes a half an hour. Now, we spend 2 days here with most enjoyable, most intriguing and most fascinating insights into the democratic process versus a half an hour for each individual person to cast a vote.
Anti-climax, Pádraig, springs to mind straight away.
Yeah. So do you want to trade spending a half an hour for a climax, or do you want to have an absolutely fascinating 2 days and an insight into voting?
The other thing that you wouldn't have is, I suppose, the whole publicity around our electoral system. So the whole, how do you, if we don't have days like this and coverage like Ocean do, like a lot of the media do on elections, how do we enthuse people to get involved in the political arena first of all, but also their interest and to understand the voting process? If it was a result that flashed up on a screen, and I'm speaking as a technologist here, if it was a result that flashed up on a screen, you'd have no interest. You might get half an hour out of the program, and that's it.
Yeah, and John, I think that great credit has to be paid to the entire Ocean FM team. You spent months planning this, and your coverage is absolutely brilliant. And the amount of people who are texting into the program, were texting us, calling us, who are watching, who are listening, and who become involved in the process. And over the next couple of weeks, people are going to stop me and stop Pádraig, and you'll be out and you'll get stopped and say, they'll have a question for you. And isn't that bringing people into the democratic process? And that's why in Ireland we have a very, very high turnout. And the more people that cast a vote, the more they can influence the governments that they have. And Marion Harkin was talking earlier when she was here about 5s and 6s and 7s. I was up there, I saw 8s and 9s being as valuable. and as a one was yesterday. So we need to keep the people engaged, and Ocean FM has done a fantastic service to the people of this region for allowing them not alone to listen on the radio, but this fantastic web coverage that Mark and all the team over there have provided. It's absolutely brilliant, and you deserve great credit for it.
You know, you can nearly track it here to the atmosphere in the room, or to use the sporting terminology on this. Once the words started coming through from yourselves and the AI, you know that maybe Marion Harkin definitely isn't out of this and it's going to be close. More and more people began to flock in, and you can probably sense it now. Maybe it's me, maybe it's the fact that I've been around a few of these election counts over the last 30 years. You can get the sense when something's happening. You can get a buzz. I go back to him in Scanlon, coming from the Nix parish to take the final seat back in 2016, when he was almost got home and came back in again. And you can almost feel a buzz generating round the count centre when something maybe that wasn't seen for a long time out starts to develop. Are either of you sensing that here at the minute now?
Absolutely, and I suppose from what we were seeing from the transfers, the trend has been with Marion Harkin for the evening in terms of, I suppose, the transfers were breaking between her and Michael Clark 2-1, so the gap is narrowing and narrowing. It's like a team making a comeback in a football match. You'll always hear it in the crowd once that momentum goes with it, gets into with a team. You'll hear the crowd, and it's the same here. You can see the interest peak in here. Like you were here earlier today, and it was quiet for a lot of the count in the early part of today until that trend started emerging.
But I think as well, the reason this count, and a lot of people were saying it was quiet earlier, never saw it as quiet before. And you know why it was quiet before? Because people were sitting at home, eating the Sunday lunch, dinner, and watching the coverage from Ocean FM. So this coverage brought the election right into the dining room, into the kitchen, into the sitting room. And that has been the trend over the weekend. And I'm sure I'm going to talk to your team here and find out, and we want to be able to tell the listeners, where have people been tuning in from? Because this always fascinates me. I remember the last time we had people logging on from Thailand, from Australia, and I'm looking forward to being able to give them sort of stats. So we're bringing the election from this count centre that many years ago people didn't have a clue what was going on, and now everybody.
That's something we must get is a list of the countries maybe tuned into us today, maybe watching or listening online. Finally, for the moment, Pádraig and Pádraig, the predictions have been a central part of this, and I know they always come with a health warning, but you're basing yours on data, on AI. At the moment, at this time, as we approach 5 to 8 on a Sunday evening, call the 4 seats now.
Well, in no particular order, as they say on the best TV shows. Martin Kenny, Frank Feighan, Eamon Scanlon, and Harkin.
The trend is with her, so yeah, I think.
You concur?
So. Yeah. Okay. Tight, but it'll be her.
What I find fascinating here is we've got data and technology against experience and hunches of previous elections. Would I be right in saying that, John Ellis?
You are right, John, but you see, when you start off and you don't know where the 5s, the 6s, the 7s, the 8s, the 9s and the 10s are going. That's where the human is in the back seat. But there again, you never know what sort of twists or turns are going to come. And it's the old story, it's never over.
Just bring you a little bit closer to the mic, John. Apologies.
Sorry.
You're okay.
But it's never over till the fat lady sings. Like, it's no different than my own experience of heading the poll in 1982 and getting caught. I got caught because the bundle was pulled out of the wrong place. If it had been pulled out of somewhere else, I'd have survived. So that's just how it went at the time. Yeah. If it was modern day politics, I would have survived.
All right.
Because the system has changed.
And 82 is a prime example of that, Pádraig.
Yeah. You see, where the AI was able to predict was when we started to refine its knowledge with the demographics of the constituency, and great credit has to be given to Edmund and Karen for doing that on the knowledge base. And then we started to ask questions about the age profiles of the constituency and what was going to happen. And that we kept tinkering and kept talking to it to get the answers, because it has that type of global knowledge. And you must remember that these AI models are using caverns and caverns and caverns of public data, and they're combining all this public data with the expert knowledge and the expert prompting of the users as well. So that's how it combined that we got to where we were.
Okay, John Perry, if I can come to you momentarily here. You've been listening with interest to what
Yes.
Pádraig McGorty, what Pádraig Hart has been saying. It's the John Perry crystal ball against the technology of AI, and they seem to have contrasting predictions.
But I'm listening to the two parties, to the two parties, and obviously it just shows you, the development of AI. That I'm just holding my counsel at the moment. When you look at, I suppose AI is it's very much part of the modern economy now, and regrettably, you can see it in the future eliminating an awful lot of jobs. You know what I mean? Because they'll have AI answering possibly phones and taking all of what it can do is extremely amazing. But I think when you look at, and I've just listened, I know that Pádraig and Pádraig McGorty put in the input and the information in to have, it would be very interesting to see now, and I just hold my breath until to see what, I just can't.
I suppose you hit on something key there, John. We would have, I suppose, concerns across academia about AI in terms of how our students use it and stuff like that. The key to being effectively using AI is how you ask the questions and the data that you feed it, because it has to learn from the information that you give it.
But you're a lecturer in the IT, and obviously when you look at it, it's a real concern for, no doubt, for if you're doing the adjudication of merit scores in university and given, how people can nearly write a CV and they can write, theses really on, and it's very hard to foolproof that in how authentic it is of original material, and I think it must be a real challenge for universities in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's a challenge there, but actually it's like all these things. I mean, I'm just holding up here a mobile phone in my hand, right? And has the mobile phone done away with one job, or has it created many, many new jobs? And people are saying AI is going to do away with jobs. I've lived through a technological revolution, and every new technology has just maybe done away with a particular type of job and increased a new and more rewarding job. So I think that the future is absolutely going to be more empowering people using artificial intelligence, but using it wisely. Like we've all used predictive text to send a text message. How often have you said, oh sorry, predictive text got me there?
Yeah.
So you have to have the expertise to be able to use it. So we're going to have a new generation of expert users controlling these bots and building the bots to be even smarter.
This is very much capturing the imagination all over the country, all over the world. We're getting messages here tuned in from Dublin, tuned in from Ballymote, Saudi Arabia. There you go, watching in Saudi Arabia and Ballymote, and they come in at the one time. In relation to the count being quiet, a listener has made contact saying that the security was ridiculously tight. More people should have been allowed in. The count should be protected, and the beauty of counts is the buzz and anticipation in the air. Well, that's here at the minute, and it's filled up. Yeah. People are needed for that, and everything needs to be reviewed. More of the messages in here. Ask the panel, what about the story for the apartment block sitting beside the glass house in Sligo, sitting empty for 17 years? That's something we might get to later. And somebody agreeing totally with Feighan Gurran about the issues that he raised at the Green Party. And our listener here says they've ruined rural Ireland, and Shane Ross played his part in it as well. No pubs or nightlife, the economy in rural Ireland. And that comes in from Sean, who's tuned our way in Manor Hamilton. Now, there's frantic writing going on here to my right-hand side. Is there tally figures about to break here?
Yeah.
Sort of, okay. I'll let you discuss it, and we'll in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, I suppose, look at the difference between Clark and Harkin is the important one, and we're estimating that Harkin will get 600 more transfers from Adele McSharry than Michael Clark. So that's that's where we are at the moment. That in or around. That's an approximate figure, but 600.
Right. What a time we let you calculate that and see what it's going to be. 600 votes more likely to go to Marion Harkin than Michael Clark. Councillor Michael Clark, I'm delighted to say, has joined us here in our account studio, and he's about to take his seat. Thanks indeed to John Perry. We're going to bring him over this side. Yeah, there you go. Michael Clark is coming in. So 600 more votes just before you go to Marion rather than Michael.
There's a break of 600 between them. So
okay.
So
all right, John McCartan, I might just get you to do a quick tally on that to see how it's going to vary.
It was 420. It was a 420 lead by Michael Clark. So that means that there's roughly going to be 180 to 200 that Marion Harkin. All
right, Michael Clark. Good evening to you. You're very welcome. Thank you indeed for joining us. What a campaign, what a few weeks. You're in the mix right up to the end. At this stage, Michael, I presume, and we'll just give you a chance to get the headphones on. At this stage, and again with the way the situation is changing here, almost by the minute, is it too close to call?
Well, it appears to me it's going to be a photo finish. But can I just first of all take this opportunity to thank my cabinet, my Director of Elections, Barry Clark, my nephew, my son James, who done all the online footage and the Facebook stuff, my son Augustine, who done the strategy, my nephew Niall Clark, who done all the postering throughout the constituency, my niece Clodagh Burdens, who done all the press releases and the paperwork. My great friend Arlene Timpany, who advises on all health issues. And Richard McLaughlin, who done all the technical detail in relation to our campaign. And Jason Kilgallen, who advises on education and on rural affairs and farming. I'd also like to acknowledge Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and the Sligo Show, Brendan Tierney, for allowing me to get my platform out to the public. Brendan Tierney has a fantastic setup there in the ATU, and he should be supported for €250 for an hour of fantastic footage that has travelled over to 100,000 viewers in the Northwest, and I want to give him that plug. I'd also like to thank the Sligo Weekender for the Leitrim Observer, the Donegal Democrat, the Western People who facilitated me with my press releases during the campaign. I'd also like to acknowledge a number of ladies that left their sickbed to come out on the day of the election to vote for me. Elsie Gray from Collins, Ellen Healy from Templeboy, and Catherine Rolston from Eastkey, who were very, very ill and still got out to the polling station to cast their vote. I'd also like to thank all my family and my friends, my sons James, Augustine and Patrick, my partner Kate, who was there every moment supporting me, and to my boys' mother Siobhan, who have reared 3 fantastic, brilliant, well-educated men here in the Northwest, who are working here in the Northwest and living here in the Northwest. I know that I'd also like to acknowledge my West Sligo colleague Joe Queenan, who was really anxious, I suppose, to support the Fianna Fáil organisation, but stayed quiet and allowed me to get my campaign up and running. I note that Independent Ireland came to me to consider a candidacy, and I felt so strongly for the Northwest, and the Independent Ireland don't recognise any county boundaries. And for example, the farming issue and the way the farmers have been treated over the last 5 or 6 years, and I wanted to highlight that issue. We need to change the ethos in the Department of Agriculture in Dublin so that instead of coming out fining farmers and hurting the payments that they should be there, helping the farmers to improve, develop the farmers.
And was that a big factor, Michael, in you deciding to go at Independent Ireland? The policies, their manifesto, it was a fit for what you wanted to achieve as an independent council for a long period of time. The manifestos matched up. You had similar interests, and you felt here's a chance to really make a difference here, maybe at a national level.
Absolutely. And can I just continue to say that rural planning, once-off houses, which I've been campaigning for the last 15 years as a councillor in Sligo County Council, Sligo Galway Train, was off the agenda. The N17. Now all the major parties have accepted my policies here in the Northwest that these issues have to be delivered, especially in rural Ireland, and to keep young people at home. Now, it is a photo finish. I'm not sure who's going to fill the 4 seats, but if I don't make it, then we have no change. We have the same 4 outfits going back to Dáil Éireann. So, continually to do the same thing and to see the failure for the Northwest, we can blame nobody but ourselves if that happens. So I'm delighted that my campaign went so well. I was disappointed with the way that the media treated me and didn't facilitate me in any...
All right, okay, let's elaborate on that. What were the concerns with the media?
Well, the concerns with the media that when the Taoiseach and when the Minister for Finance landed to Sligo, they were afforded a fantastic time on airtime, especially on Ocean FM. And when my co-running Michael Fitzmaurice came to the constituency, the media, including Ocean FM, were advised that he was in the constituency but had no interest in talking to him. They were also advised that I had the chairman of...
In fairness, Michael Fitzmaurice would be a regular contributor on Ocean FM over many years, and always has been, and always, as far as I'm concerned, has always been welcomed on the Ocean FM airwaves.
On this situation...
Yeah, but I think in fairness, it's important to bring that balance to it. I also want to point out, I think it's important, Councillor Clark, to point out...
There's no balance here.
All candidates, you were offered an opportunity to take part in a debate, which, unfortunately, as you said, I think for personal reasons, you couldn't.
Well, I can tell you how I couldn't turn up there. On the morning I prepared for that debate, I have a man that comes in to help me on the farm, and occasionally, 3 or 4 occasions, he takes an epileptic fit. And on that morning, at 9:15, when I was preparing to leave for Ocean FM, he was in the cattle shed having a fit, and I had to stay with him. And it took me 2 hours to get him turned.
That's completely...
And I can also say that when another councillor from Donegal came on and challenged me in relation to toilets in Ballyshannon, and I was mentioned, Ocean FM never contacted me for me to clear my name in what the allegation was made. He was admitting that he failed to do the toilets and stuff like that. But Ocean FM was definitely not facilitating me in my campaign this time. And that's regrettable that Ocean FM took that political position.
All right. Can we concentrate on where you find yourself now here in the general election at the minute? Would you acknowledge, obviously in the mix here for the final couple of seats, is it a straight battle between yourself and Marion Harkin at this stage?
Yeah, it'll be a photo finish, and Marion Harkin seems to have momentum now in relation to the transfers. We won't know until every vote is counted, and it's too tight to call. Sinn Féin will decide whether it's Michael
The Chris McManus transfers is going to be significant.
Well, Sinn Féin will decide whether they would have got certain indications what they wanted to vote for, and so it's in their hands. It's in Sinn Féin's hands to fill the last seat. So, regardless whether it's Michael Clark or Marion Harkin or whoever that goes to Dublin, they have a job to do, and I wish them well. But I'm very happy with my campaign that I highlighted those very important issues for the Northwest, not only to succeed a seat. It wasn't really about getting a seat. It was about creating the circumstances where the big parties had to look at the issues in the Northwest. And I can quite confidently say here tonight that if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael go back into government, which they're expected to do, and they don't deliver the train to Sligo Galway, they don't deliver the N17, and can I just say about the N17, The current selected route of the N17 is displacing 54 families, homesteads for generations, as if it was designed to take those people out of rural Ireland and cut through their homesteads. So it is an unfair route selection, and I hope that they will return to a situation where the N17 will be enhanced rather than relocating the road half a mile away from it. The bypasses are required. Bypasses are required of Tubbercurry and Balnacara. There's not much issue around Balnacara that can be done straight away without any issue. So, you know, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael had an opportunity a year ago to advance the N17.
All right. Just on the TD's been returned, it's not going to be like for like. It seems this time round. Maybe we have to wait and see. Obviously, Mark McSharry not running again, so there is going to be change.
Is there any difference between Mark McSharry and Eamon Scanlon, going back to the Dáil? Eamon Scanlon can go to the Dáil now when he can sit in the high chair.
Well, Eamon Scanlon, Fianna Fáil, Mark McSharry, independent.
Exactly, and he can go and he can sit on the back benches now and relax for 5 years. There's no pressure on him to deliver anything.
Okay.
And there is no pressure on Marion Harkin to deliver anything if she succeeds today either. She can do exactly what she wants for the next 5 years, and I'm sure she won't be on the radio as much as she was for the last 3 weeks.
You mentioned there about Michael Fitzmaurice. How big of a factor was Michael Fitzmaurice in attracting you to independence?
Well, I'll tell you, it was such a large... For me to independent, it was no brainer for me to join with Michael Fitzmaurice because his policies are my policy and there's no issue there. When Michael Fitzmaurice asked me to run, Fianna Fáil were only going to run one candidate, Edel McSharry. So then Fianna Fáil headquarters said, we have a challenge here, we could end up with no seat, so they added Eamon Scanlon. And a week later they discovered that the Michael Fitzmaurice factor might be strong in South Leitrim, so they had to ring Paddy O'Rourke. So I had to deal with 3 Fianna Fáil candidates looking for local votes, calling for a Fianna Fáil vote. So I was struggling in that situation where if I had South Leitrim or South Sligo to myself, I would be in a very, very comfortable situation here tonight.
Caroline Corcoran was also added.
Yeah, Caroline Corcoran was to be added to the Donegal ticket, and I wasn't consulted about that. I don't know why she was put on the Sligo one. I have no idea. Never met her, don't know anything about her, so I don't know why she was there.
Okay. Stay with us for a moment, if you will. Like all candidates here tonight, I've given our panel the opportunity, and they're going to do that. Michael, you want to come in with some tally figures? Please wait for us for a moment, Councillor Clark.
Congratulations to Michael Clark on his good vote, and the tally figures, I only got in there for the end of his interview, but the tally figures I'll agree with his assessment there that it's for Sinn Féin vote now to decide, because this account will be announced shortly, and it will put Marion Harkin ahead at this stage. So what we're looking at is 396 for Michael, brings him up to just shy of 8,000, 7,969. Frank Feighan got a great pull there. He got a 11381. That's 1,100. Sorry, 1,381. 1381. And it gives him a surplus of 860, which will be another count. That count will favour Marion.
That takes him to 12.
Yeah. 12,241. Marion Harkin, 1161, brings her to 8,306. Martin Kenny, 271, brings them to 10,218. Chris McManus, 234, brings them to 6,932. And Eamon Scanlon, the main beneficiary from Edel McSharry's votes, 2,429, which is 9,740. So we have tallies done on Feighan's. It was easy to do them there for the surplus. That will favour Harkin, but then there'll be 2 more counts to take into account. It's the 6,932 McManus votes. We don't have tallies on them, but I would feel that Clark would beat Harkin on whatever they get. And obviously Chris will put Kenny with a surplus, and there'll be something there as well, and I would fancy Clark to win that part. So it's probably too early to call. Maybe Harkin is the favourite at the moment.
Okay, John McCartan, your take on this?
Yeah, okay, so I'm kind of figuring that roughly after this there'll be 172 votes separating Michael and Marion, and in Marion's favour, which is, quite a turnaround. Marion has been steadily clawing that back. Then if we're to believe so that the Sinn Féin transfer from Chris McManus is going to favour Michael, that puts Michael back in contention. That's going to be a large vote. So that and Frank Feighan surplus favouring Marion, so that readdresses that in some small way. This is really, as Michael says, a photo finish. And I have to say, it has been an absolutely incredible race from start to finish, because first of all, very early doors in the campaign, Michael comes out of nowhere, hits the ground running, an incredible campaign. I said it yesterday, first thing I see when the campaign starts is an 8x4 of Michael and Michael Fitzmaurice at the foot of our hill, and then you got great talk about your campaign too, Michael, and there's a lot of respect for you out there, and the rural community, I think, certainly we're at your back for a lot of this. However, I think as the day has progressed here, the old habits that people had of voting for Marion Harkin have come back, and Marion has always been transfer friendly, and we're seeing this turnaround now that has left both of them in a very uncomfortable position for the next couple of hours. And I have both the height of admiration for the campaign you've ran, Michael, and the height of sympathy for the pressure you're going to be under for the next few hours. But I do congratulate you on an absolutely excellent campaign.
John Ellis.
Very simple answer. And Michael was right. The Shinners are going to decide who's going to be elected. Now, their vote, it's not Arthur Gibbons, it's Chris McManus's votes that are going to be distributed. So you don't know. And remember, Sinn Féin has always been fairly good at encouraging their people to vote in a certain way. And you don't know who they've encouraged their preferences to go after they're finished with their own, because they're the best party. They remind me of Fianna Fáil 35 or 40 years ago, when we could go out and decide that area was divided in three and you fought your corner. But now you don't know. And while Marion Harkin is 300-400 ahead, you still have to deal with Frank Feighan's surplus, which is massive. Nobody ever dreamt of that happening. And then when you're finished with that, you're heading into the situation of having to deal with Chris McManus's elimination. And that could be anywhere. And then you're into a surplus again. And that surplus is going to have to be distributed between Michael and Marion.
John Perry.
Well, just looking at the Sinn Féin vote, first of all, I'd like to compliment Michael, and a huge admiration for Michael, an outstanding campaign, and the whole Sons and family, extended family, that he really, as I said earlier today, to the Land, Sea and Air campaign, he was the only one that really put imagination into the campaign. I know he's a straight-talking politician. I've seen him operate in the council, and a tremendous respect. He really has the pulse of what is required, and and he is a worker, and I've no doubt the point that he said there at the moment, people, if they had an issue, so he's successfully elected, they have no doubt about going to Michael Clare, because it will be dealt with. So I mean that I would say myself that I know that I think when you look at the difference at the moment, that I think I just couldn't call it. There's 270 votes approximately in the difference. When you look at and you must remember that Sinn Féin have a considerable base. If you look at the local elections, there was 3 candidates who went for Sinn Féin in the Ballymote electoral area. 3 candidates. There was a candidate who went for in West Sligo. Correctly, she polled, what am I, 400 or 500 votes, didn't she? 800 votes. And you look at, there was a candidate in Giva and a candidate, Sinn Féin candidate in Tubbercurry. So my summer is observation of those 3 candidates and the campaign that Michael put into South, West and East Sligo, where I think the whole litmus test of this election will be, if you take that area, and there was 3 councillors. They made a mistake by running 3 councillors in that area, but when you add up the combined vote, and if you're going to Eastkey and Drumore West, from my experience as a politician over there was always a tendency. There was a Sinn Féin vote in West Sligo and there's a Sinn Féin vote up in Giva, and if you take that over in Tubbercurry. So I think that I wouldn't feel anyway, Michael, your chances, in my opinion, I've been advocating your election since the very start, and I'm going to still hold firm and not for to Marion in any sense. I wish her well, but I still hold firm in my opinion that when the Sinn Féin vote is transferred with the campaign that Michael ran in South and West Sligo, that Sinn Féin vote in South and West Sligo that went for the council will come through.
Okay, man, you want to make one last comment?
I concur with that, what John Purdy said, and actually I remember the first time that Michael was elected to the county council, and I know he had a few people that used to be prominent Sinn Féin people were some of his head campaigners, so like we'll just concur with that. There's just one more tally I'll give you before we get back to finishing up. Because obviously Adele McSharry surpluses were given out, it was easy to do Feighan's tally on where his surplus is going to go. So the spread on it would be 43% to Marion and 11% to Clark. So when the votes were given out, obviously, as I said earlier, Marion would win that one. But then the other two counts are the Sinn Féin counts. The distribution of McManus's votes, 6,900. And then whatever amount Kenny is over, that surplus, that will have to be given out as well. So he'll have two cracks at it to get back ahead.
Okay, final question, Michael Clark, that I want to put to you. Your overall experience...
Before you ask me the question, can I just comment on some of your panel's points? I don't care if a Sinn Féin man comes to me, a Fine Gael man comes to me, an independent man or woman, or or any religion, or faith, or colour. If they ask me to do something, I'll do my very, very best to do it. And they mightn't return the vote in the ballot box. But I don't see any politics or religion when a person needs help. And whether I have to go to the Dáil now or go back to the council, I will continue to work for the rural people of this county and the Northwest. And I will continue to support people that have good ideas that will help the Northwest to build up its population and to get back our cancer services and other things that were lacking and lost. And the final point I'll make about the situation is that when these 4 TDs go to Dáil, whoever they are, that if they do not do their job, Sinn Féin will take 2 seats here in the next general election, without any doubt. Without any doubt. And to be quite honest, if the N17 and the Western Trail isn't delivered, the bypass in Carrick and Shannon, I'll be canvassing with Sinn Féin to ensure that they do secure the second bit.
You'll be held accountable. Can I get your overall impressions? And you've highlighted some of the issues that you've had here in this campaign. It's been a campaign that has been, a lot of it has been fought on social media. Simon Harris's gaffe in Kanturk, the meeting that he's had there. Unfortunately, you have been the issue of some comments as well on social media, going back to historical events as well. How did you feel about that?
Well, you know, I'm very proud of myself. And I inspire an awful lot of people. I can tell you that a man came to me one morning and he was after doing something stupid, and he was on the front page of the local paper. And he said, I'll never be able to show my face again. So I asked him, what was on the front page of that paper the week before you? And he wasn't able to tell me. So I can tell you that people that want to highlight issues about a mistake anybody makes in the past, no matter who they are, have a lot of mistakes made themselves and are not helping anybody and never will help anybody. And I'm very surprised that the likes of Ocean FM allows these clones and blots to make comments on podcasts that you circulate, and you do not protect in any way the people.
Well, I completely disagree with that. There's an editorial responsibility to make sure all candidates are treated equally and fairly.
No, but you should have a proper responsibility to ensure that someone that is false making a comment on your website should be taken down immediately. If they're generated Facebook in Thailand, paid by an opposition party to put in this blot, why isn't...
But that's unfortunately the social media.
Yeah, but you're facilitating that, and you're not taking any action on it.
It's how social media has come to. All right, we leave it at that. Councillor Michael Clark, thank you so much indeed for joining us. Good luck for the remainder of the night. I will talk to you later. There you go. Councillor Michael Clark, thank you very much indeed for joining us here in our studio. Let's get some maybe further reaction in relation to how the transfer of those figures are going to fare out now at that stage and the breakdown of them. John McCartan, again, very, very difficult to predict, very difficult to call.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting one now on, we'll say, Frank Feighan surplus, 43% favouring Marion, 11% favouring Michael. So that definitely means that there is, a correction there on the way. I think there are probably about, just looking at the figures as I double-check them there, 396 votes between them. Am I right about that? Yeah. 396 votes between them now. I don't know, another little bit of a gap coming between them from Frank Feighan surplus, but then the Sinn Féin elimination. And I don't know if there has been a directive issued to candidates to ask people to vote a certain way with their number 3s by Sinn Féin, but if there has been, maybe that will, as Michael has alluded to, that will give Sinn Féin the deciding vote.
All right. OK, I think we'll take a break at this stage. We'll catch our breath and we're back again very, very shortly.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome back to the Clayton Hotel in Sligo here for Ocean FM's general election coverage. We're still waiting for some news on the Del McSharry transfer, and that's going to be significant, as we've been outlining here over the last while, in relation to the make-up in particular of the final seat. More about that in just a couple of moments' time. 5 minutes to a count, and we will have significant information from that particular count when it becomes available. But let's concentrate on something completely different. On a day when Kildare Strandhill are celebrating, Tony McLaughlin is back here, former Sligo Leitrim TD, and you've got the colours on. You're a proud man this evening.
Absolutely, John. A wonderful achievement for Kildare Strandhill. I know, having won the county championship first of all, and then secondly having beaten Ballina Stephenites, and there wasn't much hope for Kildare Strandhill. And then today, I mean, this is a super day and super weekend for me, like, you know what I mean, because a double here with Frankie Feighan and Kildare Strandhill. But certainly, I just left Kildare House there, where there's a lot of celebration going on, and rightly so, because this team are absolutely unique. I mean, they're a credit to themselves, to their club, to the county now as
And tell me a little bit about the atmosphere out there at the minute. It must be absolutely fantastic. It was a surprise. Here was the team who had beaten Porrick Pearses, who had beaten Carafin, had beaten Bohol en route, so they would have expected to have gone really well.
Absolutely, yeah. Both the teams that we beaten after the county championship, both Ballina Stephenites, who were a very, very good team, and then today, I mean, we were going in as the complete underdogs, like, you know what I mean. This team have a very, very good pedigree, like, you know what I mean. And as you say, John, already this year, and you've covered some of them games, and you've seen these players, like, you know what I mean. But our guys, like, they went down 3, 4 points, 5 points at one stage. But this is the hallmark of a good team. But I mean, they were fantastic today, and they're a credit to, and even the coaches and everything else. There was no panic. We went down and conceded a penalty. You mightn't have seen it, John, now. You were busy here. Yeah, sure. Yeah. But being there, and then we did the circuit of the peninsula there, and headed back to Kildare House. So everybody is in Kildare House, and they're all welcome to Kildare House to celebrate. This is a fantastic. It's been 83, I think, since St Mary's won the last Connacht Championship, John. So I mean,
that's long overdue, and congratulations to all connected. Have you had an opportunity to examine the political state of play here over the last while? Again, you're an experienced observer of these. What's your gut instinct telling you at this stage, Tony, in relation to the makeup of the seats now?
Yeah, yesterday evening, and I was here on the show, and I suppose, having been there and done that with years, I think that it looks very much from what I was hearing during the day, even with the match. I was still being given some updates and briefings on what was happening here. But I think that certainly Frankie Feighan is over the quarter now on this, I believe, on this one here. And then you have Martin Kenny, and you have Eamon Scanlon. And I mean, yesterday evening, and I spoke at the time, it was going to be good down to the wire for the last seat, with Marion Harkin and with...
All right, okay, I think we're in a position now where we can go back to the returning officer, and details of that count, I think, should be coming through very, very shortly indeed. And here we go.
The following is the result of the 11th count, which consisted of the distribution of Del McSharry's 6,062 votes. Clark Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 396. Total votes 7,969. Feighan Frank, Fine Gael, plus 1,177. Total votes 12,187. 241. 12241. Harkin Marion non-party plus 1,161. A total vote of 8,306. 8306. Kenny Martin Sinn Féin plus 271. Total vote 10,218. 10218. McManus Chris Sinn Féin plus 234. Total votes 6,932. 6932. Scanlon Eamon Fianna Fáil plus 2,428. Total votes 9,740. 9740. Non-transferable papers not effective 395. As the votes of Frank Feighan exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. There is an undistributed surplus as follows. Frank Feighan, 860 votes surplus. The distribution of the available surplus could not materially affect the progress of the count because such distribution cannot elect the highest continuing candidate or save the lowest candidate from exclusion. I will now proceed, therefore, to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. And that's Chris McManus, 6,932 votes, which will be the next count. Gormagib.
So, let's go to Austin O'Callaghan now, who's going to grab a word with Deputy Frank Feighan, returned as a TD to Sligo Leitrim.
And it looks like it's climbing way up to the sky. Oh, beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going our way.
Let's get a word with Frank Feighan. Frank Feighan, congratulations. Been returned to Dáil Éireann. What are your emotions right now?
Look, it's great to have so many friends, so many supporters, so many people out there, and it's a great honour to represent the constituency of Sligo, Leitrim and South Donegal. I've been in the Roxas for over 22 years, and I've made so many great friends, not just in Fine Gael, but from many, many political parties and none. And it was great to get around the constituency and see what a great country we have, what wonderful people out there, and they articulated their concerns, articulated their views. But this is a great country, and I'm very, very proud to be part of a government that hopefully will lead this country.
You were the sole Fine Gael candidate in Sligo Leitrim, but this was far from a one-person show.
Well, as I said, so many people put their faith in me, so many of our councillors, so many of our TDs. I see Mr. Tony McLaughlin here, and I came out, and that's what it's all about. Fine Gael, they believe that they always try to put the country first, and I am so honoured. But also I'm so honoured that the people of Sligo, Leitrim and South Donegal from across all sections put their trust in me to represent them in Dáil Éireann. And there is another 3 seats, and I know the people out there will put people in those 3 seats as well, along with many of the other candidates who were excellent as well, who maybe were not successful on this occasion.
And you continue your record of never having lost an election. I know you say there's a technicality around that, but do you think with increased success comes increased expectation?
Absolutely. Sometimes you need to be lucky, and I've been very, very lucky in life and very, very lucky in politics. And I'm so lucky to have my beautiful wife here, Elaine, and Francesca and Macdara. So in life, you always look what's positive, and I'm so thankful that everything works out.
You were spotted on the pitch finally at Markovich Park today, running on to celebrate Cullever Strandhill. You've been in a few winnings and closures today.
Well, yes, and it was great to see Cullever Strandhill, my neighbouring club, win the Connacht Championship for the first time in 41 years. And they beat my old Roscommon club, Pádraig Pearson. But Pádraig Pearson had their day, and it was a great game. And I'm delighted to see the optimism out there. And again, I see Tony McLaughlin here and Fergal Nealon. They're from Cullever Strandhill, and it was a great day.
Well, congratulations have been returned to Dáil.
Thank you very much.
Austin, and congratulations indeed to Deputy Frank Feighan. Maybe let's start on that. John Parry, I think it's only right and fitting that maybe we start off with yourself. Deputy Frank Feighan elected. The one candidate strategy worked, he's returned, and now of course there'll be speculation whether he can secure a senior minister.
Well, I'd like to congratulate Frank. It's an outstanding achievement for Elaine and the children and the whole extended crew. That was his campaign team that put in a fantastic campaign. I suppose I think that he is justifiably to head the poll and to get elected is a remarkable achievement. I have no doubt with I suppose he will win one of the senior Fine Gael deputies in Leinster House, that he will be certainly very much seeking recognition for the region, that he'll get a ministerial appointment, and I think that would be very good for the region. So I wish him well. I'm delighted for him, and I think that he put in a very thorough, effective campaign. It's a job well done.
Tony McLaughlin, he's continuing this Fine Gael legacy that, of course, you were a part of here in the Northwest, in Sligo. He's never lost an election.
No.
It's an amazing stat, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Over the years, whether in Roscommon, in the constituency of Roscommon, you had South Leitrim.
South Leitrim, yeah.
Excuse me, and Roscommon, and then into Sligo last time, and now again. But I mean, the amount of work and the effort and the commitment that this man has shown to the electorate, I mean, I've seen it. And I've seen it over the last couple of weeks. I've been canvassing with Frank and been very, very close to him over the last number of weeks. And his team. And, he had delivered for a lot of things. Now, there's a lot of issues, John, and they've been highlighted here as well as that. But Frank has taken them on board and will continue. And I think that, it's a great day for both himself and his family, you know what I mean?
It's a fantastic achievement for him.
It certainly is.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Can I bring in John McCartan again, another one of the Fine Gael representatives who will be here this evening? John, you would have worked closely with Frank over a number of years. Quantify the significance of him getting through this time round with that one-party candidate strategy.
Yeah, well, I guess I kind of was there at the beginning when we decided to have a one-party candidate strategy in a different constituency, which was Roscommon South Leitrim, and it was a controversial decision that we had to take at the time. And I remember it was, we agonised over it at branch level and at organisation level, district executive and constituency executive level, and the party eventually, didn't like it, but aligned themselves with the strategy that one candidate may not be representing directly County Leitrim, but if we got behind them, we could ensure that we get a seat for Fine Gael. Frankie didn't let us down when we did that. First of all, he campaigned relentlessly in County Leitrim, but when the election was over and Frankie got his seat, that wasn't the end of him. It became, it almost became a joke that Feighan was at everything. It was like he had a body double. He was, from the get-go, from the morning after the election, he was turning up at stuff. He couldn't pass through anybody's town without texting them and saying, I'm coming through, will we have a cup of coffee? He'd call into the local shop. And I give out about funerals having to be a part of rural politics, but Frankie attended them, and if there was a funeral on in the area and he was finding it difficult to make it, he'd be ringing you to see what's the quickest way to get there, where will the traffic be backed up. An absolutely incredible amount of energy he brought to not just the campaign, but he campaigned from the day he won the election, and it seemed unsustainable. It seemed that he was never going to keep that up, and he kept it up all the way through his representation of Sligo South Leitrim, and then there was Frankie ended up coming a cropper of the whip and being forced to do. John F. Kennedy wrote a book, Profiles in Courage. He had to do a courageous thing and vote in a way that annoyed some of his constituents, and it cost him a run the next time round. But frankly, in spite of bad luck, he managed to get himself back into a situation here in Sligo-Leitrim to contest and win. And it was that same energy again that gave people the confidence to allow Frankie to be the one candidate. It was the way that he had treated us in South Leitrim that gave us the confidence to say we can accept Frankie as one candidate and he will deliver a seat for us. And he delivered the vote in Leitrim.
All right, okay. I'm going to take a quick commercial break. Chris McManus, we're going to speak to Chris immediately after we come back, right after these.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
Very welcome back here to the Clayton Hotel in Sligo. The state of play at the minute, we've just had Frank Feighan, Deputy Frank Feighan elected, and as a result of that now, the elimination also took place in the last count there on Chris McManus. Chris McManus, I'm delighted to say, has joined us here. Thank you indeed for coming into the studio. I know it's difficult to come in immediately after the news just been confirmed. You fought a good fight, I think that would be fair to say. You polled well, maybe better than expectations. Give me your initial reaction to the campaign and the result.
Well, I just want to take the opportunity once again just to thank the nearly 7,000 voters who supported me by the time I've just been eliminated. And obviously, I'm in the first instance, I'm disappointed because you partake in elections because you obviously want to win and take a seat. But in saying that, John, I and the team around me in County Sligo, and that was the area that we were designated in terms of vote management, we built a very, very strong foundation. I think County Sligo is one of the few areas across the state where Sinn Féin's vote hasn't dipped. We took 6,000 votes in 2020, we took 6,000 votes in 2024, and that is a really, really strong foundation. And I'm very proud of my team who went out and knocked thousands and thousands of doors, who worked exceptionally hard, and all those people then who repaid that effort by us by going out and voting for myself and for the Sinn Féin team. And like as I said, it's a brilliant foundation, and we will use this in a very strong, meaningful manner as we move forward, because that vote puts Sinn Féin as the second largest party in County Sligo. And as I said, that's a credit to the positive message, the positive campaign. We went out and we fought. We wanted
and can I ask you about the lead up into the campaign? Last time round, Martin Kinney was a standalone TD here. You had a period of time in Europe as well for your service as an MEP. Was that an advantage to you, do you think, this time round? Obviously, you were out of the area, you were out of the constituency, you were based in Europe. So I'd always be curious about that. Would that be an advantage on coming in facing a general election campaign?
Well, the one thing it gave me was name recognition. I went to doors all across the county, and as soon as I introduced myself, or as soon as some of our team would, people knew straight away who we were talking about. They knew who Chris McManus was, and that obviously enhanced profile came from being in Europe. Now, obviously, being in Europe for 4 years means you're a little bit disconnected from the constituency, but it also means that you're accessing, people with, serious political leverage. You are engaging at high-level politics, and it gave a very broad understanding of being able to articulate not just the needs for County Sligo, but for the Northwest as a region. Because one of my priorities, or a couple of my priorities when I was out in Europe, was to engage with that fact that, that we are being treated, and it's an EU's own statistic, that our region is one that has actually gone backwards. It's now used to be a developed region, it's now in transition. But also because of my 4 years on the Agricultural Committee, I was very conversant in those issues that are famous in many smaller family farms, rural issues, and trying to articulate those issues of reversing rural decline. And those were big benefits to me. The fact that I got 1,000 votes outside my management area in South Donegal and in Leitrim shows that there was a high recognition rate of me, and that people who may not have decided that they wanted to go vote for Sinn Féin would have said, well, there's somebody who's serious about their politics and has been engaging in it at a very high level. So I think those were positives and very much in my favour.
Was the vote management as good as it possibly could have been?
Look, vote management is not an exact science. You learn as you go, and obviously there's still some improvement for us. But what we have shown is that Sinn Féin are very strong contenders and very viable to take 2 seats at the subsequent election. And I want to ensure that at the next election that we have a Sinn Féin TD in Sligo, and I obviously will be looking to be that Sinn Féin TD, because as I said, I was able to bring maybe something a bit more to the table than because of my experiences in Europe, the fact that I have nearly 20 years as a councillor, them years in Europe.
Okay.
And as I said,
talk to me, if you will, about the 5 years that's going to intervene now between now and the next general election. Obviously, you'll be involved with the party, but what's that period of time going to hold in store for you?
Well, in the first instance, I want to take a few days to dust myself down, and there's about 4 or 5 weeks of housework that I need to catch up on. But yeah, look, I'll sit down with my team and we will be looking at how we move the project forward of electing a Sinn Féin TD in Sligo, and where I insert myself very much, hopefully, at the centre of that. Because, as I said, this election has enhanced and raised, the obvious potential for Sinn Féin in County Sligo to take a seat as a TD. And I'll be looking for the best platform possible over the next weeks and months to continue the political activism that I've always been engaged with, to raise those issues that are important to me, those issues of regional imbalance, of reversing rural decline, and for me as an Irish Republican, the platform of trying to ensure that we move forward towards Irish unity, because those are the politics I've been engaged with for 30 plus years of my life, and those are the ones that I want to continue articulating. So we'll take a wee step back, we'll wait till the election is over, we'll see how do we continue that project of electing a Sinn Féin TD here in County Sligo.
The $6 million question now is very much focusing in on where your transfers are going to go, and it's close between Marion Harkin. I think it's 337 votes that's between Marion Harkin and Michael Clark at the minute. Marion Harkin in the lead. So where would you see your votes going to here?
Well, for obvious reasons, no candidate or party tallied their own number 2, so I couldn't be able to tell you exactly what the breakup of them is. And with so many candidates actually been eliminated at this stage, quite a number of, if you were tallying 2s way back on the first when they were sorting them early yesterday,
But Sinn Féin vote nowadays does transfer. One time you'd expect it to stay 1 and 2, and that was it.
Absolutely, people, vote down the line, or the vote, vote left, or the vote, geographically towards, Sligo Town, North Sligo. Probably, the 6,000 votes, or the 7,000 votes that I'm leaving the field with, I would have to say, obviously, that there's a more, Sligo Town, environs, North Sligo, tone to them, and I did get a reasonable vote too out of North Leitrim and South Donegal. But again, I would have to say that would probably maybe favour Marion Harkin. But again, I have no actual analysis of that. That's just really a gut instinct, John.
All right, okay. Now, as what we've done here with all our candidates throughout the coverage, I'm going to give our panel a chance to have a quick word with you. John Perry, I'll start off with you this time. What would you like to say to Chris McManus?
Congratulate Chris on an outstanding, successful campaign. He got a remarkable vote and excellent vote management. I think that he clearly has a fantastic foundation there to build. It really is a remarkable achievement, and that I've no doubt there will be very clearly in the hunt for a second seat in this constituency in the next occasion. I think that when you look at the amount of candidates, the level of commitment of all candidates, but obviously Martin Kenny was on his own on the last occasion. It was a good political divide. It can be very difficult to agree in any political structure, but I think it is quite evident the vote management was the best I've seen for quite a while in any political party. So I think that on this occasion he should be very happy with his vote. He polled very well in the European elections. He had 5,000 votes in the county of Sligo. He has increased upon that on this occasion. So I think he has a very strong base to, and I've no doubt we'd say that he will continue to build on that base, and I wish him well.
All right, Tony McLaughlin.
Yes, Chris, as we'd be long friends because we served on the local authority for a life.
15 years.
15 years, Chris and I, and we sat quite close together for many years as well. And there's a lot of very positive things done, and I'd just like to congratulate Chris because we've always been close personal friends, both Chris and indeed to his father, Sean, and family. I'd just like to say, Chris, that, John has mentioned it there in relation to the next 5 years. There's a vacuum now for you to keep the profile, and I'd just like to know how would you intend to keep it at that, because it's important. If you're on a local authority, at least that your name recognition or whatever else, but now you will be Chris McManus,
Yeah, and I recognise that, Tony, but look, a number of people have been kind of just suggesting me during the day I have to be thinking about the Shannon. Now that's a conversation for another day, and that's a conversation for the party to have. But if that was something that was to be considered, and I was offered a Shannon nomination, I would give it exceptionally strong consideration. You would have to, because like I said, I'm going back to the thing of I've always just wanted really the best platform that I possibly can, whether it was local authority, whether it was out in Europe, obviously trying to get into the Dáil and just falling short this time, but all I just want is a platform to articulate those politics that I hold dear.
Can I ask you, Chris, would you have the hunger now after a general election campaign to take on a Shannon campaign, because that's a difficult one as well?
Look, I've never been afraid of political activism, and I've never been afraid of engaging. Like, I'm after coming out of a 3-month campaign across 15 counties in the European election only 3-4 months ago, and people said,
it's tough.
Have you got the appetite? Have you got the energy? You've seen that result there of leaving the field with 7,000 votes. Me and my team have the hunger and have the appetite and have the energy and have the enthusiasm, because we believe very strongly in our politics. So yes, I am prepared to put my shoulder to the wheel and to continue my political activism. This is not my last election, John.
John Ellis, the Shannon's an option?
He took the words out of my mouth, because actually it was what I was going to say. Like, Chris put in a tremendous performance in this election, and it has to be recognised. But I've no doubt that the hierarchy who decide who will be the nominees, because I think that on the last occasion Sinn Féin only nominated the number of candidates that they could elect. There wasn't, like the other parties, a choice given to the electorate. That's their prerogative. They're entitled to do that. But I would think that if Sinn Féin are looking to the future, they have to be considered in giving Chris a senatorship. But it's all tricky out there, because 5 years down the road, Chris needs a platform for that 5 years. And if I was coming from my political point of view, having started in the Shannon, it is a launching pad for anybody that wants to get in. But there again, in the long term, is there that extra 4,000 or 5,000 votes in the constituency for Sinn Féin? Because when you consider back, Sinn Féin, I think you have about 13,000 between yourself and Martin at this stage, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, we took, I think, approximately...
you had
about 13,000 between us, but I don't know if it would need to be that big a figure, John. I actually think that if I'd probably 700, 800, 900 votes more, that last count and who would have been eliminated would have been a much different, much different picture.
Yeah.
And then if it had been one of the other two candidates had been eliminated, I definitely would have been in the shake-up for the last seat.
Yeah, you see...
John Ellis.
Chris is actually right. It depends on eliminations and everything. Okay, it's grand if you have enough to stay in the race, but eliminations can turn the thing on its head. And even the order of elimination, because this present elimination of you now, before Frankie Feighan's surplus is distributed, there's no need to distribute it at this stage. It could change the whole ball game because
absolutely, and that's one of the great things of the PRS-TV system. There are so many factors. There's people vote along political lines, along geographical lines, along maybe very specific issues that certain people have a position on. So that's the intricacies of when. And I know you are trying to do the best that you can here, but the be able to extrapolate and to second guess what's there is at times very exceptionally difficult, as John says. I'm not going to say it's impossible, because John here will tell me it's possible in some regard, but that's the thing. It's about how long you can stay in the race. That's why, as I said, maybe at the next general election, if we get the vote management a little bit more better, and as I said, it is a learning curve, we will definitely be viable for 2 seats.
John McCartan, finally.
Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, and as I said to you yesterday, Chris, absolutely incredible performance, given that you were running with a sitting TD. So I guess you're saying I was going to tell you what's possible and what's not possible. Had you 1,100 more votes, you would not be having your vote distributed right now. You would be watching a distribution coming into you, and it is quite possible you would have a seat. Sinn Féin would have taken 2 seats had you 1,100 more votes. One thing that's worth noting for you is the way that when Gino Boyle went out, the amount of that vote that you took, which means that you are not what Sinn Féin used to be traditionally, transfer unfriendly. You are taking a transfer, and you do have, obviously, you have shown that you can be both an attractive transferee for somebody voting, but also people will work for you who are not in Sinn Féin. People outside of Sinn Féin have worked for you in this election. The other thing is, you have a story to tell now. We're talking about the Shannon, and it's the one thing everybody says you need when you go canvassing your council colleagues or your former council colleagues looking for a Senate vote. You need a story to tell. You have a story to tell. Now, Sinn Féin didn't have a big performance on the last local elections, so that doesn't play to your favour. But what does play to your favour is you can go and you can say, I can deliver a second seat for Sinn Féin, and nobody can argue with you.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair enough analysis, John, and I want to thank you for that, because I think the one thing, obviously, as I said, I'm disappointed, that I've been eliminated at coming so close and within touching distance of the seat. But yes, there are so many positives for myself and my team leaving this for Sinn Féin here in County Sligo. We are viable if we can just get the vote management right, if we can ensure that we can get that positive message out there, and that that I can maintain a platform to articulate, because as you've said, the proof is in the pudding. The votes are there. I've shown that I have the ability to attract a very sizable vote, and all we need is a slight bit more, and then we can definitely be in for that 2 seats.
And it was a strange campaign for Sinn Féin in some ways, a little bit slow to get going. Then all of a sudden there seemed to be real momentum, and Fianna Fáil pipped you at the end, it seems, nationally when it comes to the most seats right at the 11th hour. When you look back at the campaign that was run nationally, what would your thoughts be on that?
I think we ran an excellent campaign. We articulated positive politics all along during the whole 3 or 4 weeks on, housing, cost of living, the needs of the healthcare service need to be addressed. And we went out with a very positive message, and we kept focused on that. I think Mary Lou had a really, really good campaign in comparison to some other political leaders. We came across, or we had no negatives during the campaign, and that's stood us in good stead. And I'm very pleased and very proud of the campaign we ran statewide, but also the campaign we ran here in Sligo-Leitrim and my own area of County Sligo. I'm looking forward to the next one.
All right, we'll watch this space with great interest. There could be another campaign coming up before too long. Keep us informed. We'll see how it goes. And you're looking to be no harm to see a senator in the Northwest as well.
We'll have that conversation on another day, John. Thanks very much. And thank you to all those out there, not just who voted for me, but who engaged in the political process. It's so important.
Chris, as always, thanks for all your courtesy and help throughout the campaign. Thank you very much indeed. That is Chris McManus, and good to get Chris's views there, just in relation to a fine campaign that he put in. Just in the end, came a little bit short. John McCartan, can I go back to you now and let's discuss what's going to happen next? So let's go back to the distribution now of the McManus vote. And talk to me about the Frank Feighan surplus.
Yeah.
Let's clarify that now.
So, the Frank Feighan surplus has been left behind because it couldn't have a material effect. However, if immediately after this count that there is a difference between the two bottom candidates that is less than Frank Feighan surplus, it will be then distributed. What I guess Frank is sitting down beside me. I'm distracted by wanting to shake his hand and say, well done, Frank, we're very proud of you. So there are 6,932 votes to be distributed now, a lot of votes. At the moment, Marion Harkin is 337 votes ahead of Michael Clark. So if, as Chris McManus hinted at, if she is stronger than Michael Clark is in this next count, in this distribution, that's it.
All right.
That's the game.
That's it. That will be it. Frank Feighan, first and foremost, congratulations. I know you spoke to Austin, but it's great to have you in here for a little bit more of an in-depth chat. You've done it. One candidate strategy. Some would say it was risky at the start, but I think what has really come true in this election is your ability to be transfer friendly.
Yeah, look, again, I want to thank everybody out there for putting the trust in me. It's been an interesting journey, and I think the three Johns here, and Tony would agree that there's great people out there, and in every town, in every village, in every rural area, there's mighty people, and I'm absolutely honoured to represent them. And this thing about rural Ireland is dead and gone, or this out there are really decent people, and they may not be voting for you, but they will show you respect. They'll articulate their fears and their concerns and also their hopes. And it was a great honour to go out and meet them again. We met everybody during the local elections, and I'd like to thank each and every one of them for putting their trust in me by whatever stroke to put on the paper. And also, again, I want to pay tribute to all the other candidates. It's a very difficult thing to put your head above the parapet and go for election, but it shows that democracy is very much alive and well.
I presume there will be coming a call inside the next few hours from Simon Harris to congratulate you on being returned to the Dáil. You've already made no secret of your ambition, and that's to look for a senior ministerial post this time round. It's been a period of transition for Fine Gael this particular election. A number of experienced politicians have stepped away from politics under the Fine Gael banner. So, a senior minister's position in the sense that I don't know what's going on elsewhere, but Donegal is looking unlikely. No Fine Gael TD in Roscommon. We mentioned was it Galway as well? Right, Mayo. Right, yeah, just right across the Western Seaboard that there needs more maybe representation there. So that obviously is the big objective.
Look, I was already talking to Simon Harris about an hour and a half ago, and he rang me to congratulate me, and I just wished them well, and there's going to be a lot of twists and turns in the next while. But yeah, I'm normally not a totally ambitious person, but I have to be ambitious for this constituency of Sligo, Leitrim and South Donegal. I have to be ambitious for the Northwest and the West, and I would hope now, as the longest serving TD in the Dáil, or the longest serving Oireachtas member in the Dáil, I would hope that I would be able to lead by example and secure a position, not for Frank Feighan, for the constituency of Sligo, Leitrim, South Donegal, but more importantly the North West.
How difficult was the last 5 years in the sense that you are the only government TD in the North West?
Well, as I said, we had COVID crisis. We now have a war in Ukraine, which has caused huge difficulties. But we also have, housing crisis, which we have to address. And as the only government TD, I'm very honoured to have been a junior minister in the Department of Health and under the National Drug Strategy for Health and Wellbeing, and it taught me a lot about how departments work. And look, we were so fortunate to have so many wonderful public servants, people in the department or principal officer, and there could be CEOs of any multinational, and so a lot of people in the public service, if they show initiative, they are upskilled, and a lot of people have been brought in from the private sector. So we are in very, very good hands, and it is not political. They do what's right by the department and by the country, which to me is very assuring. But what you do in government is you make decisions, and a lot of times it's either unpalatable or very unpalatable. But you got to make those decisions in the best interest of the people. And I listen to the people, and there are many, many challenges, and of course there'll be many challenges coming down the line. We don't even know what those challenges will be yet, but you have to have a stable government to provide stability for this country, and whatever geopolitical challenges from locally, nationally, internationally, we have to have a middle government, and to me the centre must hold.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to get some water on board there as well, and I'll give the panel an opportunity to have a chat and say a few words to you. Can I start with John Perry, and I'll come to you in a moment, John. John.
Yes, first, as I already said, that I'm really proud of Frank and how well he has done, and congratulate him and his wife and children. It's an outstanding achievement. I think that he ran a superb campaign. He got a huge endorsement, to head the poll and to get the vote across every ballot box across the whole constituency. I'm sure that with the mandate that he has, and in light of the absence of other deputies in the region, that he's, and the longest serving TD, that he'd be justifiably entitled then for the region, and it'd be very important for this constituency that we'd have a senior man with a senior ministry. And I've no doubt that with Frank and his high regard he's held in this House by all parties, that he will. I'd be disappointed if he doesn't get that, but I feel he will. And I wish all I can say that he put in a good campaign, he had a good team around him, and it's a wonderful achievement and a fantastic recognition of, I suppose, the Feighan family and the extended family and all the relations and friends, and that's which means so much to Frank across the county and Leitrim and Sligo, whatever else. So I wish him well and hope his next 5 years is very successful, and congratulations, Frank.
John Ellis.
I'd also like to congratulate Frank. He put in what I call a campaign to gather your own, which is a very important campaign, because they're the first people you need to get. Get the Fine Gael people out, and anything after that is a bonus, and especially in a one-candidate strategy. But I would hope, for the sake of the whole Northwest region, if Fine Gael up back in power, that Frank would be given a ministry. He got a short spell as a junior minister. I thought it was a bit lousy. I'm not going to win it, of Varadkar asking you to move one side
I was told I was there for 2.5 years, and I didn't mind.
Well, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
A deal is a deal.
Absolutely.
But why I'm saying this is we need somebody that's going to be able to deliver as far as right across. Forget about politics. There's so many things that are needed. Like we need the N4 done. We need the N16. Yeah. We need the railways and the N17, and these are infrastructure projects that are needed if people are going to be able to live, and we can develop our area. And we have to be upfront here. Our Green pals that was in government the last time, they blocked everything in sight once you left the M50.
Well, now the good news is the N4 is moving.
Yeah.
The Carrick-on-Shannon bypass. Yeah. No, it's moving at pace. The Carrick-on-Shannon bypass, and also the route key to Mullingar. Yeah. There was an issue regarding the N17 we got a solution. I got a solution last January with Eamon Ryan. I remember sending a text or talking to Leo Varadkar and said when the Greens wanted, and in fairness, there was 3 of us in the party, they wanted funding for National Development Plan, we were able to get an agreement to get an offer, and okay, it wasn't ideal, but it held it up for 4 weeks. But I'm absolutely delighted that is continued since last January. But you're absolutely right, John. There are many infrastructural areas that we need to not just deliver, but to accelerate, and you're absolutely right, John.
And there's another thing we have to be very cognizant of. That is that these things need to be got put to bed very early on in the lifetime of a government, because there is a danger coming out there, and let nobody try to run away from it. Our friend Mr. Trump could really wreck our economy with his stupidity, and he is capable of doing that. And this thing of make America great again, yeah, he'll make it great, but he'll rob the American people, and he'll also rob other nations where American companies are involved.
Housing was another issue, and I see a number of text messages that's coming up here into our coverage tonight. And I know you were working on the student accommodations. That has come up here and has been discussed numerous times today as well. Rome wasn't built in a day. Our long-term solutions been worked on. There's something that might alleviate that with the way that the ATU, which you worked on delivering to get that technological university, the next challenge now is having the suitable amount of housing for these students.
Well, I'm so proud that we have an Atlantic Technological University between St Angela's and Sligo and Letterkenny and many other places. This is the first time that we have a university north of the Dublin-Galway line. You can go now and study pharmacy or veterinary or many other things, and this is a game changer. Yes, there are huge issues regarding accommodation, and it's an issue I wasn't very happy with. But this last government have built 160,000 houses. We have 40 billion to build 303,000 houses in the next 5 years, and we've got to deliver on that. Now, I think we need to think a bit outside the box. The university or the ATU have bought 16 acres of land from Sligo County Council where the Eastern Garda Road Bridge is going. They have to build student accommodation. They build 500 student accommodation. We build it and it provides student accommodation, but it takes the pressures away from housing. But we are a victim of our own success in some ways, because the amount of people who are coming into this country who want to be part of a vibrant economy, they want to be part of life-work balance in the West and Northwest. And I'm so honoured to see so many young, talented couples, young, talented people, either old, talented people who have decided to make this their home. And they're in every town, they're in every village. And any time you put a call out for tidy towns, you put a call out for local football clubs or whatever, they're there. And to me, I'm so excited that immigration that I know is over. But we have to provide a future for them, and that's what you have to do in this country. So, we always should look at the positives. Of course, there's huge issues. When you have more people coming into the areas, you have issues in healthcare, in housing. But as a government, we've got to deal with it, and that's one thing I'm prepared to step up to the mark to deal with these very, very important issues. And as I always say to people, they'll not be sorted out on Ocean FM or Midwest Radio, whatever. They're sorted out in government. And as I say in the Hamilton musical, they're sorted out with a room where it happens. And I have time for people who want to get elected to the Dáil. I have time for people who want to get into government, because that's where you've got to make the very, very difficult decisions. And I see John Purdy there has to make those decisions, Tony McLaughlin, John Ellis and John McCartney to make those difficult decisions in the local authority and business. And that's what you've got to do. So I'm very honoured to be given the opportunity, to be given, I suppose, the role of representing the people, along with 3 other people who will be elected here for the Dáil, for the constituents, Sligo, Leitrim and South Donegal. And I'm really looking forward to working with them. I never play politics, and we deliver for our country, and we deliver for our people.
It'll be crucial that all 4 TDs will work together, you feel, for the enhancement of the Northwest.
And in fairness, and I think we all can say in the last Dáil, Marion Harkin, Mark McCharry and Martin Kenny, we all work together. And we have our differences. Of course, we have our differences in politics, but there's a respect and there's a work ethic, and I very much welcome that.
Finally, when it came to the celebrations, you never lost it with the voice. You're still hitting the right note in every sense of the word.
Well, I only know one song. As some fella said, it's not a jukebox. It's just one song, and I'm getting old now. I'm not able for this kind of.
Well, with a remarkable record of never having lost an election, you get to practice it regularly enough.
I think it's a one verse, John. Is it? Is it more than a one verse, Frank?
It's one verse, Tony. And can I again congratulate Tony? Is very excited there. Colera, our near neighbours. My club is St Mary's in Sligo now, but it was great to see. Winning a county Connacht championship for the first time in 41 years, and that's what. There's a lot of these things happening on the ground. There's a lot of opportunities, and there's a lot more important things than politics. And sometimes playing football and winning football or doing various things. It's just But today was a very joyous day, and
thank you for turning up to support Colera Strandhill there today. With a very busy weekend, very busy schedule and everything else, but to see you there at the match there today, much appreciated by everybody. Like, you know what I mean? That with the pressure that was on you today, although the pressure was off, I suppose, from last night, but to see you there today, it was fair play to you for being there. Like, you know what I mean? So
well, I know that St Mary's and Colera, they're arch rivals. So
well, we've been best friends. I've met quite a number of St Mary's, John, here tonight. St Mary's supporters who were very, very complimentary to me and indeed to the club for the success that Colera Strandhill have had today in the Connacht Championship. So, but I'd just like to say, Frank, finally, just to say, listen to Elaine and to yourself and family and everything else. Congratulations again, because it was a fantastic campaign. I was involved in it from the very start. We had a wonderful relationship over the last couple of weeks, John. There was a lot of issues, and Frank took them on board, and I hope that, and I will, and I hope, and will, because I will ensure that the issues that were raised, you know what I mean, there's infrastructural problems, there's investment problems and everything else, that this man will continue. And I certainly hope that Simon Harris will see his way to ensure that we get a minister, and it's very, very important that we get a minister in the Northwest and get one.
Finally, I was concerned with Tony. He canvassed more for me than he did for himself over the last 20 years. But Tony, thank you very much for all the work you did, along with all the other members. So thank you.
All right, okay. Frank Feighan, Deputy Frank Feighan, thank you so much indeed for joining us. Congratulations once again, and enjoy the celebrations tonight. Now, are we getting some more than Michael, you're welcome back.
There on the...
We're talking here about the transfer of the Chris McManus.
Exactly. So there's 6,900 votes in play. There's 3,000 of them sorted at the moment. They've come out of the pigeonholes and they're in front of the candidates, so we could do an estimate on the count. So on the first 3,000 of them, we're giving Clark 150, Harkin 170, Kenny 2,600, Scanlon 100. That's fairly accurate now.
Okay,
that's the first 3,000 votes. So the consequences of that are, and we already know that Harkin is 300 ahead, and we have a very comprehensive tally done on Feighan's surplus, the 860 that are waiting to be given out, and we're calling that one for Harkin is going to win it by 250. So she's 550 ahead, and now she's pulling ahead here as well. I don't see a pathway for Clark. So we're calling it for Harkin.
You're calling it Marion Harkin at this stage. Let's get John Ellis on mic here.
No, I'm not saying that you're not right, but there's 2,600 of basically 3,000 counted going to. So that means that Martin Kinney is going to end up getting over 5,000. Now that 5,000 will take Martin Kinney to 15,000.
Yeah, 4,000 over the quota.
4,000 of a surplus.
Yeah. Yes.
That surplus could be...
it's still possible, all right. It's still possible.
I'm not saying
that... don't see it. We just don't see it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah,
but
I'm looking at it and...
I don't think he'll be going back to... I might be wrong. I don't think he'll go back to Frank Feighan's surplus. If it's the way you say
that'll be a call for the returning officer. It depends what the difference is. They might have to do the counts.
Oh yeah, well if there's a differ, if the differ is less than the surplus, then it has to be done.
Yeah.
Tony, give me your take on what you're after hearing there now.
This is the expert here, and I've been listening to him for many, many years. And he's never been too far removed, and I certainly would possibly go with, well, what I'm listening in the hall, John, over the last while is certainly that Marion Harkin has made huge strides there in the last couple of hours. And I think that if Michael is calling that, I would be very slow to disagree with
All right.
with the expert.
So would I know.
With the expert.
Yeah, I'm going to keep moving along.
There's obviously I'm aware there is the possibility. There is a small pathway there, but it's looking 95% in my opinion.
And you have what? How many votes did you say sampled, or that?
3,000 or so.
3,000.
3,000 are there. We'll get back to you later on with more.
Okay, it's food for thought. John McCartan. Yep.
I'm still on, yeah. If that pans out, it's going to put Marion Harkin on 8,646, and it will put Michael Clark on 8,269. Now, I just didn't get time to finish these thoughts as we were talking. So definitely it's putting Marion Harkin firmly ahead, but there will be a big surplus then for Martin Kenny. 5,200 votes coming his way.
I'd be fascinated to know as well if Pádraig Hart and Pádraig McGorty have inputted this into the AI, and just to get what they're, because in fairness, it was giving us that early indicator. I'm sure they'll join us again before long. Keith,
just one caveat. Sorry, that surplus is going to be from the same portion of votes.
Yeah.
So when that surplus is distributed, that's going to be a continuation of what happened before. We can assume.
Yeah.
Okay. Keith Henry, you've been watching this episode with massive interest here.
Yeah. Still hanging in there for Eamon, waiting to get closer to the voter all the time. I would say on this instance we'll probably just come up around the 10,000, I would say. So we're still going to be maybe 12 or 1,300 votes short of a quota. But as you've said, as your panel has mentioned, there's going to be a massive surplus from Kenny, and I wouldn't think that would put Eamon over the quota either. So I do think that Feighan surplus is what we'll have to wait in order to get Eamon in, because that Feighan surplus originated with Edel McSharry. So we would be hoping that it would be a kind of a Fianna Fáil origin vote, and I think we have tallied that the percentage of the votes that Feighan got to us, and it could be in the region of 40%. So I would say from a Scanlon perspective, it'll be 3 counts before okay. we get.
All right, we could be into the early hours here. John Parry, no good home, not for a long time yet. John Parry, can I come back to you?
Yes.
You've been listening now to what's been said here. Is it changing? Is your mindset changing now at this stage? Because you were confident on Clark all the way throughout taking that final seat.
Yeah.
After what you're hearing here now, has that influenced your decision?
Well, if you take the first 3,000 votes that are distributed into a period, there's a gap there of a difference. There's 3,000 more to be done as well, and the Frank Feighan's surplus, and then obviously the McManus or the Sinn Féin Kenny's huge surplus. So obviously at this moment it would indicate that Harkin is getting an edge at the moment. That would be as it is. Yeah.
Okay, so you're beginning to change.
Well, you can't deny the figures.
Yeah, with the data, you can only make assumptions on the data.
One serious lesson for all the others.
Okay, you're still not convinced, John Ellis.
No, I am. The way it's going, there's no way Michael Clark can come back. But there's one thing that I'm convinced of, and that is the way that Sinn Féin have managed their transfer. Out of 3,000 votes, being the first 3,000 transferred, Martin Kenny is getting 2,600. And if that isn't vote control and vote management, I don't know where it's going.
Yeah, it's an absolutely phenomenal example of it. Now, Chris McManus mentioned that there could be room for improvement. I don't see much room for improvement.
Room there.
That's it.
I think it's a phenomenal one. Just on the campaign as well, and we'd all been watching this and watching what goes on in the speculation, and people are trying to link where's there going to be like-minded candidates or where the support is going to go. But I saw one or two prominent Sinn Féin people on Facebook, and they weren't exactly supporting Michael Clark, to put it mildly. Was that a surprise to anyone here? That would you be sensing maybe that there would have been more? Is that playing out here on the transfers as well?
Yeah, well, I'd always be wary of what I read online from both the bots and the keyboard warriors. There's no end to the amount of caustic discourse that you can find out there, and there's generally not much brain power behind it, and it's generally not representative of the supporter body of any particular candidate. So I wouldn't be worried too much about that. I did, though, feel by what Michael Clark was saying that he felt that there was some support for him within the Scanlon, or within the McManus vote, and that he felt he would do better. So I think he'd probably be a little bit disappointed with that one.
All right. 3,000 votes sampled at the minute. Keith, from an Eamon Scanlon perspective, and we have to, obviously we've concentrated a lot on the candidates there that's waiting. Eamon Scanlon has been waiting a while. That was probably expected. We envisaged that it would be more than likely playing out this way, and it's turned out to be the case.
Yeah, like yesterday when we were going, when I spoke to you last, I said that he needed a very high first preference vote because we knew we were going to struggle for preferences because of the geographic location of all the other candidates. You had a huge pool of votes in Sligo town. Now, we did go in and look for preferences, and they might well bear out, but we were looking for 5s, 6s and 7s because most people were going to continue to vote for those Sligo town candidates. So we knew that we had a long wait. But if it's worth it, we don't mind waiting for it. And it would appear to be the case at this point. With Kenny's surplus, I think you'll see an awful lot of that vote non-transferable, because you will find that there may have been the hardcore party vote that voted 1-2 and may have stopped, or people who are voting on a left-leaning side of it, they don't really have any candidate left, and quite a lot of that surplus may not come into play for anyone, which obviously is of concern when you're trailing behind other candidates.
Can I just ask John?
John McCartan, it's a very interesting run-in that we're looking to hear.
It is.
In the remaining couple of hours.
Can I just throw a completely wild card onto the table here and just ask, would you have any concern that this 5,000 of a quota, or 4,000 of a quota that Martin Kenny is quite likely to have, could in fact skew the result enough to put Eamon below either Clark or Harkin?
There's the potential, maybe. Well, I do expect that Harkin will close the gap between ourselves and herself, which currently is at 1,400. Will she have 1,400 more between this count and Kenny's surplus? That is a possibility. But I suppose what's in the background for us is that Feighan has a surplus of 860, and so long as that 860, if that is needed, I think that would benefit Eamon more than the other candidates. But yeah, look, it is a possibility, but I really do think you will see a lot of that Kenny surplus non-transferable, which is it's obviously good for our camp.
But just playing the most extreme version of what could happen.
Mathematically, it could happen.
Mathematically, if Eamon was so unlucky as to have that 4,000 break down into 1,500 apiece for Clark and Harkin, or 1,600 apiece for them, it could be a terrible shock. But it would be an outrageous shock if that were to happen.
One that certainly
it's perfect storm.
Yeah, well,
it's Keith, did it come into your reckoning that?
Well, look, we always factor, like Sligo Leitrim, in 2016, we were 5th all the way through, right until the very end, and took the 4th seat ahead of Jerry Reynolds. The last time we were 4th all the way through, and Feighan took ahead of us, and it's appearing again. There's always a surprise in Sligo Leitrim that you can be in the top 4 going into, or from the first count and all the way through, and you may be caught. But I'm hopeful that we're sufficiently high enough ahead of the other two candidates that we should cling on for the third or fourth seat. And to be quite honest, as all candidates will know, the first is as good as the last.
Albert Higgins, a former Fianna Fáil councillor, joins us here as well. You would have been listening with great interest, I presume, there to the conversation over the last couple of minutes. In your view, is Eamon Scanlon safe?
I think he is, yeah. I would be very confident that Eamon will hold on, and we don't mind whether it's the first or the last seat.
As long as he gets there.
As long as he gets there.
Talk to me a little bit, Albert, about this campaign for Eamon Scanlon. It was a difficult campaign. There was personal tragedy along the way. It was a big decision for him to come back and, I suppose, maybe in the first place and contest the election. He's had experiences of being in the winners' enclosure, finishing narrowly outside it, as Keith has alluded to there, over the past while. But, there's one thing about him. He's consistent. He's always there or thereabouts.
Well, I think that's what has Eamon in the position he is today. I know in Eamon for the last 40 years. He's a gentleman, he's decent, and he's honourable. And I think they're the traits that, as we went round canvassing, that's what people were saying to us, that yes, Eamon is a decent fella. And I think the results of it is here today.
Yeah, and it's very much, it's panning out that way.
Just let me say, Eamon is a very easy fella to canvass for.
Mm-hmm. An easy sell.
He's an easy sell and a left-hour job. And I want to say he had a team equal to none. I couldn't believe the numbers that turned out night after night, in rain, hail, snow, the same number.
In a winter election, when a winter campaign, which is never easy. Tony?
I'd say Keith is right, with the figures that they have there, because over the years, and Albert has just touched on it there, Eamon lost in 11, he came back in 16, he lost in 20, and he was very, very unlucky on the last occasion, like you know what I mean. He served with me in the Dáil, and I must say there was no more honourable, more decent person as a colleague, and he was in opposition when I was in government during that time, in difficult times within the party. But Eamon Scanlon was a very honourable man. He never ever criticised me at local level in the constituency when he had ample opportunities, because we were in the firing line at the time. But Eamon was a most courteous, and I'd be delighted to see him being re-elected here tonight, because he's been a colleague of mine on Sligo County Council for years, and also in the Dáil, and I must say that he was very highly regarded within the Fianna Fáil party at national level, and indeed within all the staff and everything else at Oireachtas, the Dáil.
Albert, talk to me about the entire Fianna Fáil strategy on this one. Running three candidates in the constituency. Edel McSharry won the convention, Eamon was at it, then Paddy O'Rourke was at it. How would you rate the performances, say, of Edel and Paddy in this election?
I've been listening to your wonderful show for the last 2 days, and there has been so much said about organisation. Today there is no organisation in any party apart from Sinn Féin.
Elaborate on that.
It's every man for himself.
So there's no coordination coming from head office, and it's up to the candidates themselves.
Yeah. Now
that's your experience on the ground.
That's my experience, and it's not my way. I was always brought up that you had strategy, you had a director of elections, you had areas, and there was honour. There's none of that now. It's every man for himself.
But Albert, now, you were a colleague of mine on Sligo County Council, and come election time and canvass and everything else, we'd be knocking at the same doors, and I'll tell you, there wasn't much honour now at times, though, in fairness, you know what I mean?
No, Tony, I'm getting you wrong. I'm talking about honour among party men themselves.
Yeah. Personally,
as a party,
from what you're seeing of that,
as a party, once you get nominated by headquarters, it's every man.
Paddle your own canoe after that.
John,
as the director of elections, okay, can I bring in Keith just for a moment on this, Tony? Because he's in the here and now and dealing with parties on this. Is it that bad? Is it each candidate for themselves?
Well, look, every candidate wants to be elected, and nobody wants to be the candidate who's there as the sweeper or to mop up votes. So to an element that is the case. But I do think across most of the parties, Albert is correct. In the modern era, that's what is happening. There was a time when you would have a postering strategy, you would have a canvassing strategy, and that would be it. And if you dare go outside your area, the repercussions were very, very severe. I don't know, is it a case now that people don't care about the repercussions, or that the repercussions are never applied, or what it is, but it seems to be kind of open country in most parties. As you say, Sinn Féin is different, but Sinn Féin are in a different space now, because normally they were only ever running one candidate, be that in local or general elections, and because they are performing better now, they are in a situation where they're running multiple candidates, and
in fairness, they've given us an example of fairly decent vote management.
Yeah, and that struck me in the campaign, that be it online, in social media, or in their advertisements, Chris McManus was encouraging people to give the number 2 vote to Martin Kenny and vice versa, and that is bearing out. Now, I just caught it up, if you compare the vote that Fianna Fáil started off with what's left in play now, 66% of it is still in play. And if you told me that 66% of the Fianna Fáil vote would still be there at the closing end of the counts, I would have been quite happy with that.
Yeah. Would you have thought it could have been enough to put 2 candidates in the mix?
Well, you see, when we have much the same percentage of the vote as we had in 2020, but it's divided out among 3 candidates. As I said to you yesterday, if we were to get 2 candidates elected, you really needed to be up on 32% of the vote, because transfers. Yes, there's a certain amount of party transfer, but there's quite a lot of it as geography as well. And I guarantee, it'd be an interesting exercise to have looked at the number 2 votes of Michael Clark, who won't be excluded, or indeed Eamon Scanlon, because there'll be a sizable portion that would go to others, as well as to our party colleagues. And while we all print the literature with continue your preference for your candidates, people will say, well, I want, a certain amount of them will say, well, I want my local man or woman in, and if they don't go, I don't care what party, or if they're a party of any other, of no party, I'm giving them their number 2. So, as candidates, it's hard enough to get the number 1 vote for yourself. And there are people who will come out and ask you, where should I give my number 2? And that's when you have the opportunity of pushing it. But
Tony and then Albert, I want to
No, I'd just like to ask Keith, just one question. It's in relation to the 3 candidate strategy for Fianna Fáil this time. Initially Edel McCherry, a neighbour of mine, was on the ticket, and then there was 2 additional candidates afterwards. Was that a do you think, has that benefited Fianna Fáil, or would Fianna Fáil not have been better with 2 candidates?
Well, I think if we had gone with 2 candidates, probably Eamon would have got an additional maybe 1,800 first preference votes. Now, Paddy O'Rourke, as we saw, did benefit Martin Kenny to a certain degree. I think the logic behind it was that in Leitrim, the Fianna Fáil organisation may not have come out to vote at all if they didn't have someone there. I think Paddy has admitted himself, that he was a little bit late into the field, and that his performance could have been that little bit higher.
Yeah, but when you look at the Fine Gael, and John McCartan has borne this out many times all day, that we had one candidate strategy, and the Fine Gael vote came out in Leitrim in very, very strong numbers. And
does that speak volumes, gentlemen, of Paddy O'Rourke coming in late to it, knowing realistically that he was probably never likely to take a seat with 2 Sligo-based candidates where the big population is? Is that the ultimate definition of a party man?
Well, absolutely, and he played the party man in 2016. Now, I'm sure Paddy didn't come into the election with the intention of being that he thought that he could contest. But unfortunately, and I work in Leitrim and Carrick and Shannon, and we were discussing this. The population of Leitrim is half of what it is in Sligo. So it's always, and particularly North Leitrim, will, have.
And in fairness, he referenced today how he lost his first couple of council elections as well, and he said it reminded him of that, how you have to keep coming to eventually be successful. John McCartan pick up on that point.
If you want to make success inevitable in politics, you have to be totally not afraid of failure. You have to embrace the possibility of failure. And in fairness to Paddy Rourke, he went and he contested a council election. He didn't get close to it. He contested another council election. He got a bit closer. He contested another council election, and he got there. And he's doing the very same thing. I remember being in Castlebar, in the Traveller's Friend in Castlebar, when Michael Ring was nominated to contest P. Flynn's by-election when P was heading for Europe. And, in those days, we probably would have nominated, was he Patrick Durkin?
Patrick Durkin,
who had contested a couple of elections for Fine Gael.
That's right.
And but Patrick said, we can't possibly win. Beverly Cooper Flynn is going to take our father's seat. Can't possibly win. Michael Ring decided he was going to run, and I said to my father on the way home after Ring's speech, I said, Jesus, to listen to him, you'd think he could win it. He's the only man in Mayo that doesn't realise he can't win that seat. He won it. He won the seat. So
and won every subsequent election.
Every election afterwards. So fair play to Paddy Rourke.
It's a good example, and isn't it a pity in some ways that we're losing politicians like that? That the Michael Rings Albert. I know you wanted to get in on this as well. Isn't it a pity that we're losing politicians like Ringer, as he's affectionately known, because he was a character.
Well, I suppose as the years goes by, we're getting more modern and we're more careful in what we say. Now, I'm the opposite.
We might be careful of what we say, but on TikTok and social media, it's another story.
I'm going the other way. But the point I wanted to make, and I suppose this sounds very ancient, but when I first ran in 1967, there was 5 candidates, and there was one canvas card with the 5 photographs on it. Now, the thinking back then was I didn't have to go way down to Maharao to get my photograph into a house.
The local candidate would do it.
Yes. Now, we came on after an election or two, and then it started all individual. So I have to spend 10,000. Tony has to spend 10,000.
Some of them cards were never distributed.
When a lot of that work could be done by the candidate from down that area.
But
and it would leave this thing of candidates trying to kill themselves to get round to every door.
If there was a bit of cooperation. John Perry is anxious to come back in here.
Quite amused with Albert's story. I think I could imagine the candidate with 5 cards. In honesty, and you're expecting a college.
No, there was one card.
One card with 5 photographs on it.
Yeah.
I'd imagine he might have a spare card of his own, and the 5 cards could be left in the boot.
They never left the boot, John.
No, John. We were honest.
Oh, you were.
We were honest.
Yeah, of course
politicians.
you were. You were.
But I'd just like to compliment Keith Henry as Director of Elections for him, and it's a very good result. It's great for Ballymote and South Sligo. I think that his campaign was always that there was no political permanent representative in Ballymote. He now has, and that is good. And I think Eamon will certainly be an enormous benefit in South West and East Sligo. And I'm delighted for Eamon and Anne and the extended family. It is a very good result. But I think talking to Albert there with regards to Albert, that was 1967. You know what I mean, Dermot? And I think that it was when you look at the canvas cards, then there was a lot of directors with divides of areas and all that. But I think that, as you said, Albert, it's about having your own team and your own machine get out there to get the vote out, really. But it never changed, really. It's about knocking on doors and doing the groundwork.
Keith, do you lament the fact that you weren't around in that stage, so there'd be one card for 5 candidates?
Well, I
never worked, John.
Albert, did you get elected?
But John, I remember.
No, he didn't. No,
Albert didn't get elected. I do. I never said Albert. That's the case. That's the jury settled match, and that's why.
I was asking him because I knew some of the candidates that were running, like, you know what I mean. And of course, at the time, like, I just asked Albert. But unfortunately, Albert didn't make it that time. I think you made it in 74.
But I bet he didn't have the 5 canvas card then in 74.
No, but he had his one. I remember because he was above in Carrow Row, and I was on the council that time in '74. That was the next election, and both of us were elected on that occasion. Yeah.
John McCartan, would you have memories of this again, growing up, and I hate using the phrase political dynasty, but growing up in a political household? Would you have experienced what the lads are memories of what the guys are talking about?
Yeah, well, I suppose where what the lads have been talking about for the last few minutes, and what Albert's original point was about the discipline and saying that the machine is not there. I think you mean the discipline's not there.
Yeah.
And the discipline is not there anymore the way it is with Sinn Féin.
Yeah.
However, I do remember in European elections, so we would always want a European election to coincide with a council election. We tried to get them synced up so that we could get the councillors out and get the council candidates. So the council candidates would get a box of Joe McCartan canvas cards, and they'd be asked to distribute them on canvas. They were not a hope of getting them to do it. There wasn't a chance that they were going to waste any time talking about Joe McCartan on a doorstep.
The boot of the car, Joe.
Not a hope. And I'm talking about 25, 30 years ago. However, I've seen Sinn Féin canvassing in council elections, and they present you with the European candidate immediately afterwards, turn the canvas card round, tell you all about him. I've seen this time round the Sinn Féin candidates canvassing and the Sinn Féin machine canvassing and asking for the running mate. And that discipline does exist now. It will remain to be seen, and Tony I can't remember who made the point, but now that they are in contention for multiple seats in constituencies, that discipline will be tested over the next number of elections. They can keep that up.
And was before, John, with myself and this man here beside me.
One in Kerry, of course, that discipline is there among the Healy Rays, of course, because they issue a map on their canvas card and say, in this part of Kerry, vote for Danny number 1. And vice versa for Michael as well. So, I mean, it works for them. Kerry maybe just...
And back in those days, there was some of us was nice fellas.
Yeah. And there was honour, and there was...
I wish they were all lovely fellas.
Come here, we're going to continue the nostalgia in just a few minutes' time. We're going to take a quick commercial break. You know something, I think this conversation is already warming up. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly. And I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought Solar Generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for Solar Generation, really. I'd 100% recommend Solar Generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from Solar Generation, and really looked after me very well.
Live from the Clayton Hotel here in Sligo at 4 minutes after 10 o'clock. By the way, there's probably people in different time zones watching us. Our coverage this evening online being accessed in the UK, the USA, Australia, Spain, Germany, New Zealand, Canada, Sweden, Belgium, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Austria, Brazil, Chile, China, Denmark, France, Hungary, Italy, Mexico, Poland, Qatar, Sri Lanka, Argentina, Hong Kong, Malta, South Africa. That's just a list of countries where we have had views over the past 24 hours. And wherever you're watching, wherever you're listening, hopefully it's bringing the excitement and the drama of General Election 2024 a little bit closer to you. John McCartan, I'm going to come back to you next, because what we're waiting for here is to try and get some form of confirmation of the early tally figures. I think of a surplus of a sample of 3,000 votes on the transfer, the McManus transfer, wasn't it, at this stage, and the significance of that, not alone maybe for Michael Clarke, for Marion Harkin, obviously, and as pointed out there by a few minutes ago by your good self, Eamon Scanlon still in the mix here. So what's after coming your way, John?
So initially I had seen I had seen a breakdown of 3,000 of these papers that have been seen. So there's probably around 6,932. Some of those will not be non-transferable, supposing that there's 6,000 fully transferable in this parcel. Of the 3,000 that were seen, so there was 150 for Clarke, 170 for Marion Harkin, 2,600 for Martin Kenny, and 100 for Eamon Scanlon. Doubling that up, or if we want to bring the maybe 6,500 into play, that would leave Martin Kenny ending up on 1,618 votes, a surplus there of maybe 4,500. That would leave Eamon Scanlon on 10,050 votes. It would leave Marion Harkin on 9,900, and it would leave Michael Clarke on 8,599 votes. So that would be the state of play. And beginning to crystallise now. There's new information dropping beside me here, so if I can understand. So there's only 5,780 actually transferring. Okay, so...
Still 1,000 more.
Michael, can I get you just for a moment? Do you mind? And we'll just get confirmation of this here.
So this will be a parcel of 5,780 off the 6,932.
All right. And
so this will be even more.
These are tally figures on the Chris McManus transfers.
Exactly, and obviously there's still 1,000 that we haven't got a chance to tally yet. They're not out, but the ones that are out, it's looking like this: Clarke 350, Harkin 450, Martin Kenny 4,800, and Eamon Scanlon 180. Qualifies the trend that I gave you earlier.
That's the trend that you have. All right. John, you're crunching the numbers. John McCartan, I know Keith will be crunching them there as well. That obviously keeps Marion above in the leads.
It does, yeah. And it just changes this a little bit, but not materially from what I said. So Clarke adding 350 to his, he was on 7,969, so that's going to put him up to 7,319. Harkin is adding 450, so she's going to 8,756.
And Scanlon 180
is getting 180, bringing
Does that leave Eamon Scanlon safe?
Well, it's bringing him up to close to the 10,000 mark. Look, it pretty much does. I was only raising
absolutely.
the mathematical possibility, which was and raising everybody's blood pressure.
His heart skipped a beat. I could see Keith Henry going a little bit pale when you mentioned it there too for a second or two. Keith,
sorry. So Eamon Scanlon is going to be adding around 180 to his 9,740, bringing him up to 9,920. So he's
9,920.
Yeah, so he'll be in around the 10,000 mark.
All right.
Because look at it, and there is another 1,000 votes to go. So you could divide what I've said by 5.9 and multiply it by 6.23 or whatever.
And we haven't mentioned the non-transferable. There will be a couple of hundred non-transferable at this stage in the count as well. But I suppose what the interesting thing there is that Harkin stretches the lead over Clarke by 100 votes.
Now we are going to end up with a 4,500 Martin Kenny surplus.
And at this stage, that
can have a material effect. Now it's going to be coming from the top of the pile that has been added to him by the elimination of Chris McManus. So it's a Sligo vote, and that surplus will be the next action of the night to distribute that surplus.
Would you not think that would benefit Marion Harkin more so than Michael Clark?
Yeah, well, I think that's the indication.
Yeah.
And you would have to assume that it will break down the very same way as Chris McManus's elimination.
Exactly.
Because it will be taken from the the top of the stack.
That's right.
That was allotted to Martin Kenny from Chris McManus's elimination.
Yeah.
All right, okay, let's get some consensus on this. Keith Henry.
I suppose obviously our own horse in the race, as I said, Eamon would be close to the 10,000 on that. 1,300 shy of the quota with between the two surpluses that we have available in the region of maybe 5,000 votes to be distributed. So Eamon is probably looking at being elected without reaching the quota, but as I said, we will take that. And any election, it's all counts the same. The big battle royale is the Clark and Harkin. How many of those are non-transferable from Kenny damages Clark's chances of the more of them that are non-transferable damages the Clark's chances of catching up. The fact that Chris McManus is a Sligo town-based candidate, will that mean that Harkin stands the better chance? And at the end of the day, all she has to do is get, what will it be, in the region of 400, so long as Clark doesn't get 400 more of those, Harkin is still...
It's still there.
It's still there.
Albert, again, you've veteran of a lot of these campaigns. From what you're getting there in the data, would you say it's looking good now for Marion Harkin?
I'd say it is. It's 100 or 200 at this point mightn't sound a lot, but it's a lot to make up.
Yeah, it's a lot at this stage of the contest, isn't it? It's a lot entering into the 20.
Yeah, just John, I think that Eamon Scanlon, looking at 80 shy of 10,000, Eamon is in my opinion, he's safe at this stage. I think, with...
I just moved that mic a little bit closer. Sorry, Tony.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that I would be favouring certainly Marion Harkin at this stage with the transfer of the surpluses as opposed to Michael Clark, because it's a Chris McManus vote, maybe once removed or whatever else, but at least that it's going to favour.
It's a Sinn Féin vote.
It's a Sinn Féin vote, but it's also a town vote. You know what I mean? Or a larger percentage of it is. And I would agree with the lads there that I think that certainly at this stage.
I just want to check.
John Perry, the floor is yours.
I just want to check with you. What's the difference between Harkin and Clark at the moment? What did you say, John?
337.
337.
337. That's is there 5,000 distributed now?
Yeah, and it looks as though Marion is likely to extend that lead by 230 votes or thereabouts, maybe even a little bit more with this next distribution. And then we're expecting the distribution of the surplus, which really comes from the same parcel of votes. And likely to trend the same way.
But it is looking more and more likely that Feighan's surplus will have to come into play. That 860 votes. There won't be any more than that between any of the candidates, or between the bottom two candidates, or from maybe Scanlon from a quota, so it will have to be distributed.
Okay. If I was hedging a bet on Frank Feighan's surplus, John, I'd bow to your superior knowledge here. Would I say that Marion Harkin would be more likely?
I'm betting that Marion Harkin is more likely to benefit from Frank Feighan's surplus because, first of all, there's a Leitrim element in the vote, and secondly, there's a town element in the vote, and I'd wager that
they live in the same area.
Well, actually, Scanlon will benefit the most because that surplus was originated with Edel McSharry.
But we're only worrying about the two that we don't know the fate of.
I know, but see, Scanlon will still be in Scanlon won't be elected at that stage. So again, from Michael Clark's perspective, every transfer that he gets from that makes it more difficult for him.
Well, it's weakened Clark as opposed to Scanlon.
It just lowers the number that is there to be distributed.
Because we, like I said, we tallied the rough papers that Feighan was getting from Edel, because we kind of had a feeling that they were going to come into play again, and Scanlon stands to gain 40% of those, so 40% of 800.
Yeah, so there's only going to be 500 in reality to be distributed
between
Harkin and Michael.
Yeah. John Parry, let's go back to you.
Yeah, I think it's down to the wire, because you're talking about 200 or 300 votes now. You're down to that, possibly at the very end. But when you take the Feighan's. Frank Feighan's surplus now will have to come into play, but if you look at the, I suppose, as to where Frank Feighan got, he got his vote. If you take the southwest and east Sligo, I mean, a certain factor of those, and out in West Sligo as well, and that Clark put in. I'm not sure that will come into play, but he put in a very strong campaign. I'm not saying it's possible, but if you look at the up to 19,000 votes in that southwest and east Sligo, Jeremy, that where he was a prominent player in that area, I just.
You'd still be keeping hope there for Michael Clark.
Yeah, I just wouldn't concede yet now.
No. Tony,
I would say that Marion Harkin will benefit better if Feighan's surplus comes into play, because there are two sitting TDs in Sligo town.
Correct.
And I'd say that there would be that element as well. I believe that.
And there'd be a Leitrim connection there.
There would as well. But I think
well.
that the town connection could be crucial as well. That Marion Harkin will benefit more from Frank Feighan's surplus than Michael Clark.
Can I ask you, Tony and Albert, just on this for a moment? The other lads here would have discussed it regularly with us over the course of the last while. What's your views on these AI predictions now at this stage? Was there? Did you ever think you'd see the day, that you can keep feeding information into computers and it'll come up with predictions and it can revolve and evolve to change in circumstances like that? What would your take be on the whole AI, Tony?
I'd be very, very, very concerned, at what I'm hearing about AI at the present time, like John. And I suppose it's the way forward, possibly. But I think that at the present time, there is concerns out there, like in relation to the AI and the predictions and the number crunching, that they're coming up with at the moment. But then again, it's
okay.
But I'd be very
John, you want to come back in?
But I would be very concerned about the AI, because if that was applied down to at the generic stuff in campaign, before people never got started a campaign, and if you were started inputting all of the information in from as candidates going to seeking whether to go for the nomination, and if they were driven by that agenda, Jeremy, I think it would be a sad reflection. And honestly, I think that that would be an interference in the political mindset of people who might be deciding to go into politics. We'll ram all this information into the iPod, and we'll see what spins out of this, and if it comes out, and it's a so.
And that could influence their decision whether to contest election at the very start.
And I think that way, if that was brought into the, I think AI has merits, but I think there's certain factors when it comes to a political process. I think it'd be very wrong if it would influence somebody would like go into politics or not, if they said, what I would advise you now before you do, or what would happen then in head office, when you get head office start inputting all what they think, into the iPod, or Fianna Fáil start doing as well, and we would say we have inputted all your information, all the facts, and AI tells you you're not going to get elected.
But
okay, I think it's important that you have people like Pádraig Pagorty and Pádraig Hart involved.
When I heard you talking yesterday, I thought that the wires had got crossed with the agricultural programme. and it took me a few minutes to realise that it was the election show I was listening to, and that shows you my knowledge on AI.
I'll tell you something, Albert, as a young lad, many's the time I dialed that Sligo number coming from a farming background as well. John?
But John, this is probably the last election where candidates will not be chosen without the help of AI. And there will be artificial intelligence analysis done on candidate placement, candidate strategies, who should run, and also what areas should be allotted to them. And we were talking earlier about discipline and where we put up the posters. I can tell you AI is going to be a major feature of the political landscape in the future.
It's going to be
John,
a big part.
Up to this, it was a poll, and we all know that polls has been ran. And that's your answer to the Fianna Fáil adding 2 candidates. The polls that was taken showed them that they needed to add those 2 candidates. So your AI is...
Yeah. It's changing times, and it's an interesting point that John has brought up. You'd be involved with strategies here for parties as well. Can you see this artificial intelligence coming in now and playing a huge part in choosing candidates, where they're going to run, even coming down to minute details like where to put up a poster?
Well, I suppose it's still relatively new technology, but I do think that in time you could see it becoming more and more common. It is becoming more and more common in everyday life. We see it in education. As a teacher, I see how it can benefits and negatives of it. My concern...
It's difficult to spot, just using as a teacher, God, we're going off on a tangent here, but we hear about, say, some students might use AI to write an essay or a thesis or something like that. Is that difficult to spot?
Depending on the student that uses it. The student who's used to handing up maybe a 1-page answer, and next thing it turns into 60, as has happened before, it's clear to spot. And look, from my perspective as a history and geography and German teacher, you can tell that the language differences, and AI isn't always accurate. What my concern with elections and AI is the manipulation of it, and we see in elections that do rely heavily on electronic data or electronic voting, that they can be manipulated or indeed open to the accusation of manipulation. And that's one of the great things about our democracy. While it may take us 2 days or indeed 3 days for some constituencies to get results, we can see everything that's happening, and there's no robot being manipulated from a city somewhere else in the world deciding on the people that we elect. I do think, though, campaigns are changing, and we were kind of getting into this before the ad break about how the discipline of campaigning and how we canvass and so on. I'm finding with every election, and I'm only at it since about 2008 or 9, but even since then, engagement on the doors is getting less and less, and candidates are coming away from the door less knowledgeable whether they are getting the vote or not. People are a lot cuter. They're very, very courteous in most instances, but they don't often discuss the issues that they want, or they want to get rid of you off the door as quick as possible, and it is getting harder to call. And I do think social media has a huge role to play in that. Personally speaking, I don't like the role that social media plays in elections, because you control the narrative on it, the advertising as well, algorithms. Depending on what you are following already, you will see certain candidates more or less often, and as we see particularly in the United States, you can get into a bubble where you think everybody agrees with your version of the world, and then when you encounter somebody who doesn't, it leads to a very fractious nature. And that's why I would have concerns, and I do think that the Electoral Commission and Commission the Man need to be very vigilant about that, and that also would include the role of artificial intelligence. There was an issue in the UK general election where there were candidates put on the ticket that parties claim never existed at all, and skewed the vote in certain ways, and that artificial intelligence was used maybe to guide where that would have the best effect. So it's scary times, but you can't ignore it at the same time. You have to roll with change, and it would be a phenomenal result for AI John Talley to have called this.
Yeah, and when you put in AI and you factor it in with issues like criteria, maybe is a better word to use, like gender balance and so on. And I see some of the messages coming in here in relation to gender balance. And put this question out to you all as well. Do the panel feel that more women will run in 5 years' time, bearing in mind? Is that difficult to answer now when we see what the final makeup is going to be?
I think we'd be lucky to get candidates of any race, creed, colour, sex or persuasion. That's going to be difficult. It's not an attractive place to be anymore. We talked earlier on about the quality of discourse. So look, I know we've been having our gender quotas now, the 40%. Unless we address the environment in which people are engaging in politics from the ground up. Not only will it be impossible to get women to engage, it will be impossible to get proper, viable, sensible, reasonable candidates. You'll end up with headbangers, would be the only people who will want to put their name on a ballot paper.
Like, the issue with gender quotas I have is that in this country we seem to penalise rather than incentivise. And that's not just with gender quotas, in anything. If you don't do something...
What do you mean by that? If a party hasn't 40% of a female...
This is the penalty.
Yes.
Why can't it be the reverse? That depending on the number of female candidates you have, you will be rewarded. And that doesn't put the pressure on parties to get to a certain number. It incentivises them to get more candidates. But like looking at the results of some of the candidates, and I'm just talking from a Fianna Fáil perspective, around the country, a couple of hundred votes in a general election. And there were several constituencies like that. And, fair play to those people who put their names forward, but surely they knew, and the parties know, and Fianna Fáil isn't alone in that. There are other parties out there as well. They know that they haven't a snowball's chance of being election, and they're willing to do that just to save the portion of money. Whereas if it was the reverse, if you were given a certain amount of money, depending on the number of women have, it means you're not putting people through that
embarrassment.
Yeah.
All right, Albert, what's your views on this?
I see a big danger through AI down the road when it comes to election and that. If we're going to use AI, the election is over at the selection. And I know you have to move with the times, but it won't be too long. I know young people who's in university now, and they just bang it into the machine and they get their thesis out and they make a few changes. We're going to end up with a nation who can't write, who can't spell, and rely completely on machines.
Yep, and become more and more dependent.
And the danger that I see, that if we're going to get all the information at the next election, and there's a big red bell ringing, ding, 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 don't run Albert Higgins.
That's
what hope have I?
Absolutely. Tony, you'd have served with male and female.
Yes, and quite a number of females.
Talk to me about this gender balance issue.
In 2011, and I experienced it at first hand. The female candidates, I think in the future it's going to be very, very difficult to get female candidates, whether it be at local level, at local authority level, and we've seen it in the last local elections, and we'll see it again at the national elections. And I think that we're talking about quotas, which I don't agree with. I think that there should be an incentive for females to, in fairness to them, because I've worked with quite a number of them, very, very successful ministers, junior ministers, and indeed very, very hard-working TDs. But they're under enormous pressure, and I think that and social media is playing a major, major role. The amount of behaviour that's on social media now for all politicians, it's free game for anybody. Just to, the keyboard warrior can say whatever he likes about any politician or their families.
And don't forget, we older politicians had thick skin. The younger people hasn't the same
Generation X and so on. John Perry, you're looking to make a comment on this.
I think that it is a career option, and that I wouldn't be totally, and honestly, horses for courses, and there are people who are well able to take and you look at some of the competence and the extraordinary skilled women that has in the last number of years performed exceptionally well, and honestly, they're paid very well. You know what I mean? They're well able. It's not. When you go into that job, it's like any job. Go into a public service. Go into, if you want to go into a closeted society, is fine. But it's a great honour. It's equally a great honour for anybody, whether it's a man or woman, to get elected. And I think that I wouldn't be too negative. And you must remember, there was 40% of of the door was women on the last occasion. I believe on this occasion it's gone up slightly. So I think that I wouldn't be too negative about that. I often hear people that they're not able to take this negativity on social media. That's the space that you're in, really. And I think that a lot of people, what they do completely is ignore Facebook, ignore Twitter, and just say, get on with your job. Because if you were to be driven by what people think or what they say, Jeremy, you wouldn't get out of bed at all, Jeremy. So
but I would say John is a bit like myself. Both of us are fairly thick-skinned. So...
And it's a requirement.
That abuse
it's a requirement.
Runs off us.
It helps. There's little
but that's
doubt
okay
about that.
in what Albert is saying, and possibly the lads are thick-skinned, and maybe more than the two lads here. But
not too bad yourself either, though.
But anyhow, well, I learned it from the best. But John, I would say that certainly it is a concern. And speaking to female politicians at national and local level, there is a concern for them and their families, like, you know what I mean, and their children.
There is, and I take on board that if you're entering into the din with the bear, you can expect to get injured. But you could be thick-skinned. But there's extreme cases as well where we see the effect that this can have on people's lives, and there's very serious results and repercussions as a result of that. So it's getting more toxic. I think everyone is in agreement. The political commentary that's going on now, everyone through social media is a journalist. Everyone has the option to unregulated maybe put out some posts and their opinions on whoever, not just for politicians, for anyone. So
but there's no recourse. There's no recourse, though, John. You see, this is the problem. Like, I mean, there's stuff going up there about politicians and indeed across the board for many other people. But there's no legislation in place, like, to punish these people. Like, you know what I mean? So I think until that's done, it's very, very worrying going forward.
John McCartan.
The legislation is terribly weak on this. We take the attitude, you didn't broadcast that, you were just a platform on which it was broadcast. And I think as long as we're going to take that attitude to social media platforms, we're never going to be able to tackle them. It has to be done probably at EU level, because nobody cares about Ireland, poor little Ireland. But at EU level, we should be saying, you are now a broadcaster. X, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever you want to call yourself, we are deeming you to be a broadcaster. What's on your site is being broadcast by you. You are not a platform through which some lunatic has broadcast and he and only he is accountable for what's there. You are accountable for what's there, and you're a broadcaster. John, you as a broadcaster here have rules. There are laws within which you must.
That's what Commission Amman and formerly the Broadcasting Authority, agencies like these have that, and it probably needs a sense now that, Keith, I'll get your view on this, that the remit has to be extended to take in an awful lot more in relation to social media.
Yeah, well, the extended remit is fine, and we're great in the country for coming up with organisations there. Well, that's your bailiwick now, and you look after it. But they never have teeth to do anything to those who are in breach of regulations. I mean, we have standards in public office, we have Commission Amman, we have an Electoral Commission now. They will all be involved in looking and regulating elections and so on. But what teeth do any of them have at the end of the day?
But if you are a broadcaster, the law of the land applies to you. If you if you defame somebody or you incite hatred, the Gardaí will knock on your door. And that's the way that social media companies need to be treated.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's definitely an awful lot of food for thought on that. All right. Considering the surplus and the transfer that we're talking about there, what do you feel we're looking at here time-wise tonight? There's not an impossible question to answer, but I still love a guess.
It's going to be a late one, because we're going to have the distribution of Martin's surplus, which is going to be 4,100 odd votes, and that means that we're see how long it's taken to distribute the 6,000 votes. Exactly. So we're going to be here for
about 3 hours more.
3 hours more. 3 hours more. All right. Okay. Lots of time, loads of time to talk. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a break for a few minutes, and we'll come back again after these.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find solar generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, solar generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with solar generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And solar generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far solar generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending solar generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business, we like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really, really looked after me very well.
Everybody
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
For confirmation of those transfers in relation to the Chris McManus vote. Michael Clark, you've come back into us here in studio. You've obviously spoken to a number of people out there. What's your latest on it?
Yeah, well, it's obvious now that the data is showing that it's not going to be my day, and I just want to come in here and congratulate the 4 TDs that will represent Sligo, Leitrim and South.
So at this stage, you're conceding at this stage?
Yes, I'm conceding that the data's gone against me, and I'm confident now that Marion Harkin will be re-elected, and to join Eamon Scanlon, who will be re-elected, and Kenny, who will be elected, and also Frank Feighan. And I want to wish them well, because they have a huge responsibility now to deliver for the Northwest, and they want to wash their heels, because I'll be there at their biting at them again, and if they don't deliver and let us down, I'll definitely be in the field in 4 or 5 years' time whenever it comes around.
Okay, and you'll hold them to accountability on that. I'm a little bit surprised that you're conceding already. Do you feel that it's a tad early, or is the data 100% conclusive for you now at this stage? The seat is going to go. The remaining 2 seats will go to Eamon Scanlon and Marion Harkin.
Yeah, I think there'll be about 700 votes. I'll be 700 votes behind Marion Harkin at the end of the day. That's our information from my team. And they've done a fantastic job, my team. And I want to compliment all your panel here, and John Ellis here, a legend of politics, and John Perry here, who was batting for me all day. I think that it was the McSharrys had hard to swallow that I was doing so well in the thing, even though down through the generations we supported the McSharry family from in true politics. And even though it was said today that my family would be Fine Gael, but the fact of the matter is my family was Sinn Féin originally with Linda Kieran's, and we always had politics in our house down through the years. And while McSharry name is legendary, and Mark was a fantastic TD and very intelligent and very astute TD, but the difference between Mark McSharry and his father, who was a first cousin of mine.
All right, okay. No, he's not here to defend himself.
I'm not.
I have to be careful of that. I have to say.
Try not finish.
He's been balanced. I found him balanced right throughout, and fair to all candidates.
Absolutely.
And he's not here to defend himself, but from someone who was anchored it here today, and I know
I'm going to say that.
I found him to be fair and balanced to all candidates.
Across me, sure. I'm saying that he was a fantastic TD. He challenged all the people in the government that should be held accountable. He gave out about things. But his father was a cooler man, and he was a man that delivered, and he was reared on the land at my house. So he had rural experience, and I'm sure that John Ellis here would say that there was more Clark in his father than in him. And he was cooler and got on with everybody, and he wouldn't criticise anybody.
All right, okay.
That's the form Ray.
I know you're coming to terms with this now at the minute, and you've conceded. I still think it's maybe a little bit too early, I'll bow.
It's over.
I'll bow to you.
But I really wanted to come in and pay tribute to the whole team with McCartan and everybody that done such a fantastic job. And this is going to so many countries around the world. And I want to come in here and say quite clearly that I have no chip on my shoulder. I have highlighted the issues that needs to be delivered in the Northwest. And in 4 or 5 years' time at the next election, if they're not delivered, I'll be here. And I'll be expecting a bit more respect from the media than I had.
Well, now again, and I'm going to emphasise this again, as far as I'm concerned, from the coverage of Ocean FM, all candidates were treated with respect, and all candidates were treated equally. And I've worked with the organisation, Michael, for the last 7 years, and I can stand over that. In my opinion, in my view, I feel all candidates have been treated equally on this.
Well, that's fair enough. I have no difficulty.
And we'll agree maybe to disagree on that.
I'm not actually disagreeing. I'm not actually disagreeing. I think that Ocean FM provides a fantastic service. But the likes of my colleagues that ran today, like Nessa Cosgrove, Marie Casserly, they were really presented by the media as having no hope.
Okay, we have a count. Can I cut across you there? We have a count coming in.
The following is the result of the 12th count, which consisted of the distribution of Chris McManus's 6,932 votes. Clark Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 349. Total votes 8,318. 8318. Harkin Marion, non-party, plus 523. Total votes 8,829. 8829. Kenny Martin, Sinn Féin, plus 5,215. Total votes 15,433. Scanlon Eamon, Fianna Fáil, plus 227. Total votes 9,967. 9967. Non-transferable papers not effective 618. As the votes of Martin Kenny exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will proceed to distribute Martin Kenny's surplus of 4,052 votes, as it is the largest surplus, and together with another surplus not distributed, fulfills the following conditions. Exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates and can elect the highest continuing candidate. The next count will consist of that process. Gormahagiv.
All right, as you can see, Austin O'Callaghan is looking to get reaction there with Deputy Martin Kenny, just been returned as a TD in Sligo Leitrim, and very shortly Austin will be speaking here to Martin Kenny. Austin, it's all yours.
Martin Kenny, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Sinn Féin elected in the end comfortably. Your emotions right now?
Look, we're all delighted. It was a team effort. Everybody from every corner of Sligo, Leitrim and South Donegal worked together to ensure that we had this result, to ensure they had this huge success. We almost got two candidates elected here in a 4-seat constituency, and we're certain we have broken the mould, that we intend to do that the next time. And I think it's very clear that teamwork comes together. We've seen the huge transfer, how Sinn Féin transferred to each other. You know, it's magnificent. I think it's almost a 75% transfer rate. So that's, I think, a testament to the way that we work as a team together to achieve our outcomes.
Your running mate Chris McManus said vote management isn't an exact science, so how do you move the dial to bring two home next time around?
We just have to go on to more doorsteps and talk to more people and convince them that change is going to happen. We need across the country have talked coming. What we're going to get is we're going to get the two main parties coming back together again. Changing the prop under them doesn't change the government. And what we need to do now as Sinn Féin, we need to come together with other parties and with other people to ensure that we can create an alternative to the centre-right Conservative government that's going to be in place.
Do you expect to be an opposition TD in the next Dáil?
It's certainly looking that way. That's what they're all talking about. But whatever we are, the one thing we can certainly be is we are going to be representing the people of Sligo, Leitrim and South Donegal with absolute gusto for the next 5 years.
And Martin, on a national level, why do you think that Sinn Féin surge is down?
If we had to get another 3 or 4 days of it, that Sinn Féin surge was starting to come to us. We could feel it on the doorsteps. We knew it was happening. And unfortunately, we didn't get that. So I think time was against us. If we had a few more days, perhaps a week, we'd be coming back with even more seats, and I think we'd be rattling the establishment even more than we have.
Thank you, Martin. Congrats.
All right. There you go, Martin Kenny, just been returned there to the Dáil, so now 2 TDs elected. Let's go back to our panel. Michael Clark, my apologies, we obviously had to cut across there in relation to the count. Martin Kenny returned.
It's fantastic, and I wish the very best to Martin. And he's a nice guy, and he's a good guy, and he's an exceptional TD, and he will do lots of things for Sligo, Leitrim and Donegal. I have to say on my own behalf, I'm a very proud man tonight. 8,600 and something votes, or maybe 9,000 at the end of the day. And Eamon Scanlon came back from 9,000 and not getting a seat 5 years ago. I'm in that position tonight, and I'll be back. And I want to thank everybody that took the time to come out to vote for me and canvass for me and supported me and were wishing me and lighting candles and everything that they've done for me over the last month and 6 weeks. And I'm really extolled by the vote I got, because nobody would put me on 9,000 votes a month ago. And I'm over the moon about it. I think it's fantastic, the support I got throughout the Northwest. And I think that people in the future will take me seriously. That's the only point.
Well, you've laid down a marker now at this stage, and if you come back in 5 years' time, your profile is obviously going to be there as the county councillor as well. And as I mentioned, you've laid down one hell of a marker here.
Absolutely, and I guarantee, and I'm promising the people that I represent, that I will continue to do everything I possibly can to make the Northwest a better place to live in. And I do that with every fibre of my being to ensure that the Northwest gets the proper investment that it deserves. And I'll be there lobbying, and I'll be advising other councillors that I have done, and I'll be working with the executives of the councils here in the Northwest. And look, the Northwest is the most fantastic place to live. And people want to come here, and they want to live if they get the infrastructure and the housing and the proper health care. The Northwest is the new Ireland. It can be done, it should be done, and I wish every success to the 40Ds that were sending up to the Dáil to get that done.
All right. Well, look, you ran one hell of a campaign. I genuinely mean that. It was one of the big talking points on it. Hard luck the way that it worked out in the end, and I'll leave the final word here to our panellists as well. I know they want to address you before you finish, so if you can stay with us for a minute or two. John Parry.
Yeah, I would like to think I would be disappointed for Michael. He's a formidable candidate. He did an extraordinary campaign. He ran the campaign of the election, to be honest. And I think that when you look at it, he electrified the whole. He brought politics into his team into every doorstep with the postering, his IT technology base. And I think I would ask. And I know he's not despondent. He's a man that he's a fighter. He's a worker, and he has a fantastic base to work on. Obviously, it is disappointing for the people of West Sligo, and I know that he got a massive endorsement. He practically cleaned out the vote in West Sligo, and I think that is a huge endorsement. That's the testimony to this man, what his neighbours and his friends that know him very well think of him. And I think that he should be, himself and his family, he should be immensely proud of what he's achieved. And I think that he was just, it was really, he could have went anywhere here now at the moment. We look at the transfers and the eliminations. I am actually personally disappointed he's not elected. I don't mind saying that, because I know him very well. I know the extended family, and I have tremendous respect for Michael. And I'm actually disappointed he's not. And all I can say is that I would hold his head up high, which he can. And he has a very bright future. And the council will be even. It's the council's benefit that he's not gone over, because I've seen him operating the council. He's one of the most forceful, definitive speakers on the council who takes on the executive, and very few of them do. And he is one that I've seen him in operation in the council. He asks the questions of the executive, the hard question. He won't be silenced, and I think that is commendable. And he's a people's representative who's not. A lot of people get elected and they represent the executive. The big difference with Michael Clark is he represents the people who support him and who vote for him. So, Michael, I wish you well, Michael.
All right, okay. John Ellis is sitting beside you there.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Michael. He mightn't think it, but his performance is unbelievable. We're coming from a starting blocks of close to 2,000 votes you got in the local election, to finish up now with, you're going to finish with 9 probably 1,000 plus votes. It's a tremendous achievement. And remember, we all lost elections, and you learn from them. It's an education school. And when you go back the next time, you'll see where the extra 3 or 4 votes can be picked up in every polling booth. And somebody might say, well, what's 3 votes in every polling booth? 3 votes in every polling booth tonight would be worth 700 votes to you. So that's how it works.
It's small margins. John McCartan.
The big thing about this is that Michael Clark, to be fair to him, has highlighted issues that we've all been talking about. And I don't care whether, doesn't matter to me now anyway, because I'm no longer directly involved in politics. But if we don't soon start to scrap for the Northwest on a genuine group of all TDs, I'm not talking about fellas playing politics or saying that I got this road tarred or I got that road tarred. What I'm talking about is we need infrastructure into here. The only good thing that I saw in the Fianna Fáil manifesto, the most important thing to me was that Micheál Martin is committed to allow sons and daughters of farmers to build their houses on their land, and matter who is there, that has to be held to make sure that it happens. Otherwise, we're going to see our rural schools and everything start to disappear.
Well, I think Michael has already given an indication that he will be holding them to account. John McCartan.
Yes, and I don't want to rake across what has been said already, but Michael, I do want to say I was incredibly impressed with the campaign that you put on. We can't say you came out of nowhere. You came out of having built an extremely firm base in your own local electoral area. But what you did was you translated that into an impressive campaign and a machine that gives you now a regional reputation. You have a big voice now and you have a regional reputation, and I know you're going to build on that. You have energy, you have fire in your belly, you have proven you can put a big machine on the road, and I would not like to be facing you in the next election.
I don't think too many will. Michael, once again, hard luck, and I genuinely mean that. Well done in a great campaign.
John, I was only challenged in the situation.
Absolutely.
Do you understand? I do respect all what you do.
And likewise.
And I thank you, and I want to again thank everybody that voted for me and everything else. So
and good luck to you in the future. And as I say,
I'll be around.
We'll be dealing with you as a councillor, and of course, in 5 years' time, I get the feeling again, we'll have another 1 or 2 debates. Michael Clark, thank you so much indeed. There you have it. You're listening to the Ocean FM coverage of the general election counts here in the Clayton Hotel. Now, I think we're going to be getting Martin Kinney probably in a few minutes as well, just for maybe a more in-depth chat and an opportunity for our panel to talk to him. As you've heard, Michael Clark has conceded at this stage, so it will be Eamon Scanlon and Marion Harkin to be returned. Martin Kinney, first and foremost.
Thank you very much. Thank you, John.
Well done.
For a second time.
Martin, let's maybe start at the very outset. It was always going to be a different campaign. 2 candidates running for Sinn Féin. A strange type of a campaign, maybe from a Sinn Féin perspective, that maybe it was a little bit slow, many might feel, to get going. Then, as it proceeded, at the end it was looking as if you might be even surpassing Fianna Fáil on the national exit poll. That changed again, or seems to have changed again. But to consolidate the vote that you've consolidated here in the Northwest, to manage the vote as well as you did, that was very evident in transfers from Chris again to yourself, even in the last play. Give me your overall take on this.
Look, it's always magnificent to have a victory like this, and to, I suppose, to win is always what we all set out to do. It's a competitive process. Elections are competitive. People are there fighting for votes, and I think, it's been a huge achievement certainly for me personally and for my team of people that worked across the constituency to have this huge vote that we got. I guess my vote is around the same as it was this time 5 years ago, except I had to wait for them to come back from Chris McManus on this occasion. The 2-candidate strategy worked very well. We could have been in a place if Chris had to get a little bit more. Some would say if we had a little more time, was one of the issues in this election, because it was very quick, and it's a bad time of year for elections. Dark evenings, people's doorstep when it's -3 on a Thursday evening. They're not inclined to open it. And so I suppose, really, the reality is that certainly in my part of the constituency, in all of Leitrim and South Donegal, we knocked on practically every door, rural and urban. Now, there was some pockets of rural areas we didn't get to because it just ran out of time with bad weather and frost and all that. We couldn't. But probably 85-90% of people, we were on their doorstep. And I think it's important that you do that. It's important you go out and ask people for their vote, for their trust, because that's what you're asking for. And we received that, and I'm delighted we have.
All right, I want to bring in Councillor McMahon here for a minute. And all in all, not a bad weekend for Sinn Féin when we look at it maybe from a Donegal perspective. You're part of the constituency in with Sligo Leitrim. I know that was a bone of contention in the past and probably still is, but Patrick McLaughlin and Pierce Doherty before that returned as well. So are you quite happy with how everything has gone locally, Councillor McMahon?
Of course, I'd be very happy, you know. We've come a long way, and certainly it's been a couple of good days there now for us in Donegal here. And I'd like to congratulate Porrick and Pierce on their election, but certainly Martin here, who done very well in my constituency of Donegal, that I would call it. It was a tough campaign, it was a short campaign, and it's been already stated the weather wasn't the best, and we worked very, very hard on it. But Martin had done a good bit of work for Donegal, but I can tell you, there's a lot of more work to be done down there, and he'll be down there quite often. Like, you know, and he'll get a lot of phone calls. There's no question about that, as long as I'm a councillor. But I know that he's up for the job, and we need to look after South Donegal. And I suppose one of the big things that was coming on the door is to bring Donegal back into a directive space in Donegal and have the constituency of Donegal in Donegal. And we will be working on that with Martin as well, and the Sinn Féin party.
That battle will continue. But at the same
that will
time,
continue, yeah.
Martin, you mightn't want to surrender that Donegal vote. That South Donegal vote has been good to you the past couple of years, a couple of elections.
Yeah, it has. In fairness, it has been excellent. But you know, I do also understand very much so, because I think all of us sitting at this table from Leitrim know what it was like when Leitrim was split in half, and you had, you know, Sligo North Leitrim and Roscommon South Leitrim, and it was a very, very difficult place for anyone from the county to get elected in, and it certainly left people from County Leitrim feeling very, very disenfranchised. And I think it's right and proper that there should be an effort made to ensure that happens. Now, the difficulty is that the Constitution says you have to have a TD for every 30,000 people, plus or minus 5%. Perhaps if that 5% was broadened out to 10%, it could resolve that. But you'd actually need to have a referendum to make that happen. So, you know, that's something that needs to be thought about, because I think county boundaries are really important to people. Just a sense of place is important to them. The parish is important to them. And you know, the county is very important to people, let there be Donegal, Leitrim, Sligo or wherever. And I think there needs to be some mechanism of ensuring that as far as possible, counties are not split or divided for electoral purposes into the future.
The big message Sinn Féin wanted to get out prior to the election was, if you want change, you have to vote for change. Austin has already touched on this with you in the interview immediately after you were elected. It seems change could be unlikely. Do you?
Yeah, it seems that way. Look, I mean, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael presented themselves as a kind of a duo to the electorate, and it seems to have worked. It looks, obviously, the Green Party are gone practically. I don't know, did Roderick O'Gorman even get elected? I haven't seen it. He is. So
one seat.
They have the one seat. So, you know, you're in a situation where you're looking at a government, probably a Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael government, with an alternative arrangement, perhaps with a number of independents or whatever into the future. I think the role that we have to have now as Sinn Féin is to work with other parties and groupings of a similar mind to present an alternative government, a centre-left alternative government to the
What do you have to do over the next 5 years to finally get change implemented?
I think we have to work on it. And I think we have to convince people, first of all, that it's possible to do that it's practical to do that the expertise and the knowledge and the ability is there to make that happen, and to win people's trust around it, just like we have to win their trust to get their vote.
For any government that goes in, Councillor McMahon, you'd have seen this on the doorsteps as well. There's a number of issues: housing, and of course there's the Mikey issue in Donegal as well. Health. What else came up on the doorsteps?
Well, I mean, the health is the big one, you know, and certainly all the money that has been poured into the health over the years, and we still have a very, very serious situation. We have a lot of people in trolleys, probably tonight as well, you know. We have a brand new hospital in Ballyshannon, 82-bed hospital in Ballyshannon. Now it is working and starting to open, you know, but I always of the opinion that when you're building a new hospital, you would get the staff ready as well. But that being said, it is working and people are moving into it. The housing crisis has been serious, and a cause for concern, the fact that in my area alone we'd have 92 people in Bundoran and 103 in Ballyshannon. And the housing is one of the major issues, where young people are not sure if they'll be in a house this time next year or this time next week. And I mean, the conviction on that and the notice that the people were getting to put them out of houses was causing a serious problem, causing them mental health, causing them all sorts of problems, even, to the fact that they were going to hospital over this. We have an awful lot of work to do, and South Donegal in general, has been sort of neglected by successive governments. But we hope to try and rectify that by the work that we will do there, And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our team, canvassing team in Donegal, in South Donegal as well, who worked very, very hard, late into the evening, early in the morning, all day, to get Martin elected. There was a slogan one time used by Fianna Fáil. It was a lot done, more to do. I'm not going to use that slogan because Fianna Fáil didn't do anything. We're just going to go out and do it, and that's the way it's going to be.
All right. Martin Kinney, one thing that has come up here in our debate quite a lot over the last couple of days, infrastructure and the lack of infrastructure. And I know you had the transport portfolio with Sinn Féin. Rail, for instance, lacking in Donegal. Just one example. Rail times in Sligo is a major issue in relation to when trains arrive, when they leave. The nighttime economy not being supported enough by Rural Link. There are so many challenges facing rural Ireland at the minute. Feighan Gurn joined us a little bit earlier and he outlined them from a publican's perspective, and it was very interesting to note, all the challenges that they're facing. So there's a difficult period ahead.
There is, and I think the biggest issue people have is housing. A lot of it comes back to that, and it's the sort of the father and mother of a whole lot of other problems, because when a teacher gets a job in a school, come into a new area, they can't find anywhere to live. When a hospital gets new staff, they can't find anywhere to live. It has really caused huge pressure and huge crisis. And yet, those of us that have been out knocking on doors around about the country, you find there's so many houses empty and vacant and boarded up and all of that as well. So it's really about trying to find a mechanism of getting those houses occupied, getting people into them, finding a way of doing that, whatever supports are needed, whatever help are needed to make people, I suppose, open that possibility up, and also to get new houses built. And certainly it's not just an urban issue, it's a rural issue as well. Across a lot of County Leitrim and Sligo and Donegal, there's people who want to build houses on their own land, and planning permission restrictions and all those are in place, which make it very, very difficult. And I think we need to have a government that will recognise those problems and deliver on them. We also need to have more infrastructure in regard to better roads and all of that. Rail is a serious problem. The Western Rail Corridor is a serious issue that really needs to be dealt with to open up the whole west coast and the whole potential that it has. I do often use the phrase, John, what we need to do is relieve Dublin and revive the rest. Because Dublin, it's not to take anything from it, but it is chronic crisis with traffic jams, with delays, with housing, with all of these things.
What you're suggesting could actually benefit it.
And so many other places have the potential to do so much more. And if we put the investment into them, they're the places that can do an awful lot more. And I think
Sligo in the northwest is a prime example.
Sligo is a prime example.
All right, okay. And I know you're under demands for whatever other outlets and people who want to talk to you. I'm anxious just for our media, our colleagues here, our panel to talk to you. John Perry.
I'd like to congratulate Merton. It's a fantastic achievement getting elected. I must say that he certainly got the 15th as a huge head in the poll there, and the board management, that it was perfectly executed, and clearly he's immensely respected within Leinster House by all parties. I think people commend. He's a straight talker. He speaks for the issues of concern in electorate, and I think that they've had a good day in the office today. I think with Chris McManus, the board manager, was a very good arrangement. I think it worked out superbly. I think it's very encouraging for Chris McManus to get the vote that he got, and I suppose it shows generosity on a sitting deputy to it shows that they're putting party first to agree to he ran on his sole candidate the last time to agree to another high profile Sinn Féin candidate. It shows strength and conviction of the support that you had on the ground, and it's I think that the end result was there, that you won your seat in a very fine fashion, and Chris McManus he's very much well established now, and which he was already in Europe, but he certainly built upon his European vote in Sligo and doing very well. So I'm delighted for him, and I wish him very well.
Just a word on Chris's performance, Martin. We were speculating whether maybe he'd embark on a Shannon campaign or something now. He's already signalled an intention that he wants to contest the next general election as well. So your thoughts on Chris's performance this time around?
Look, I mean, Chris performed extremely well, and we got a great vote out. As I said, if we had a little more, we'd be contesting for a second seat. I think, the future, none of us are sure what it holds for any of us in truth, but I certainly think we will be running two candidates again in Sligo Leitrim with the intention of taking two seats, and that needs to happen as whenever the next government comes. The Shannon is something certainly, Chris, if he has an interest in that, it's something that I would certainly encourage him to go down that route.
John Ellis.
First of all, I want to congratulate Martin because it's a tremendous performance from himself personally and also for the party. And he reminded me, the transfers reminded me of Fianna Fáil in our heyday, when we could be sure that 75% or to 80% of our vote would stay with the party, same as it was with Fine Gael at the time. But what's happening now is that politics is becoming fragmented. And Martin talks, and he'll understand what I'm going to say now, and it's not being negative. If Sinn Féin are going to become a major power, they're going to have to go and get tied into the likes of the left-wing parties that are in Leinster House and try to see if the left can come together as one grouping rather than being there in 5 or 6 different groupings. And that's while they're in that situation, the centre is always going to be able to keep them out. And that's the only way.
Is that something that could happen? Maybe I know Labour and the Social Democrats has been talk about amalgamations or combinations, call it what you will, an alliance there. Could Sinn Féin work with parties like that, Martin?
I think we have an onus from the point of view of representing the public to come together and to work with other parties that we have like mind on. Look, we're not going to agree on every issue, but on the big broad issues like resolving the housing crisis, looking at our health system and getting a public health system that's fit for purpose. All of those kind of things, having a society which has rights for people, which is an economy that delivers for people. Those kind of things I think we can find common ground with most parties on the left, and I think we certainly should be trying to work to do that. And we'll still have differences, but it's healthy to have those differences.
You can iron them out.
And in some areas, obviously in this region, Sinn Féin is very strong. In other regions, it may be the Labour Party, or it may be the Soc Dems, or maybe others that are strong, and possibly we look at a future where, we can find an alliance, a loose alliance before an election, still compete, and afterwards be able to present an alternative government.
Something maybe that has to be considered. John McCartan, the significance here now of Leitrim returning a TD.
Yeah, well, obviously it's very important to Leitrim to return a TD, and let me say, personally, I'm quite happy to see Martin elected because Martin and I, neighbours for a start, and we were old colleagues on Leitrim County Council, and we were the best of friends on Leitrim County Council and have maintained that friendship since. Personally, I'm very happy to see Martin elected. Just on the broader topics, just as has been discussed and taking them in backwards order, talking about Sinn Féin and forming alliances. I have to say, I don't know whether it's me that's changing, or maybe Sinn Féin is changing, but when I was first elected to Leitrim County Council, Martin, and you and I were younger men, I felt I disagreed with you on a lot more things than I do now.
You mellowed.
I don't know.
We're all getting old.
I don't know, did I get soft and silly, or is Sinn Féin? But there was a time you couldn't really countenance allegiances for Sinn Féin with too many parties, and that's changing.
Well, I go back to, and I heard you making the point earlier on, I think at some stage, maybe it was yesterday, about how when you were in Leitrim County Council, there was seldom a vote on anything.
Yeah.
And I think, and at different times when we had, after elections, we came together and we had talks about, and I know that certainly at local level, people are able to find that common ground and common space. And I think we have to be able to do that at national level as well, for the good of the people.
Yeah.
And that's what it has to be about.
Absolutely. And another thing also that a point that I did make that was interesting when you're talking about Chris McManus's performance. Sinn Féin can be in contention. Had Chris McManus 1,100 more votes, at the time he was eliminated, he wouldn't have been eliminated. And it would have been a very different landscape tonight. So Sinn Féin are definitely, number one, going to be in contention for 2 seats here, a solid contender for 2 seats at the next election, and secondly, are going to be, a prospect for a partnership and a prospect for forming a government. And for that reason, Martin, I hope you'll be a big name if Sinn Féin do form a government.
Who knows?
And maybe Leitrim would have its first ever cabinet minister.
That's something Leitrim badly needs.
Yeah, before I move to Mick, the election this time compared to 5 years ago, Chris McManus was obviously running with you. You had a running mate. The ploy from a Fianna Fáil perspective to add Paddy O'Rourke onto the ticket, again, speculation, but I heard it mentioned more than once that was done to try and eat into the Martin Kenny vote. But did it worry you to see somebody
No,
put
look, I mean, Paddy O'Rourke he's a formidable opponent, you know, and let's face it. And Paddy gets a huge vote, particularly in his own home area, which is similar to my own home area. So, you know, yes, Paddy coming in the field, certainly we knew Paddy was going to get up to 4,000 votes, maybe more. That was my calculation. But I knew that the further he went away from Carrigallen, the more it was going to drop. And from that point of view, I had a better reach and a better base there to be able to withstand that. And I think the other point, coming back to John's point, on this occasion, I got a huge transfer from Chris McManus. But without that transfer from Chris McManus, I'd still have got elected. You know, I was less than 1,000 votes from the quota. So I'd still have got elected, and even if I didn't have that. So in other words, we have the space there to elect 2 TDs. If Chris McManus had to get that extra 1,100, 1,500 votes.
And it's interesting how transfers have changed over the years in relation to Sinn Féin. At one time, if there was 2 Sinn Féin candidates running 1 and 2, it had stopped there. But we're looking at a different dynamic now, aren't we?
Absolutely, and I've said that to people numerous occasions. When I voted the other day in Havas, I went to number 18. All the way down the paper. And I do joke with people that I want to see the guy that they give number 18 to see how little I think of him. But the truth is, it is important to do that. Because it means, and you'll see it here tonight, particularly with papers that was for Marion Harkin or Clark or whoever, you see a 7 and an 8 counting as a 1. And if people fill their paper in at least to that level, at least halfway down or more, you know, it would ensure that vote will continue to carry, because it is important in close, tight-run elections like this. And I think, you know, we have to understand that the system is a system that delivers for people, but only delivers for people if you take your choice further than just your primary choice. You have to spread it out further. You may say to yourself, well, you know, I'm a bit closer to Fine Gael or I'm a bit closer to Fianna Fáil, I'm going to give them the 3 or the 4 or the 5 or the 6 or whatever it is, and keep going down the paper, because it's very, very important when it comes to close elections.
From a South Donegal perspective, Councillor Mick McMahon, this is going to be your man that will be representing you for the foreseeable future, unless things change in relation to the constituencies. He's somebody I know you have a good relationship, that you work with, that you canvass for. Obviously, you're happy to see him back there again.
There's no question about it, and he knows the constituency well, and he knows what the constituency needs. And the constituency needs a lot of work done. We have a serious decline in South Donegal. I mean, you take small towns, small villages that are declining in population and in business. I can name them: Ballintrab, Pedigo, a small border town, situated with the mountain on one side and the border on the other side, and that town is hemorrhaged for years and years. We need to look at the whole infrastructure of the area to see exactly what we can do there, you know. I met a girl the other day who has a small restaurant in the town, a 5-table restaurant. She has it rented out and she has 2 people working. And the ESB bill for the 2 months was 2,480. So, I mean, we have to look at small and medium-sized business to see exactly what we can do for them. This girl's struggling to stay in business. We wanted her to stay in business to keep the lights on, but it's not going to happen. So these companies like Aircom, ESB, they need to step up to the plate, and they need to become proactive, and they need to be doing the work for the people. If I phone them up in the morning, or Martin phones them up in the morning to get a job done, we need the job done per se. We need it done that day or the day after. We don't need to be waiting for weeks and weeks to get this work done. There needs to be an overhaul of all the situation regarding that, because that's what's happening in our country. The big companies are not delivering for us. And the other thing is we need to look at there is the young people. Like Sinn Féin got out a big young vote.
Just, I know Martin Kenny has to go. There's other media commitments. Mick, sorry to cut across you. Martin, before you leave, once again, congratulations. Well done on a great campaign. Well done on being returned.
Thank you very much, John. And I also want to thank Ocean FM for the magnificent coverage that you've given over the past 2 days and the huge work you've done. But particularly, I want to thank every single person that went out the other day to vote, because we had a turnout of about 60% in this constituency, which is higher than a lot of them. And, you know, we really need people to go out and vote and exercise their rights, because that's the only way that you can make change happen.
All right, okay. Martin, thank you so much for your time. I know you're under pressure. Mick, I want to come back to you.
Just as I was saying there, we need to look at the whole situation, because the 60% it's not a good vote. It's not enough people are coming out to vote. We need to look at the way the registers run, the way the whole voting machines is in operation, and to see what we can do to do something on that. Because, as I say, we got a good young vote out, but a lot of people did not come out to vote, so there needs to be something done on that.
Well, Feighan Gurn, you probably know him, an independent councillor in Manor Hamilton. He sat in that very seat and he outlined the problems that he's facing as a publican, the challenges that's there. He's had to change his business model to reduce it from 7 to 5 days, later opening hours to try and cut costs, the hospitality sector, the VAT rate. That opportunity was missed in the budget. There's major challenges here, and again, it's probably when you're on the doorsteps like this, and it's the same for all parties that canvass. They're aware of the issues now, and we'll have to see what action is going to be taken.
Well, I mean, I think there was a major miss in the budget for the hospitality sector. The hospitality sector in Ireland, but in our region, is a very important sector. Like in Rasnowla and in Bundoran, and in Ballyshannon. It's complete tourism. We need tourism, but I think not to drop the VAT to 9% was a major mistake. As I said earlier, small businesses are suffering. Small business will not survive unless there is something done about it. And as an opposition, we need. It looks like that we're going to be in opposition. We need to make sure that the government is accountable for what they are doing and what they have done to small business and what they have done to rural Ireland in general. Like the gates are going up in some places. That's how bad it is. So they need to wake up and smell the coffee here and do something about it. But we will be ensuring that we get the representation from the opposition here.
All right, I see 10 Green Party seats gone as Matthews loses out in Wicklow. That's another loss there for the Green Party on that. So obviously more and more bad news coming in there for them. Donegal, talk to me about what's gone on in Donegal. We've been so immersed here in Sligo Leitrim over the last 24 hours. Talk to me about Donegal for a minute, Michael.
Well, I haven't been really. I've been concentrating here on this one.
Yeah.
We have done very well in Donegal. Pearse has topped the poll in the constituency, probably the biggest poll getter in Ireland. Pádraig McLaughlin is in. I don't know where it is from there, But Donegal, we need a whole new setup. We need new infrastructure. We need more employment. We need people to come back. We need houses for them. And certainly Donegal, has been neglected by successive governments over the year. They haven't got what they deserve. We have no rail service into it, and we hear all the talk about the rail service and different things. The fact is that we don't have a rail service. It's a total disgrace. Our road structure, and Donegal is the biggest road, has the biggest amount of roads, something like 300 between all major roads, secondary roads and third roads to keep up. We need more infrastructure there. We need more money coming from the Exchequer for Donegal. And we need to make sure that our people that want to come home, there's people in America and Australia, New Zealand who want to come home to start up a business in Donegal, and they're not getting the support from the central government that they should be getting. We need to be looking into all that. There's so much work to be done that we need to be getting our sleeves rolled up today to get that started and up and running.
All right, Councillor McMahon, as always, great to talk to you. Thank you indeed for dropping by.
Yeah, and I'd like just as well to thank Ocean for the support there that they have given to Donegal over the years. Has been fantastic, and they're always ready to do announcements, whatever the case may be, and thank you very much.
All right, look, it's always a pleasure to have you here as part of our election coverage.
Right.
Thank you very much indeed for dropping by. John Perry, let's go back to you and the success there of Martin Kinney. Michael Clark, for anybody again that's maybe just joining us, has conceded defeat in relation to those last two seats. So that's going to be Eamon Scanlon and Marion Harkin. Were you surprised at Michael Clark's decision to declare defeat so early on? I thought he would have waited until longer on this, and until it became almost mathematically.
Well, John Hurton said, it's highly improbable, but mathematically it could happen. But having said that, he must have obviously got a first-hand view on the papers that was coming through. So I think that shows the calibre of the man that he is. He decided that he wasn't just going to. I think he was very conciliatory in conceding defeat. He congratulated all of the candidates. Understandably, he has to be hurt, really, and you have to, I would, on an occasion like that, while he didn't, and he is a very strong-minded person. I have no doubt he is hurt, because I said there was a high expectation that he would win, but clearly that I think that it was an intelligent. It was an intelligent analysis on his behalf that he felt that it was the right thing to do at this point in time.
I see an interesting one developing in Donegal here, just to pick up on this, that Thomas Pringle is trailing Charlie McConlogue by 1,663 votes. He's going to need a big amount of Noel Jordan's transfers to come in there. Is that a surprise?
Have now excluded Nicky Bradley.
Thomas Pringle, sorry, you're right. He picked up 2,147 transfers.
Yeah, so Nicky Bradley's exclusion is likely to elect Charlie McConlogue, you would imagine, and leave Thomas Pringle out in the cold.
It's interesting. Again, a very proactive, a very effective independent there. So Charlie McConlogue, obviously in that battle as well from Fianna. That's, I suppose, could you say the legacy of having the agricultural portfolio, John?
Well, let's be honest, he's at the cabinet table. I think Donegal, I think they were intelligent enough to evaluate the maintenance of that, and he will be reappointed to the cabinet table as well. I think it's very good for the region and the northwest that that not faulting Thomas Pringle by any means, but clearly that when the preference comes to the transfers of having a backbencher as against the minister, they opt for the minister.
Okay. John Ellis, give me your take on that. Charlie McConlogue was, I suppose, Donegal, it was a funny election for him because he had the backlash. Agriculture, of course, takes in the fisheries. And there was the backlash with the way fishermen have been treated in Donegal. There was MICA. There was ongoing issues with the Department of Agriculture. So it was a tough portfolio for him, was it not?
It was, and he's in the unfortunate position of being out on a limb, being up in Inishowen, as coming from Inishowen. But the one thing about it is, when the Cope came back into the arena, it changed the whole dynamic, because everybody knew that the Cope back in was a reasonably strong banker because of his previous record and everything there. And actually, I would say that the Cope coming back in has probably consolidated Charlie McConlogue, because the Cope has obviously hurt Thomas Pringle big time, and if it continues the way it is, I don't see Thomas Pringle being able to pass him. What do you think, John?
Yeah, well, you would have to presume that Nicky Bradley, who has just been excluded with 6,176 votes, is much more. That vote is much more attracted to Charlie McConlogue in a transfer than it is to Thomas Pringle. So if there are 400 more transfers for Charlie than there are for Pringle, then McConlogue takes the seat, and it's all over.
It's a Fine Gael vote, so therefore it's going to go to Fianna Fáil much stronger than to Pringle.
All right. The comeback of Pat the Cope, John Ellis.
Well, the Cope has never given up, remember. Anyone that knows anything about the Cope, he's continued to run a political office and been active up and down Donegal. I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago one night, and I said, Cope, what's happening? Well, he says, sure, I may as well be paid for doing it as doing it for nothing, which I've been doing for the past 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he has maintained his political activity on the ground. And you probably know that the fish guy that sells fish in Ballinamore of a Friday, John, you might see him. He's from Clone Charles, and I said to him, what's the story on the Cope? He says it's like this. He says, if we want anything, we have to go to the Cope. There's no one else to go to, and if we want a passport, you'll get a passport. And you see, it's all about. It's no different than anyone here. It's all about looking after the constituents. You mightn't think that it matters, but it does matter, because when it comes to voting, the ideology only becomes secondary.
Well, one thing that stood out to me about Pat the Cope over the last number of years, for a man of probably 75 years of age now, he kept a very strong social media presence.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I was well aware of Pat the Cope on Facebook. And for the last couple of years, I kind of presumed Pat the Cope will retire.
This was a long-term plan here.
I would see photographs of him attending functions, photographs of him meeting people, popping up on my Facebook feed. And I said, what the hell is he giving himself this hardship for? But obviously, Pat the Cope is not out until he decides he's out. And he has lots of energy, and he's a determined man, and fair play to him.
Yeah, you have to admire him.
Yeah.
So it was an interesting scenario, Pat the Cope returning just in relation to that. Elsewhere, the Green Party is the other big issue here today on their performance. And, Roderick O'Gorman is going to be the only one of the 12 TDs to survive, it seems now, by reports that we're reading. No, we've got Commons and we've been accused of green bashing here. But look at the polls. Look at the return.
It's not us. The whole country has bashed the Greens. And look we did say earlier on, it's not out of disrespect for the ideology and the aims of the Green Party that we're giving out about them, or that they've taken this punishment. People in Ireland are not anti-green, but what people in Ireland are is anti the stick before the carrot attitude they've taken to trying to get us out of our cars by putting cycle paths down the middle of our towns, bus lanes in the middle of the cities. And when people have had plenty of time to sit for hours in their car along the quays in Dublin, or in Virginia in Cavan, or in Galway City when they're on the coming down from Briar Hill or trying to get into town, people have a lot of time to sit in their cars and curse the Greens for the amount of infrastructural projects that they put their foot on.
And that's probably fundamental to it as well. Former Fianna Fáil councillor Martin Baker, thank you so much indeed for coming in. Good to see you again, and you're very welcome to our coverage. I'll just bring you in ever so closer to the microphone there. Let's start with Eamon Scanlon. That's the big place maybe for us to start. Obviously now going to be returned. Just give me your take on that.
It was great that Eamon came back into the race. As you know, there was 3 candidates went for convention, and for personal reason the 2 in the south of the county pulled their names out before the convention. So it was felt that South Sligo needed someone there, and I think it was the first time in the history of the state that there wasn't a TD there in the last term. So the people were crying out for someone to go there, and in fairness he put in a huge campaign, and I'd like to compliment all the people that came out and worked so hard for them, young and old. And weather conditions wasn't great, but at least when you were going and it was raining and wet and damp, people were at home, and at least you were getting people and engaging, and I felt a lot of people was engaging. But I suppose the big message, I think what's hurting a lot of people, I think it's time that the USC was done away with, because it's grand to get these little plucks a couple of times a year, but I think if you could give a little bit constantly, it was a lot more beneficial to people. And I think the other thing, sort of that 30 to 40-year-old, that they're not able to get their foot on the ladder for housing, paying huge rent. And what sickens a lot of people is, say, if you were at a certain level, you were getting all that was to be got, and medical cards, the whole lot, and if you're caught in between, you're paying for everything, and there seems to be no light at the end of the tunnel. And I think the biggest thing that hurts people, when the banks was in bother, the state bailed them out. But when young people are in bother now, they're giving them no little bit of help at all. And something needs to be done there, because if they were able to get the foot on the ladder and a little bit of encouragement, rather than big money down the drain and getting nowhere. So they're the 2 issues that needs to... And the way I look at politics is, if you need something badly enough, it should be delivered, because those who shout loudest will get it. And in life, there's all this I found in the council, and it was one reason why I did give up council work. When I went in 20 years ago, you went in to serve the people and try to leave it easier for people. But every term that I went on, there seemed to be more obstacles put in the way, more paperwork, and say for simple stuff like getting a grant for a bathroom for an older person, the amount of paperwork, and then they'll send out a letter maybe looking for something like a statement of liability. And if they have no one in the house to help them out with that, they just forget about it, and that is wrong.
Yeah, the obstacles are being stacked and making it more. And isn't that maybe, everyone has talked about housing here as being one of the big issues that has come up, and you've mentioned it as well. And the whole scheme when it comes to doing up, say, derelict or vacant properties, again, that's what I hear coming back. The amount of paperwork, administration, difficulty meeting the criteria, needing the money before you can get the grant in the first place. Again, that system, you could say, the odds are stacked for it to be not successful.
Yeah, well, I think that's where we talk about these good banks, that they should come in there and give a bit of a bridging loan and charge very little interest on it. And if you want to move things, that's the way to move them.
Yeah. Do you miss the council day-to-day involvement?
No, I'd miss the old banter at the meetings, but as you know, I work in a butcher shop myself, and you're dealing with people every day, so you're not sort of shutting away from people. And it just reminds me, the good man here beside me, I remember years ago we used to be on the board of the region, and I was slaughtering my own stuff at that time, and I used to go up, you'd know the man Oliver McCabe's and Kejo, and
I know it well, yeah.
Land up there 7 o'clock in the morning and bring a change of clothes, have a shower, and then meet up with these guys in Drumshambo then and head off to a meeting. And you were talking earlier about trying to, it was nearly a full-time job, but you had to try and balance everything. And we used to have a lot of old banter. I think it was Frank Dolan, Jerry Dolan, Inda Midloin, and they
all good characters.
All
well
good
able to give and take it.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the general election just for a moment. The performance of Michael Clark. Now, he's conceded defeat at this stage, but that's one of the big talking points here. He ran some campaign and came so close.
He ran a great campaign, and I knew it. When I heard that exit poll the night before, I said that can't be correct.
The exit poll?
Yeah. I said that can't be correct because I felt it on the doors. Every door we had canvassed, he was nearly there before us. And the word was out there, and he had to be going well. And they put in a ferocious campaign, and then say they had links all over the place because they buy a lot of cattle and say through family
and business connections,
and that had been going back for years. So it's no surprise to me, and it's awful tough. Everyone that puts their name on the ballot paper has to be complimented, and it's awful tough, and especially when you're going out at the last hurdle. And I know Eamon has been in that position on I think 3 different occasions, and it's. You think you're going good, and the next thing it all turns upside down.
Absolutely. And you know, the big thing about it is the whole situation. Just in relation to that, again, you'd feel so sorry for. You just feel so sorry for anyone that loses an election in that sense. The Marion Harkin now at this stage obviously looks as if she's going to survive. Eamon obviously is going to take that seat. The performance of Vidal McSharry and Paddy O'Rourke, from a Fianna Fáil perspective, to go back to that.
Well, I think they need to be complimented because they ran super campaigns, and Edel for a newcomer, she really, and she had to form a team of her own, a new team, and they really worked very hard and got a very decent vote out. And Paddy came in at a very late stage and got a huge vote out. So they did very well.
Overall, the makeup of the government from a Fianna Fáil perspective, again, the exit poll had Sinn Féin ahead, but Fianna Fáil obviously toppled that. Is this really positive for Fianna Fáil? Now, Mark McSharry was saying maybe almost by default and due to the current candidates more so than strategy, they've ended up in this position. What would your take be on that?
Well, it's good to see them increasing the seats, but I think people seem to be looking for change, and it doesn't seem as if it's going to happen. And I think part of the problem is that the turnout, even though it was 60% here in a lot of the country, it has been very poor. And I think a lot of those people that were saying they were looking for change just they can come out and vote.
Yeah, and that was interesting. Michael, you've got some figures here.
Just something quick, John.
In a couple of moments as well. Yes.
Just we're about 20 minutes to a half hour from a definitive final tally on this, but we're in a bit of a conundrum here at the moment. We're looking to see if there'll be 860 or more or less between the bottom 2 candidates, whether we have to have another count or not.
Okay.
And at the moment, our tally is showing nearly all the votes on the table, but the rubber bands are around them, all of them, but some of them. And at the moment, it looks like it's going to be either 840, 850 or 860.
Right.
Or 865. So it's touch and go whether there'll be another count.
Okay.
And there's absolutely no material change from what I said last, that the order of the three candidates at the end of tonight, no matter what happens, is going to be scanned. And
I presume it was on that data, was it, that Michael Clark took the decision to concede, and he seen no way back?
yeah, well, he sat down at the same time as me, and he said, Michael, will you hold off? I'm going to concede.
Yeah.
So he knew that.
Were you surprised he was doing it at that stage?
Well, I was. Maybe he wants to get away. He has lots of supporters around. It's been a very, very tough day on them.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't surprised. No, I wasn't surprised.
Just shows again, the figures of the trend that was emerging from early doors, and you were able to see that. So the word on the ground is we don't know yet whether we need another count.
It's just touch and go. I said I'd throw it out there at you, John, and let the listeners know we may have another count or we may not. We'll know an awful lot more in about 20 minutes.
All right, okay. 18 minutes away from 12 right now, so we're ticking on towards the midnight hour. Dara Mulvey, you're very welcome. Great to have you here in our studio. First of all, maybe let's start from the Fine Gael perspective and the success of Frank Feighan. By the way, Martin, thank you indeed for joining us. Good to see you again, and continued success. Enjoyed the retirement, but you might come back for a council election. You never know yet. I think the bug of contesting elections here might bring a few people back. Dara Mulvey, the success of Frank Feighan. Let's start on that point.
Yes, John, delighted for Frank. I had been part of Frank's campaign, and I'm delighted to see Frank re-elected, and I look forward to, I suppose, seeing Frank hopefully getting a ministership out of this. It was a very hard campaign. It was a short campaign, but being honest, it was very easy to sell Frank Feighan on the doors. Frank was known. Frank had a good delivery rate, and I suppose, the short time frame left it hard on the canvassers to get out, and at the outset I have to pay great tribute to everyone of the candidates, some of my council colleagues that actually ran as well, and I know, it was two people really stuck out for me on the election. Was the great vote that Edel McSharry got. For someone that only entered local government this year, and to go through a local election, I've gone through, this is my fourth one, and they're a very, very tough battle. To go through that, to try and settle into the council and then go out and fight a general election. She put up a serious campaign, and she got an excellent vote. And also, I have to say the campaign that Michael Clark, my colleague, ran. Michael ran what I'd call literally a presidential style campaign.
That's a good description of it. It blitzed areas when they came in, and
he had a
Fitzmaurice style.
Fitzmaurice style, and I sincerely hope he doesn't roll it out for the local elections next time. But I'd be getting very worried. But I know, look, in fairness, I've worked closely with Michael, and I work closely across all with the 18 councillors in there. But Michael, from he had it in his mind to go. He went, full steam 100% at it, and he put in a serious campaign.
It must be a difficult position to be in, because there are so many twists and turns, and Eamon Scanlon would have seen this as well, in all fairness to him, over the years. But for so long yesterday, all the indicators were pointing towards Michael Clark taking a seat.
Yeah, and look, I was listening attentively, and I have to compliment Ocean FM. Brilliant coverage. It was going the way that you could nearly say it was a fait accompli that we had the four, because, Frank was doing very well, and again, compliment Eamon Scanlon. I know Eamon, and the height of regard, and wish Eamon and his family the very best of luck. He had a tough time with his brother Pádraig passing away in the middle of the campaign, and, when Eamon, it's great to have Eamon back in South Sligo. Hopefully he'll take a bit of pressure off the local councillors out there, because myself and Paul Taylor, certainly as the councillors in that area,
the parcel.
We'll be certainly delegating some of them. But
I'll blame the TD.
Well, that's it. We'll be able to do a bit of that too. But look, it's anyone. I have the height of respect for anyone that puts their name on the ballot paper. We certainly are at the mercy of the public, and I'm only too thrilled to be elected for 3 terms and into my 4th term on Sligo County Council, and you're there to help people. You won't solve all the issues, but certainly we all collectively do our best, and we'll do what we can. And when they go seeking the Dáil, it's a huge catapult on the size of the area that they have to go and canvass. It was a short campaign, the weather was bad, You know, it was very hard to get people at home. People were working, you know, and I think, in fairness, you know, I have to say it and set my stall out. People saw, I think, the stability of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. Like, the country, while it has an awful lot of issues, and certainly housing, I would have to say it's one of the main issues I deal with in my work in the County Council. It is a serious issue, but they are trying to grapple with it. We're not the only country in Europe that has this issue. It's the same in the UK, it's the same on the continent, and there's no magic wand for solving these issues. We have a skill shortage. You know, I would certainly have my own bone of, you know, to pick with a lot of the office of the regulator, and we've recently only passed our county development plan here in Sligo, and you know, we need to have enough land zoned. And I know, and in fairness to former Deputy John Ellis and my council colleague John McCartan, like, the government has to get to grips with the serious issue of not allowing one-off housing in the countryside.
That's gone, Dara.
Yeah.
It's part of the Fianna Fáil manifesto that farmers' family will be allowed to build on their land, and if that had been done, it would probably have taken maybe 5,000 extra houses a year being built in the country. But the one thing we all forget is that the reason for the housing shortage is that the fastest growing population, we grew by 500,000 in the last 6 or 7 years. That's an enormous growth. And you see, the backup services that you need for that, let it be health, let it be schools, let it be transport, doesn't matter what it is. We didn't see it coming because we were after coming out of a bad recession. Let's not try to say that it was...
Oh, we had an abundance of houses. We couldn't get rid of them.
John, the mistake that was made was at that stage was that instead of allowing vulture funds to buy them up and take them for nothing, the government should have stayed with them, held on to them, set up a bad bank to take the whole lot over and sell them off, and that have had people to take them.
Yeah, because I remember coming out of that...
Just on building, Darren, I want to just expand a little bit on that. It's obviously a big issue. The planning permission is a major issue. The cost of it is a major issue, and securing the labour force is the big problem at the present.
A major concern, and like, I would often, you know, I'd be friendly with a lot of, I suppose, my own two sons are in their early 20s, and there was a lot of their friends, you know, and I think there was one lad out of that whole section of lads went into the trades. And like, years ago it was completely different. Everyone went into the trades, and you have a huge skill shortage. I know it through my work in the County Council and the elderly grants or the mobility grants. You cannot get a tradesperson. You know, people are getting letters of acceptance for a grant. The first problem they have is getting a tradesman. And then it's very hard for tradespeople, I suppose, to price jobs, because we're certainly, you know, bound by the war in Ukraine, you know, which made a huge effect on it. Then I know one builder supplier was telling me that timber, literally before it came down off the tree, was being bought up in the American market. So they couldn't even price timber, you know. So
and a criticism that's levelled at tradespeople, and we hear it all the time again, if there's a job like that, but there's a grant available, it's always levelled that they put the grant value on top of their price.
Yeah, and unfairly, you know, because I know that there's one issue with certainly a lot of the grants where, in fairness, someone could get acceptance for a grant, and whatever they get, maybe 7,000-8,000. That builder goes in and does the work on good faith. He has to wait till he has the job completed, because the contract is between the local authority and the person that applies. So the guy has to go in and pay for all his materials in the builder's provider. He has to wait then before the job is completed before he gets his payment. And like, he could be waiting 2 or 3 weeks after the job is completed. And he has his
overheads.
His employees paid, and he certainly has his builder suppliers paid. So he's the last man to be paid.
Right.
And like, you know, that is an issue. And look, I have to say, I'd be, you know, critical of the government myself in certain issues, in that I certainly think that the VAT should have been sorted out. I'm very fearful of what's going to happen with that in the new year, because a lot of small businesses are suffering, and even we had the recent grants for small businesses and the Power Up grant, and I think Minister Peter Burke is trying to get that sorted out, where people, that hadn't applied for the first one didn't get the second, and if you didn't apply for the second, so little things like that, because at the end of the day, small businesses, they're the backbone of the smaller towns and the rural communities. But I certainly think, I know Fine Gael have come out and said they're going to look at that VAT, I think bring it down to 9%, so they're going to have to do that, because the cost of doing business, I work myself in the retail trade, and the cost of living is affecting everyone, but the cost of, the minimum wage going up, and
that's coming into play in January.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big effect on everyone.
For small and medium enterprises, that's going to be huge.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us, gentlemen, for a minute. Plenty more to talk about, and we'll come straight back after these.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business, we like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought Solar Generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for Solar Generation, really. I'd 100% recommend Solar Generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from Solar Generation, and really looked after me very well.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalised one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyse your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly. And I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome back here to the Clayton Hotel in Sligo. Ocean FM coverage of the 2024 general election. And the big news here, just in case you're tuning in to us late, we've already completed, 13 counts now at this stage. Martin Kinney and Frank Feighan and Martin Kinney elected thus far. Counting continuing here at this stage, but at this particular moment in time, we have a very clear picture in relation to where the 2 remaining seats will go. Michael Clark already conceding defeat, and that inevitably will lead to, it seems, Marion Harkin and Eamon Scanlon, and not necessarily in that order, being returned as the 3rd and 4th TDs for Sligo Leitrim. I want to go to John Perry, first of all, here.
I think that it's all over bare the celebrations. I just take the opportunity to compliment the Ocean team on outstanding coverage here. I must say that I thoroughly enjoyed it, and want to compliment John Ellis and John McCurtain, and we'd say that all of the team, but equally I want to yourself, John and Niall, which he's not here today, but also Yazzie, I think is the right pronunciation, Cormac, Kieran, Kevin, Merrick and Clear, I think, and also the team here has been an extraordinary team, and the hospitality and the friendliness, and setting my computers up and everything else. So you really have a professional team here in every sense. And I'd also like to compliment the staff at the ATU. We have Pádraig McGorty here. He did an outstanding job, and you have Pádraig Hart. I think they really have been the professionalism and the attention to detail and the forensic sort of insight into with John EI and all of that in cooperation has really brought intrigue into the campaign. And I think they really, and the students and everybody at the ATU, I think they're exemplary, and they've really set up a model that I think very few other in all of the 26 radio stations right around the country, Jeremy, nobody could compete with the team and the backup support from the ATU and Pádraig and the 2 Pádraigs. And I'd also like to compliment Michael Kilcoyne, indeed, and his son Coleman. What's his son's name is Cameron, forgive me. Cameron, Michael Kilcoyne given and his son Cameron, they're here with figures all day, and I think that just to say I really have enjoyed it, and I want to, I suppose, just to acknowledge the role of the returning officer, Pádraig O'Grady, I think he has covered every election. He was telling me this for the last 30 years. Every general election he's brought in to manage this campaign, and the staff and the counters who have worked tirelessly for the last 2 days going through ballot papers. And I think that, and most importantly, before I finish, with the staff of the hotel here, I think the friendliness, the staff on the counters, if you want a cup of coffee or tea, whatever you wanted, Jeremy, superb staff. It'll be more, and finally, it was important to mention the Garda Síochána, who have been, they've arranged people perfect. So overall, I want to say that John, Niall has, and yourself, and the whole team at Ocean really have to be congratulated on an outstanding show. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I worked with John McCurtain here, and it was really good to me. John and I go back a long time with Joe. Indeed, I must say, the first time I got elected in 1997, Joe McCurtain brought a call to my house, and he gave me, before the euro currency, he gave me a euro currency gold coin. You know what I mean?
Yeah, an ECU.
What's that?
ECU, European Currency Unit.
Yeah, and he called to the house, yes, with that coin, and I still have it. So I've tremendous respect. It served 25 years in Europe, but I still have that coin on the mantelpiece, John. Never forgot it.
Very good.
And you can tell your dad that. I send my regards. But clearly, and John Ellis, I must say that he's great to see John. He really is the real survivor. 50 years in politics. He has an adept knowledge of the whole political system, and a very good friend of mine over the years. I served him in Dáil Éireann, and I always found him extremely a very good colleague, and I enjoyed working with him. So all in all, John, well done, and congratulate yourself, John. You took over the step into the chief anchor.
Just like replacing Alex Ferguson. Tell me nothing about it.
I have to say that Niall had exclusivity on election cons, but I think he'll be under pressure the next time. You've done a sterling job.
Well, look at it. We've been delighted to have you here too, John, and thank you. And I genuinely mean that for all of your contributions and help. Now, let's go back to some figures. John McCartan, you've got some more. I love this word, data now at this stage.
Yeah, we have. I'm Johnny Data trying to compete with Johnny AI here beside me. We have an indication of the numbers on the distribution of Martin Kenny surplus. So there was 4,052 votes to distribute. There was 245 for Eamon Scanlon, bringing him to 10,212. There is likely to be 885 for Marion Harkin, bringing her to 9,714. Michael Clark is going to get 752, bringing him to 9,070. Now, as the difference between Michael and Marion is now likely to be only 644, which is less than Frank Feighan's surplus, it means that Frank Feighan's surplus will have to be distributed. So we are waiting for the results of this count to confirm those numbers that I'm after giving you, after which we will have to move to distribute Frank Feighan's surplus, which was 800 odd, and hopefully will not take too long until proceedings.
I was just going to make that point, that the distribution of Frank's surplus shouldn't really keep us here all night.
Yeah.
Pádraig, let's look at it now. Let's go back to the very start of this weekend and the famous exit poll. And there were some people getting worried. There were some people maybe taking encouragement from it. But in the end, it's panned out fairly accurately.
Well, the exit poll was actually very accurate overall. The percentages we got were 100% right. The only assumption that we made on the night was a turnout of 52%, and that reduced everybody's actual vote because we took a percentage of that 52% of the valid electorate, when in fact the electorate was 60.5. But the actual percentages and the way that the candidates appeared, we got the first three right, and we got the three that was grouped close together right as well. So it was highly accurate. One of the things that people have been asking is, how is these surpluses distributed?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to just give a little quick example, okay? So to explain to people, let's just say that the votes needed to win was 100 to reach the quota, and candidate A got a total vote of 120, right? So the surplus is 120 minus 20, okay? 120 minus 100, given the actual amount of votes to be distributed, is 20.
Okay,
yeah. On that, yeah? All right. Now, they have to go through the 120 votes, and see who's getting the next preference, right? So let's just say 50 ballots, next preference went to candidate B, and 30 ballots, next preference went to C, and 40 ballots had no further preference. To calculate the figures, you have got to take the percentage, because it's a 20%, it's a 120 you're dividing by. So you're not giving each candidate the actual number they got. It's just that percentage they get. So that's why somebody says, oh, John McCartan got far more votes than that. They did, but the percentage that they were over the quota reduces the actual vote to the numbers that John has given you there. So I hope in a simple, gentle way that explains how the transfers, when a candidate goes over the quota, is carried out.
Yeah, because we get these queries all the time in relation to it and how transfers work and surpluses work, and it comes up every so often. You know, a lot of people, I suppose, Michael, on this too, they probably take an interest in the proportional representation system for an election, or maybe for a council election or general election, and they forget about it then and they move on with their lives, and rightly so. And maybe there should be more done on refreshers for the general public ahead of these, you know, when they're watching so much of the coverage like this.
Well, some of us actually enjoy elections. Maybe we should have them more often.
Well, the point was made earlier today, if you had the voting machines, that drama was gone.
Yeah, another little note there on the surpluses, the way they might do things differently. Obviously, in the first count, if somebody has a quota and a half, and half that quota is a surplus that has to be distributed. In the case of the first count, you actually count every one of those votes and do up the percentage, which would obviously be 33%, and allocate them. But it's different then in every subsequent count. When somebody, like what happened with Del McSharry, put Frank Feighan over the quota, and in this count that's going to be announced shortly, where Chris McManus put Martin Kenny over the quota, they just take that parcel. In this case, it was a parcel of 5,215 votes that McManus passed on to Kenny, and that gave him 15,433, which was 4,052 of a surplus. Now, the returning officer can only allocate 4,052 votes in this count. Now, we know most of them are non-transferable, and we have a fair idea there. I get them to John earlier on. I presume he announced them.
Yeah, well, one thing that has come up again, and any of the three, you can take this one here if you want. One thing that has come up quite a lot, the difference between somebody exceeding the quota in the first count and not, and how that impacts, maybe time-wise, but impacts the whole process.
Well, absolutely. Like in the last election here, Martin Kenny got 24,000 votes, or 24% of the total votes, and the quota would have been 20%. So the next count, they had to count all his votes and then do the percentage and allocate the 4% that was over the quota.
Mm-hmm. So that
took a lot of time.
It took a lot of time, yes. And it adds to it. And again, I suppose and it's the same at every election. There's always a bit of frustration late at night. Why haven't we had a count? And there's been a count in Meath Central or wherever they've gone home. They've filled 3 seats. But the importance, Pádraig, of doing it properly, doing it right on that first count, that lays the foundation for there's very little room for error then after that.
Absolutely, and the Pádraig O'Grady and his supervisors and the counters, the staff themselves, are so meticulous, and they get that first count right. And if you notice today, then everything started to speed up, and it happened very quickly. And the reason for that was that the foundation had been built to have the figures right. And it's very quick then. There's no, we might be out of vote or we're not. They had their figures right so that extra care that was spent yesterday has paid off today.
No doubt about it, and the counts were coming in fast and furious this morning. The video, and I know it was shared, Austin shared it on social media, of the pep talk and the team talk that you give the talliers here at the count centre every time for a general election, the same for the locals as well. Again, the standard, the level, the accuracy of the tallies, that's from since I started covering elections. That's improved significantly, Pádraig.
Well, John, I'm glad that you've raised that, not the video, but I'm glad that you've raised the actual tally people. These people are party people. They are absolute volunteers, and they give of their time. They come in to the count. And the great thing, this is really, really interesting point for all your listeners. The day on Friday, on Thursday, they were hard at it to get their candidate across the line. And there might be an odd little, we'll just say no love lost during the competition. They come in here on the morning of the count, and that's put aside. The tally is for everybody. And to see all the candidates, the badges, and to see these people all working together, and it's teamwork, and teamwork is so important. And those talliers are the people that make it accurate. We're great. Michael Kilcoyne and Cameron were doing a fantastic job there today.
Yeah.
All the people involved. But if you don't have the people calling the vote and marking it down and concentrating for as the box has been opened and concentrating until the last vote has been opened.
And the Leave Party allegiance behind them as well when they're doing that.
I have numerous examples where there was two different badges working together, tight close to each other, and them working excellently together. And I think that those people are the unsung heroes of the whole process. They're absolutely brilliant.
John McCartan, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I do have to say, I've been at a lot of elections. I've tallied myself. I've been at with my belly up to the railing, trying to establish, look at a ballot paper being turned over. I've seen a lot of tallies done. This is by far the most accurate tally I've ever seen. It is the most complete tally I've ever seen, and it was the most efficiently delivered tally I've ever seen, to the point where there isn't much room for improvement. You were bang on. There isn't much room for improvement.
Well, I like to think that there's always room for improvement, and when we sit down and we reflect on this, and Edmund and Pádraig and Michael and I and the team at Ocean and everything, we'd sit down and we're constantly looking for new ways and new ideas to refresh it, to make it even more interesting, to make it more informative. And that's really the important thing, to make it more informative. And John and I, we trialled it first during the local elections.
By the way, he sent a message just as he was leaving here tonight, and he's probably still listening, John Comiskey. Good evening to you, John, if you are. He thanked everybody for their help, and he says, "I'll see you all back in November for the next election."
Well, can I just tell you one little story now before we go any further, because this is really, really significant. The first thing that was done, AI has a thing called a knowledge base, and we had to feed it a bit of knowledge, and the knowledge base was fed from a detailed profile of each candidate. And guess who built that profile for us on each of the candidates? John Comiskey. And John Comiskey has to get great credit for that, because without that profile, the AI would have been scratching its head, so it would. And that's why if anybody is wondering why we genderized the name, it was as a mark of respect for that knowledge base that John Comiskey had built, and that's why we call it John.
And I have to say, Pádraig, I thought it was magical what the lads did here from a technical perspective, to hear his voice going out and his message last night and his analysis. And it brought back so many memories of elections for people that would have grown up listening to him, doing the analysis with Niall here in Sligo, and a household name, and so many famous incidents over the years that he was involved in. But to hear that name, to hear that voice in the present tense, given the prediction again, I thought that was magical last night, and probably shows what can be done with technology in a positive way.
In a positive way. And I thought what was really brilliant was when John Comiskey and John AI differed. And that was absolutely one of the highlight moments for us. And it brought me back to when I started coming into counts here and got to know all the people, and vigorous debates and people taking up positions. But when the pupil and the master had a difference of opinion. And we worked, and if you notice today, we went very quiet for a while. We didn't rush back in with John AI. Well, the reason we didn't was we wanted to, and I have to give Edmund and Karen Gray great credit for this, because they started to build profiles of the demographics of the electorate here, and that gave further information to the AI, and it's called prompting, and they prompted the AI. So all these results, we call them conversations, but these conversations with AI have to be led by people who really know their stuff, and out of that came. And I'll tell you one thing that was really interesting, and we didn't mention this at all, but the AI bot, John AI, early in the days predicted that Idel would probably be eliminated on count 10 or 11. I'm not quite sure what count did that happen on. And we were a bit, you'd be wondering yourself, we're just looking at it here.
11, I think.
Yeah, I mean, now John McCartan is going to...
It was 11, yes.
11. Yeah. Count 11. So we were working with it all day today, and I think that it's great, but it's only good if we've got that type of expertise feeding it. So anybody who thinks that these brilliant panellists are a thing of the past, they're not. They're just going to have a new tool. At one time, all the calculations were written down and people had to add them manually. We now have spreadsheets doing it. Mm-hmm. I don't see, not one analyst was got rid of because we were using a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Are there analysts going to be got rid of because we have an AI bot helping us? No. It's just that there's going to be more information and more intelligence.
It's the way that it's moved on. I can remember a colleague of yours, John McCartan, when I started covering elections first almost, close on over 25, 26 years ago now. Jerry Dolan.
Oh, yeah.
And the back of a Sweet Afton box. And he was there and he'd be looking at tallies and he'd mark out the vote. And he'd tell you exactly to a vote what he'd be able to get. And I remember meeting him later. And how were your tally figures, Jerry? Were they accurate? He says, actually, I was out by one, he says. There was a fellow away at a wedding and I forgot about him. so that's AI and Jerry, compared to the Sweet Afton box, both may be equally as effective.
Well, Jerry used to provide a service, as you know, to the agricultural community. And I remember I was in a council meeting one day and my wife was expecting, and my phone rang 4 or 5 times, but my emotion was coming up, so I didn't answer her. I said I'd step out and answer her after a while. Next thing I look down and I'm getting an email. So I look at the email and it's a scan.
10 minutes, I think. 10 minutes, thank you, Keith. 10 minutes in next count. Sorry, John.
Yeah, you're okay. So I look down at the email and it's a scan. So she had been in hospital for a test and it was a scan, and I couldn't make out what the scan was because I was never able to make anything out of a scan. Jerry Dolan was sitting beside me, and I slid the iPad over to Jerry, and Jerry looked at it and he said, I'll not say the expletive, but he said, "Oh, twins," he says. So that's how I found out I was having twins.
You're joking me.
That's the truth.
For truth.
Another one of the councillors just retired at the last election. Jerry, you have connections down that part of the country as well.
I was on a couple of meetings and used to meet Jerry, and he was some character, and I have relations actually living in Ballinaglare and that, and they would always have the height of great regard for Jerry. He was the old style politician, as you say, the Sweet Afton box now, and I can't imagine Jerry having to do with all these tablets and TikTok and all that. I think but certainly the way he done his business, he was doing it right, because he kept getting elected.
Absolutely.
My cousin would always say to me, look, if we're looking for someone that had a question about an animal ill health, he rang Jerry, and Jerry was as good as the top vet in the country, He was an excellent.
Always the go-to man. Right, this announcement that's coming up, gentlemen, now inside the next 10 minutes or so, the Feighan surplus will definitely be coming into play after this.
Yeah, well, it looks like it's good. This is going to leave the field as follows: Eamon Scanlon 10,212, Marion Harkin 9,714, and Clark at 9,070, leaving a gap of 644 votes separating Marion Harkin and Michael Clark, that being smaller than the distributable quota or the distributable surplus of votes that Frank Feighan had. Frank Feighan's surplus will have to be distributed, because it could technically, unlikely, but could technically make a material.
We're going to have count 14 and 15.
It appears so.
Yeah, we're going to go right down.
But that last count, because it's only the votes that brought Frank over the quota. They're the only. There's a small number of them, so they're going to be quickly recounted and redistributed. And I don't see them materially changing the outcome.
And just for the benefit of people who are still watching, and it's 28 minutes away from 1, but I presume a lot of you are probably staying with this now right up to the last. Once we have the elections complete, there'll be the declarations then after that. So I'd say probably we should be looking at maybe about another 90 minutes or so, roughly less.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen these things stretch on a little bit too. I'm wondering how long is the.
Well, I think that when as you hear the noise building in the room, you know that
there's something about to happen.
And we saw it earlier, and that buzz, and these supporters have been waiting a long time today. Things were looking good, but as one of the candidates' sons, who shall remain nameless, told me outside, he says, Pádraig Hart, he says, until I see Pádraig O'Grady above on the podium, naming him out, I won't believe it.
There you go. Exactly. The proof.
They've been through one or two close shaves before where they thought they were across the line.
Alone, the way it changed so much from yesterday evening, and there was a lot of confidence that it was going to be Michael Clark, and then slowly but surely Marion Harkin started to close the gap today, closing it maybe not enough, getting a little bit closer, still significant, and kept eating into it. That comeback by Marion Harkin on that, and her ability to close that gap, and I suppose her ability to pick up transfers from the likes of Marie Cassidy, Nessa Cosgrove, people like that, that again has to be now one of the big stories from this election campaign.
Well, that's very interesting, because when we put the gender question to John AI, it changed the vote transfer. And in fact, it said that there was going to be between 8 and 1,200, and it turned out to be 1,100. And that was really, really significant. And I'm looking out at the cameras here and looking at the people coming in. Hold on one minute.
I think, Pádraig, they are brilliant shots, and I know you're getting extra information there, but it gives people at home a chance maybe to pick out some very familiar faces there. For instance, I see Councillor Paddy Farrell in the background, all supporters in there. And, this, in many ways, John and Dara, this was denied to people for so many years that unless you had the golden ticket to be in the County Centre, it was alien. You heard it on the radio, but it was difficult to describe it. At least through this medium here, you get to see exactly what's taking place.
Sorry, John, breaking news. This count is going to finish it. He won't need to go through another count.
Right.
The sub-parcel is adequate. So I think the declaration has just been held off now to get the candidates into the room and to get the people in place. So it looks like we're going to have a result.
All right.
Okay. So if there's any of the candidates who are remaining and who are outside, or any other people that need to get themselves back in here, because it's all about to happen.
Well, you're right. There was that buzz, wasn't there?
Yeah. What we were tallying, we understood would be dividing, but he was entitled to do a sub-parcel. So he had the sub-parcel, which obviously there was no division, and then the difference is more than 860. So it's
fantastic.
It was a sub-parcel we were tallying.
So we're going to have both candidates elected on this count. All right.
It's been a long day, John, for these candidates.
It has been. It's been a long couple of days.
Yeah, last night I was watching it on television at home, and as you can say, the atmosphere is so great in here to see the candidates and all the families and all the supporters. And someone that has gone through elections, like, you have to feel for not alone the candidate, but the families. Every candidate has families at home that are, they've gone through the mill, they've gone out, they've done the hard work, they've knocked on the doors, they've hung the posters, they've fed people, they've driven all the back roads and side roads, and they're the unsung heroes, really.
So you're so true, Darren. As a person, a lay person involved in this process, I always have the utmost admiration for everybody who's brave enough to put their name on a ballot paper, and for all their supporters who are out with them, who have real skin in the game as well, and they deserve to be acknowledged as well, and the families
and definitely look at. I just have to mention two people here, two Killarney people, Pádraig McGorty, and pay tribute as well to the returning officer Pádraig O'Grady, both Killarney men, and also to Pádraig Hart, the excellent work that you've put in. You know, it has been really, really something else, and so informative for people
Can I just
at home.
come in there for a moment? Pat the Cup Gallagher elected in Donegal. I'm receiving news of that. And one for you, Pádraig. Is there any plan to make John AI publicly available?
We'll have to think about that. We just we're working with John AI over this weekend, and where we take it from there is for another day.
All right, okay.
John, I also see that Charlie McConalogue has passed Thomas Pringle in Donegal as well. So 1, 2, 3.
Charlie is ahead of Thomas Pringle.
Yeah, and it's a 5-seater, and that's the 6th man left in the race. So that's it. That election's going to be called, and Charlie McConalogue will have survived.
Interesting. Maddie's the story yet to be decided up and down the length and breadth of the country. Here in the Clayton Hotel, as you can probably gather now, there's a real buzz of anticipation. The camera shots and the pictures there are just giving you an indication of what's taking place. All the supporters are in here now at this stage. It's the most full that I have seen the count centre here over the course of the last 2 days. This really is now getting down to the business end of it. We're expecting the confirmation of Eamon Scanlon and Marion Harkin to be elected inside the next few minutes or so. And just to pick up on that point, John Perry, this is the busiest that we've seen the count centre here over the last 2 days. This brings back old memories.
It certainly does, and it is a momentous occasion for Eamon Scanlon and Marion Harkin, and you can see the joy in their faces of their supporters. You know that it really is a culmination of a huge amount of work and dedication, and you know it's their night, and congratulations to both of them indeed now.
It's a great initiative, John, that it allows people at home to see what's taking place.
But I think it just reiterates the outstanding coverage of Ocean, and that this brings this count centre into the living room. And I think, and by showing the people that are here, it's given them they can feel the atmosphere. I think, anyway, it's very good.
All right, okay. Thanks indeed for that, for the minute, John. As I mentioned, I think everybody bar the 4 of us that's sitting around this table are nearly on their feet at this stage now, getting ready to join in the final part of the night's proceedings that's going here. As soon as Pádraig returns to the podium, we will be handing live over to him. We'll also have reaction with the successful candidates, and indeed we'll be continuing on with analysis on the final breakdown of those numbers. But there you can see the smiling face of Marion Harkin. And John McCartan, last night, she wasn't giving up hope. She wasn't losing confidence. She was probably taking a bit of confidence with the predictions of the likes of Pádraig and others like that. She's some battler, isn't she?
Yeah, look at Marion was very dignified last night. She was in a very tough position, and we had immense sympathy for her last night because we didn't feel that she was going to be able to do it. Of course, we should also say that we have
Eamon Scanlon has just entered the arena here as well, and you can just see the reception that Eamon Scanlon is getting. An emotional Eamon Scanlon when Niall interviewed him yesterday here with the panel. A tough week for him, the loss of his brother. There he is with his Director of Elections, Keith Henry, Martin Baker there in camera shot as well, and so many loyal supporters. And you know, without stating the obvious, he wears his heart on his sleeve, Eamon, and you can see the emotions there, John Perry, in his face.
Absolutely, and it's a very proud day for him, and especially after the passing of his brother. It's wonderful now. I'm delighted for him.
Absolutely. You can just imagine the emotion that he's going through as he wipes a tear away from his eye. And I think in many ways this brings home the emotion of a general election, what these candidates have been through in the campaign. Eamon Scanlon added as a second Fianna Fáil candidate in Sligo, a short, difficult winter campaign, his brother passing away in the middle of it as well. But he's come out of this, and he's come out of it with a seat, Pádraig Hart. And, you know, again, just as we described Marion Harkin as a battler,
I mean, it's an unbelievable comeback by Eamon Scanlon, and to come back late on after the election had been called and to have such a positive, brilliant campaign, he deserves great credit for it. And
you know, when you think
I think this is the announcement, John.
Here's the announcement. Here we go.
The following is the result of the 13th count, which consisted of the distribution of Martin Kenny's surplus of 4,052 votes. Clark Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 969. Total votes 9,287. 9287. Harkin Marion, non-party, plus 1,339. Total votes 10,168. 10168. Scanlon Eamon Fianna Fáil, plus 318. Total votes 10,285. Non-transferable papers not effective 1,426. As there is one continuing candidate more than the number of seats left to be filled, I deem the following candidates to be elected without reaching the quota. Eamon Scanlon. And thank you. And Marion Harkin. As all seats have now been filled, I propose to formally declare the results of this election very shortly. Thank you.
I believe will be taking place inside 5 minutes or so. We've received word that that's going to be taken inside 5 minutes. Now, I know it's probably an impossible task out there to get an immediate reaction, but we will be speaking to both successful candidates, Eamon Scanlon and indeed Marion Harkin. We'll be talking to them in great detail. John McCartan, it's been an extraordinary 2 days, hasn't it?
It has. To use a complete cliche, it's been an emotional roller coaster for a lot of people, and one would have to have sympathy for from Michael Clark, who came here yesterday as a likely winner, came this morning fairly sure that he was going to take a seat, and then had it slip away from him at the last minute, and that's a very tough journey to go on in the space of one short day.
When all the indications were there for so long, John Perry, that it was going to be a sensational entry into the Dáil for him, Marion Harkin just been lifted high here in the air, right in front of where our studio is. John, the emotions that Michael Clark must have gone through, unbelievable.
I looked at the difficulty for Michael, I would say. You'd have to feel for him, all right. And that's it. But he's a fighter. He'll be back.
I think at this stage, if it was a kind of a sports commentary, they would always tell you it's time just to be quiet and let the sound effects speak and match the pictures. And that's exactly probably the best thing to do here at the moment. You can see the celebrations in full swing for Marion Harkin. James Gilmartin there in the background, independent candidate, a cousin of Marion Harkin's as well. Somebody we spoke to yesterday.
Marion
in fairness,
Harkin,
always made sure that he never give up
congratulating
her
teammates.
Okay.
Marion Harkin, congratulations. We're not sure how, but you made it.
We made it. And that's
the following is the result of the poll taken on the 29th of November 24 to fill the 4 seats in the constituency of Sligo-Leitrim. I declare the candidates to be elected in the following order: Frank Feighan, Fine Gael; Martin Kenny, Sinn Féin; Eamon Scanlon, Fianna Fáil; and Marion Harkin, non-party. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, could I have your attention, please? First of all, I would like to invite the candidates, both successful and unsuccessful, to come forward here onto the podium if they want to say a few words. Before I do that, I would like to thank the candidates and their agents for their cooperation since the election was called, during the nominations and during the count.
Tonight is all about celebrating others for 5 years ahead, and that's what it's all about. But I'm hugely grateful.
If they came calling to you, would you be willing to talk to them?
Absolutely. Brilliant.
I'd like to thank the members of the Gardaí. I know resources were stretched, but they did a very a good job in providing security both during polling and here at the Count Centre over the last 2 days, including overnight. I would like to thank the staff of the hotel who looked after us very well and provided excellent food here, and I know the staff here were delighted with it. So thank you for all the staff here in the hotel. And I know it's after midnight and we've had 2 long days, but finally I'd like to thank the staff here today, the counter supervisors and everybody involved. Ye have had in two solid days of hard work, and it's a bit of a slog, but I'd like to thank you all. Some of you are with us here for a long, long time. Some of you are new. So thank you all very much. It was a bit slow yesterday, but the reason that it was slow is that we like to get things right, and sometimes getting things right takes just a little bit longer. So thank you for your patience. And I invite the candidates who wish to come forward to do so now. Thank you.
Let's see if we can go to Austin. He's speaking to him in Scanlon.
Supporters, my canvassers and the people that came out and supported me last Friday. It's been a great result, quite honestly, and I'm indebted to those people.
Why do you think that is?
There's a lot of respect for Micheál Martin, I have to say, and that was coming up on the doors. And I think that's the reason, really, that you get the bounce, you get that extra few votes, and I think it's because of that that Fianna Fáil have increased their seats in this election. Now I know we've had losses as well, but I think I don't know what the overall is. Is it 47, 48? I'm not sure, but I think that's the reason, quite honestly. Yeah.
And there was talk, I asked Marion Harkin there about possibly going into government. There's talk of joining with independents. What would you like to see happen?
There are some like-minded independents there who have supported governments before. And look, if those numbers are good enough, if they add up, I would definitely prefer to go with those like-minded independents.
Where does this election victory rank in your own personal political career?
I suppose I was elected to the council in 1992. That was my first one, and then the Senate in 2002. I'd say this was really one of the top achievements for me, because I've been around a while. I was reminded there earlier on Shannon's side that I was first elected 33 years ago, so I'd kind of forgotten all about that. But anyway, look, I think this is, really and truly, it's been a tough election for me personally this time. My brother died 4 weeks ago in the middle of the campaign, and it's not only to my brother, but he was my best friend as well. So it left it tough.
Eamon, congratulations.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you indeed for that. That's Austin O'Callaghan there.
Staff for the great work you did. This was all about in democracy, and again, I'm absolutely delighted to be elected with my colleagues, but I want to pay tribute to all the people who put their names forward for election in this election of Sligo, Leitrim and South Donegal. Thank you very much.
Cordia, thank you very much. I'm very, very pleased to be here before you tonight, having been so successful in this election. All of you are the people that make the difference. All of you are the ones that knock on the doors, that go up the dirty lanes in the middle of the night and ask people to come out and vote for the four of us that have been successful, and of course for all the others that ran in this election. You're the ones that make the difference. You're the ones that make democracy happen. And we have a great debt of gratitude to all of you. Because without the workers that either the independents or the political parties have, none of us will be able to do this alone. All of us recognise that we are part of a team, and all of you make that team work. Today, well, not today, but in fact the day before yesterday, is the one day where everybody is equal, where everybody in this country, whether they're a billionaire or a pauper, have the same vote, and that vote levels everything out. And it's so important that people go out and vote and exercise their democratic rights. For in many, many parts of the world, people don't have the right to vote. And in this country, for many generations, people fought for the right to be able to vote. And particularly, I have to say, women fought for the right to be able to vote. So it is so important that we use our vote. It is so important that we use it wisely. And it is so important that those that go forward for election go forward with the intention of providing for the people that elect them, of ensuring that we can make a difference. Because the one house in this country where you can change things is Leinster House. It's the one place with all its flaws, and it has many of them, that we can make a difference. So it's so important that the people that go forward there go forward with a spirit of cooperation, with a spirit of making things happen, of working together, of being being reasonable. And that's what we all need to be. We need to be reasonable with each other, and we need to find a way of working together for the benefit of all of the people. And I certainly am determined that I will do that over the next term of the Dáil, and I am delighted to be one of those that got elected here tonight. I also want to pay tribute to my running mate, Chris McManus, who put up a great show and who done very, very well and almost was there to take a seat. I also want to pay tribute to all of the others who ran in this election. I want to particularly mention Michael Clark, who seems so close. And I have a little bit of sympathy for Michael, because it's very, very difficult when everyone is telling you for 2 days that you're going to get elected and then it doesn't happen. And that is a difficult thing. But of course, it's never over until, in this case, the Slim Lady sings. And the Slim Lady certainly sung tonight. So finally, I want to say that Ireland is a wonderful country. We have a wonderful democracy. We can see democracy emptied out in front of us here. We can see the vote happen. We can count it, we can look at it, we can have all our analysis and all of that. But it brings us back to the same thing, that at the end of the day, we're all human beings working together to provide for the people of this nation. And certainly the four of us that have been elected here tonight will work together to provide for the people of Sligo, Leitrim and South Donegal. Gora Míle Maithigh.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be here tonight to say thank you to the many thousands of people who put their trust in me today, or last Friday. I'd like to thank my wife Anne for putting up with me, for my family and the work they did. I had two directors of elections, Keith Henry and Gerald Scanlon, for the work they did, and the 80 people who came out at the weekends 80 people and 40 and 50 people during the week on wet evenings and knocking on the doors and canvassing votes for me. And I'd like to thank the people who we met at the doors for their courtesy and welcoming and wanted us in for tea and hot half-ons and different things because the weather was so cold. I'd like to just want to say in relation to the other candidates, I want to congratulate Marion, Frank, my friend, and Marion, sorry, and Martin Kenny. I want to congratulate them for their performance in the election and wish them well for the future. But there's one thing, when, as being elected here, and as I have been in the past on 2 occasions, when we go to Dublin, we put on the constituency jersey. That's the most important thing of all, that we're there to represent the people of Sligo, Leitrim and South Donegal. That's the reason, certainly I'm here tonight, and that's what we want to do and continue to do that. I'd like to thank Ocean FM for the great job that they have done, letting everybody know right across the constituency, and in England and America and Australia. We had a call from Australia today wishing us luck. And of course to the staff here tonight for their great work over the last 2 days, who did a fantastic job really and truly in a very efficient way. And just to commiserate as well with the people who, as I said, who didn't win tonight. It is a brave thing to put your name on a ballot paper, because once you're out there, there's no hiding place whatsoever. You're there, you're out there, and it's difficult. When you lose, it's difficult. While a candidate themselves, when they put their name on a ballot paper, they know that there is a possibility this could go wrong. But with your families and your workers, they don't see anything happening. They don't see anything going wrong. And I've been there twice in my political career. It was 2-0, 2-2, up to 2 losses, 2 wins, and this is the 3rd one, so it's 3-2 at this stage. So, so I just want to finish by saying, there was 18 candidates. People put their name in the ballot paper. They go out there, they face the public. And, so we all can't win, but I'm delighted that I've won here tonight. And the only commitment I give and the only promise I can give that I know I can keep, and that is that I will work to my ability, the best of my ability, to ensure that we look after the people of this constituency. Thank you very much.
Well, good evening, everybody. It's the first time I've been called the Slim Lady, but I can live with it. Look, it's been a roller coaster yesterday and today for all of us in one way or another. But as Martin said, especially for those who just didn't who didn't get elected tonight. Because, first of all, we're all human beings, and secondly, we're politicians. And this is a tough ask for anyone. For all the people who come in here to this Count Centre with their hopes high, or, with good hope, many people had to walk out of here without seeing those hopes realised. And that's a huge challenge. And I agree fully with Martin that we need to recognise that and give our best wishes to all of those who came here who didn't make it on this occasion. Because I think all of us here, perhaps not Martin, but the rest of us, we have fought and lost, and we have fought and won. And for me, I'm privileged that this is, I think, my 7th election, and we managed to nail 6 of them. But equally, I will never forget what it was like to lose the first. And as I said, we need to recognise that. Look, tonight is a night to do 2 things. To recognise the challenge that's ahead of us. I mean, all of us have now signed up to 5 years representing those people who put their trust and their faith in us. And that's a huge honour, but it's a massive responsibility. And while sometimes there can be policy differences, I know that all of us will work together for this constituency, because from tonight, that's our job. Can I finally say some thanks to people? First of all, to the returning officer and his staff. You make this part of the democratic process possible. Couldn't happen without you. And we have to have faith in your work, and we do, 100%. To our media friends, obviously our local media, Ocean FM and Shannonside, but all the media, you brought what was happening here into people's kitchens, sitting rooms, cars, all over the world. And that makes politics real, and it gives people a sense of what democracy is about. And that's a hugely important role. So thank you for that. I want to thank my canvassers. I remember once somebody said to me, you know, you're not in a party, and is that difficult? And I'm not commenting on parties. There's great people everywhere. But I remember saying to them after my first election, when I didn't get elected, I said, I was so blessed that I had people around me who would move heaven and earth to get me elected. And I am so pleased and so proud that so many, if not nearly all of those people, remain with me, knocked on doors, and just put my name out there. Let me tell you, you carried me, and thank you. To my posters, who went out day after day, who did the work, the hard work, the unseen work, it all adds up and it all matters. To my friends who came on board, to everyone, and to my family, to my two sons, James and John, to my brothers and sisters and cousins and in-laws and outlaws, the more of you, the better. And for all of that, I say a sincere thank you. There's one person who's not with us tonight, my mother, Annie. She's at home in Ballintoher, but she is with us in spirit. And Annie, you laid the foundation. And finally, she's not the only one who's not with us here tonight. There are people who have shared this journey with us, some of whom are not with us in person, but are with us in spirit. I want to mention the likes of Phil and Colin, and Auntie Mary, and Fran, and Declan McPartlin, and the constant canvasser, Uncle Jimmy. Who left us less than 2 weeks ago. I genuinely believe his guiding hand was with us tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again. It's an honour and a privilege to stand where I do tonight. And just like Eamon, I have only one promise to make, and I made it at the start of this campaign. I will work as hard as I can. I will give it my energy, my time, and my commitment. And in truth, it will be a privilege to do that. Thank you.
All right, good to get the declarations there of the successful candidates, Marion Harkin and Eamon Scanlon elected. You're very welcome back to what is rapidly becoming, I suppose, a lot quieter now of a Clayton Hotel in relation to most of the candidates at this stage now and their supporters heading back towards their respective homes, and when the celebrations, I presume, will continue on into the wee hours of the morning. Still a buzz of excitement and anticipation here for most of those candidates that have stayed on till the end. A long day, a tiring 2 or 3 days for them, and we'll be having a word with Marion Harkin and with Eamon Scanlon inside the next few minutes or so, as soon as we get them here to our outside broadcast studio. But it gives me an opportunity just to acknowledge the work of the team here that have been working on this production over the last God knows how long in the lead up to it. The staff who were involved over the course of the weekend, Niall Delaney, of course, the CEO of Ocean FM, who planned and worked so hard on the exit poll and making sure that everything was ready for this, and of course who presented yesterday. The technical team of Kieran Carty, Mark Halton, Cormac Carroll and Jazik Sawab, thank you all indeed so much. To the production and media team, Kevin Blessing, Austin O'Callaghan and Claire Ronan. To our team back at base as well, to Andrew Mooney and Danny Gallagher, and to Darren Mahan, who has been looking after our website all weekend. Just an almighty team effort here on that. In relation to it, a huge team effort, and a big thank you indeed to each and every one of you. It's been our pleasure to have been here to bring this coverage to you. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. To everyone who's listened and everyone who's watched over the course of the last 2 days, thank you so much indeed. Pádraig McGorty and Pádraig Hart, also want to thank you. Pádraig, do you want to give me a quick word just before you go? And to Shamie McManus, Shamie, my apologies, back at base, who has been monitoring there with Danny Gallagher over the course of the weekend. Pádraig McGorty, thank you for all your help over the course of the weekend. Can you believe now we're at this stage?
Yeah, I suppose it's great to get to this stage. It's been a long weekend from Friday morning on for everyone until tonight. So look at it. It's always tough talking about numbers when you're dealing with people, because you are dealing, as we've seen here tonight, with 18 candidates over the course of the last 2 days, and we I suppose our job is to look at the numbers, but you are talking about people and you're dealing with people, and some people are going home happy tonight because they've been elected. Others are probably gone home happy with the relative performance, and others are very disappointed at where the finish is. So it is great to be here and to see this process and to work with yourselves and with everyone else, and we also work with all the candidates. So
and I know the work that you put into this on Friday, and the collating of all the samples that were taken out and about Friday night. And you know something, the predictions, and it might have gone different routes from time to time, not far off, Pádraig.
Not far off again, really. Like we always knew that the fourth and final seat, or maybe even the last 2 seats, were going to come down to those candidates that ended up in them, in Eamon Scanlon, Marion Harkin, and obviously Michael Clark and Chris McManus, who were there at the end as well. So look at it, it's been a great weekend in terms of the work and the coverage and the job that's been done, and I suppose we're delighted to do it in terms of providing that services. And I said, you know, we give figures to all the candidates that want them at any stage, you know.
In relation to the level of engagement, Pádraig, that you've had, and you're probably monitoring it over social media and about the poll and whatever, the amount of queries we got, the inquiries we got, how it worked, how it was rolled out, it shows there's a massive interest. And from the students, the young people, we had a couple of students here from Summerhill College to our interview with all the candidates during the course of the last 2 days as well. It's great to see how politics is still engaging with people, young and old.
Absolutely, and I think Martin Kenny and a few others have mentioned it there, that we need to keep that engagement. It is a great right to be able to go out and vote and to be able to give your opinion. So it's brilliant, and look, we're delighted to have helped and to have been part of that process and that transparency that we have within our democracy, that we can be here and we can see ballot boxes been open, we can count the actual votes that are within those ballot boxes, and we can bring that to the public
All right. Marion Harkin, Deputy Marion Harkin, has joined us here in studio. We spoke to you numerous times, Marion, over the course of the last 24 hours. Sometimes it looked to be in a dodgy position. Then there was hope. What sort of roller coaster was it for you over the course of the last 2 days?
Well, it has been, because the bookies had us 10-1 on favourites. And it wasn't that I would pay too much attention to that, but we really got a good reception. But that translated at the end of the day, and that's what we hoped would happen. And yeah, of course I was somewhat disappointed with number ones, but at the end of the day, enough people believed that I would be the person or one of the people they wanted to represent them, and that's all that matters. And as I said earlier, it's a great honour, and you might think that when it happens more than once, it doesn't
I know
matter
these
as
are
much.
emotional occasions.
Yeah.
I remember 5 years ago, and you've been through the ring this time in relation to all the different emotions here that you could possibly experience, and yet it shows the importance of voting right through. We spoke about this a little bit earlier on, and those transfers, but it also shows that you are a candidate who is transfer friendly.
Yes, it does, and that is something that we have known for a number of elections. You mightn't remember a 2014 European election, but that was as tight as it could be. So, look, yes, but what matters at the end of the day is that enough people believed in me, and now I have to repay that trust, and that's what my job is. And to say to all of those people, thank you. And for those people who didn't vote for me, I still represent those people as best I can. And, you know, as we said earlier, it's a tough night for some people. It could have been a tough night for me. I didn't know that, but it could have been. And anybody who comes in here, puts their name on a ballot paper, you know, it's a big ask.
They deserve your respect. They really do.
Absolute respect. And, you know, because you do put yourself out there, it's not easy.
There's no doubt about that.
There's no hiding place.
A word about your fantastic team, Marion. And Eamon Scanlon, by the way, congratulations. Well done, Eamon. And I'm with you in a moment, and I'll let both Marion and yourself talk as well. But a word about your team. You mightn't have had as big a team as some without party backing or whatever, but my word, you still got the work done. You got to the doors. You engaged with the people.
Well, what I said earlier was that I realised a long time ago that I had a group of people who would move heaven and earth to get me elected, and they have done that many, many times. People who turn up every day, every evening, hail, rain or snow, and we got enough of that over this campaign. So all of us, Eamon, will be the same. You know, people talk about party canvassers, and that's important, but I don't know about him, but for me, you know, I think probably the vast majority or the majority are your friends and they're your family, and they're the people who believe in you. And yes, party does matter, but that's more the icing on the cake, and I'm very lucky that I have a good cake and plenty of icing.
Stay with me for a moment, because I want to say for this particular moment of both of you here together, Eamon Scanlon, congratulations. You've experienced everything possible in count centres over the years. How does tonight stack up there with some of those experiences?
It's a fantastic night for me, my family, my supporters, my canvassers, and I have to say too, for the people of South Sligo, West Sligo and that area, sort of in the middle there. And my job now is to do whatever I can to support those people and deal with their problems.
It's been such an emotional campaign, such a difficult campaign in ways, and we touched on this yesterday. I presume there are people, Eamon, that you are thinking about at this moment in time who physically mightn't be here, but are here very much in spirit.
Definitely. It has been a tough campaign, really. I lost my brother in the middle of it all, and he was my best friend as well as my best campaigner, so it was difficult, I have to say. but I know he's looking down. He'll be very, very happy tonight. Oh, I know he would.
Absolutely. Well, I'm absolutely sure he's here with you in spirit. And Marion, as you can imagine, it's difficult to do a campaign at the best of times, but when you go through what Eamon has gone through, that really... It had so much extra to the level of the challenge facing you.
Indeed, it did, I've no doubt. But I'm sure to some extent, and I may be wrong here, Eamon, but I'm sure to some extent it also helped galvanise, because you know that your brother wants you to be where you are tonight, and you are here. And that would be his greatest wish.
He'd absolutely be delighted here tonight, and I tell you, it wouldn't be easy to get him home too early either if he was here, but look, he did really and truly, I suppose I taught him out him a lot, and he inspired me, and as I said, he was my best friend as well as my best canvasser and my brother, so I did miss him.
Undoubtedly so. How much looking forward are you now to returning to Leinster House?
Look, there's a lot of issues out there at the moment, a lot of things affecting people. And there's big issues. There's housing. I think rural planning is a big issue too, particularly in Leitrim and South Sligo, West Sligo. The N17 is a big issue. But there's other issues there as well out there, and I've only come across it. We have young parents with young children. CAMS is a big issue where people are waiting to have children assessed. No speech and language therapy available at the moment for young children who are non-verbal. Like these are... Well, there's major issues, there's smaller issues, but very big issues when it comes to the person or the parent of that child. And that's something that I intend to get it sorted.
Where Marion has been experiencing these day in, day out as the TD over the last 5 years, I think it's fair to say you're very much involved in community. You are working away behind the scenes, although not an elected representative. So you have your finger on the pulse. You had the groundwork done. You had 2 offices in the southwest Sligo area the last time round. So you're meeting the people through your professional capacity as well. And Eamon, there's big challenges out there.
Oh, massive challenges out there. And while there's major, as I said, there's major issues, there's other issues which are just as important for young families, young parents, that type of thing. And quite honestly, it's something that I intend to put a lot of work into.
Yeah. Marion, can I just bring you back in here for a moment on this? The makeup of the next government now, there's going to be a lot of interest in that. Some are saying Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael possibly coming back in. This will be significant to both of you now. What's going to be the role of independence, do you feel, in the makeup of the government after this?
Well, believe it or not, I've been living in a cocoon. I mean, I've just focused entirely on this constituency for the last 3 weeks. So I'm only hearing bits and pieces. But whoever the people have elected in sufficient numbers, whatever parties, then they will form the government. And I was willing and able and ready the last time, but the Greens were there and my support was not needed, even though we did work with government representatives to see was there something there that we could agree on. But now that opportunity presents itself again.
Roderick O'Gorman, the only Green TD returned.
Yeah.
The only one.
So I intend to avail of that opportunity, and that's really why I ran for election. I wouldn't have run if I didn't think there was some chance, and that's how it goes. Sometimes timing is crucial, and to be in the right place at the right time. And that's what I hope to do. And as Eamon said, there's the big issues out there, but there's also the smaller ones and the things that impact people's lives every day, whether it's CAMS or family carers or people with disability.
Infrastructure, transport.
Yeah, they're the big ones, and we know those and we understand them. We need to get the investment for the big ticket items. I've said that so many times. But it's also, people have to live their lives every day. And it's that part of it, I think, that we need to concentrate on also. Because people's lives have to be decent and they have to feel that the state supports them with the services that they need or their children need or their mother or father or grandmother needs. And that's a really important role as well. The big ticket stuff, I shout about it often enough and will continue to. But the other stuff matters too.
It does. Eamon Scanlon, is probably going to be 3 to 4 weeks and well after Christmas before a government is going to be formed. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael more than likely will be coming together again. You've had experience of this in the past. What's it like now? And you'll be a traditional Fianna Fáil TD, plenty of experience. What's it like being involved now in government with Fine Gael?
Well,
can it work again?
It can work. And I think people would accept that it was a good government. Now, while saying that, there's a lot of things to be ironed out and sorted out. You see, you haven't many options really. You know, I don't know what I genuinely don't know what the numbers are, what the Fine Gael count is.
I don't know.
Or what the Fianna Fáil count is. I don't know either. I don't know what it is. But it would be obvious to me, I think, that it would be a Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael government with maybe like-minded independents.
The support of independents,
yes,
obviously, without the Green Party, because the last thing you want is a Waverton majority, and inevitably people pull away from
that. And you also want people who, when they commit, will stay committed.
Will stay committed, that's
because,
for sure.
I mean, I do know that being in government is not easy. You have to take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah.
So if the probability is good enough, that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
And I think that's important.
And it's something you'd be prepared to do if you thought it would enhance.
Yes, even though I know it would be difficult, and in many ways, as an independent, might be even slightly more difficult than a member of a party. I'm not sure about that, but that's my instinct on it. But I didn't run, if at all possible, to stand at the back benches and put forward alternatives. I ran, if at all possible, to influence policy in a particular direction. I hope I get that chance.
All right. Final question before I let you go. What's the next couple of days going to be like? What are the plans, Eamon?
Well, quite honestly, I'd say try and get a rest and get a night's sleep. I'd say that's the first thing, and that'll take a day or two, I think, to sort that out. But after that, then it'll be full steam ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And all those emails and calls that came to my office over the last week or two that I didn't get to, that's all waiting. But that's the job we asked for.
That's for sure.
And we should be very, very grateful that people said, on this occasion, we'll give you that opportunity.
There's no doubt about it. There's experience going back from the Northwest in there. Eamon Scanlon, Marion Harkin, Frank Feighan and Martin Kinney all returned. Marion, first and foremost, congratulations. Thank you so much indeed for all your help during the campaign
and
the interviews.
You know, you've been a stalwart here with Niall and all the others.
Yes.
I mean, you have not stopped. He didn't stop yesterday. I know we say it now because might think it sounds good, but in truth, the number of people out there, and the boys all around as well, and the cameras and the engineers.
The full team,
absolutely. The full team, and people are listening in their kitchens and their sitting rooms, and some of them in their cars, some of them in the morning in Sydney and the evening somewhere else. And you're making it real for them.
It's our privilege to be here. Eamon, congratulations
as
well.
Thank you very much.
Again, we stayed in touch over the last 5 years. We brought you out occasionally for some political commentary, and you were always prepared and to do that for us. Look, congratulations again.
You.
Good luck in the Dáil term ahead. And I suppose I continue to see you at this stage. Happy Christmas.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And the same to all your listeners tonight as well. Thank you.
Super stuff. Yeah. Eamon Scanlon, Deputy Eamon Scanlon, Deputy Marion Harkin, thank you both so much indeed. All right, that is more or less about it from our general election coverage. It started off yesterday morning just after 8 o'clock. We are now at 25 minutes after 1 on Monday morning. It's been a marathon session. To everyone that has contributed in any shape or part to this, it's been a huge effort here by a team of people who have worked an awful lot harder behind the scenes than any of us in front of camera. A big thank you to all of them. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And we will talk to you soon again. It may well be 5 years for an election coverage, but we never know. From all of us here in the Clarion Hotel, thanks for watching. Goodbye and God bless.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.